Those cravens backstab me, deceive me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah. 7,000 souls scared and daunted. Such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to
live from Le Grand Palais. We are ready for RQ Lille. It's Riftbound time as 2,000 players have readied their decks and joined us here in the venue for 2 days of action to determine the second European RQ champion. We're playing Spiritforge, but there's been a wave of bans, and that means we're in an all-new meta. Welcome, everybody. I am James O'Leary. I am joined today by Lothar to bring you the beginning of the show. And Lothar, it's going to be a great weekend. How are you feeling about Riftbound?
Super excited to be here. This is my second regional, but first time on the cast, and I cannot be in a better position to cast because of what you mentioned. We have a brand new metagame. We have bans, we have a lot of people testing old but new kind of decks. It's gonna be a very refreshing experience.
You know the best thing about going from the player's seat to the caster's seat?
Yeah.
You already know you make day two. The conversion rate is through. You're good. You'll be through the Swiss rounds as well. There's a lot to play for, but in general, if you're a Riftbound player, this year there are a lot of events to play at, and that's where I think we're going to start, because we're into the second wave now of European regional qualifiers. Here we are in Lille, but that's only the beginning of this road here as we go through Atlanta next weekend, and then we get ready to get unleashed.
It's a lovely expansion. I'm looking forward to the pre-Rift events, but it's gonna be a huge shakeup of the entire metagame coming into Sydney and Vancouver.
Yeah, and we've already had one shake-up with the bans, as you said, Unleashed there to shake things up as well through the summer. We turn our attention later in the year as well to another set coming out that we're expecting a big change to the meta with, and that is Vendetta. I know you're looking forward to those opposite color pairings, their domains crushing together.
Those will be really awesome to look forward to. Like, for example, we're gonna have yellow and purple together. Those decks have some really nasty combinations, and I'm really looking forward to which legends will be playable in Vendetta for that.
Unlike actual League of Legends, Twisted Fate players will be able to pull their gold card at that point. As if that's not enough, Radiance to round out later in the year before Los Angeles later on. There is so much going on throughout the rest of the year, but we need to focus on today. We're here for our RQ Lille for Spiritforge. So what does that mean for the players in the venue? As I said, over 2,000 players are locked in. Let's take a look at the road that they have to cross in order to make it to the finals to potentially name themselves as the second European champion. Well, today is a grueling 8 rounds of Swiss. Lothar, you played it last time. How was 8 rounds for you?
Well, we had a little bit different metagame that was a little bit slower, and people were still learning their decks, I would feel like, you know? In this metagame, I feel like people will actually speed it up. They have a lot of practice on their own decks, and I feel like because of that, we're gonna have a little bit less of an endurance test, but it's still gonna be an endurance test.
Yeah.
But that is like, when you play a TCG and you attend like a huge tournament like this, you actually have to be mentally prepped to be ready to be on top of your game for such a long period of time.
Yeah, I hope our players had a good breakfast here in Lille. It's 8 rounds of Swiss today, and then tomorrow another 5 rounds of Swiss, followed by the top 8. So 2 days of back-to-back-to-back Riftbound action. And what are they playing for, you might ask? Well, let's take a look at our prize pool for the weekend. Of course, this is looking towards the champion for that Blade of the Rune King promo, plus the champion playmat. The top 8 will get themselves a different Blade of the Rune King, but still cool promo. And everybody in the top 32 will have pricing as well. You can see it broken down on your screen. So, a lot to play for, Lothar, but this isn't all the players are playing for. We also have best of pricing as well. For the best of every single legend, if you were picking a champion to play, a legend to play this weekend, what would you have picked in a best of hunt?
I would still play the thing that I wanted to play in the main event, which was Rek'Sai. She's not super popular, but at the same time, she's a very strong deck, so you will have not that much of a competition. When it comes to the plated foil legends, I feel like most of the legends are gonna be around 2% of the population, right? And Rek'Sai probably will be around like 4 to 6% in the main event.
Well, we'll keep our eyes on the race for those plated legends throughout the weekend. It's going to be a lot of action for Riftbound, and we'll keep all of the stories as much in hand as we possibly can. But in order to help us do that, in order to help us keep the temperature of the room, the attendees, the players gunning for those metal cards, we've brought in some additional help. We've got somebody ganking in, supporting us in the bot lane here on the broadcast, and that is Barcode, who I want to say hello to right now.
Thank you, guys. Now, if you couldn't make it here today, no worries, we've got you covered. I'm Barcode, and all weekend long, I'm gonna be right here in the venue to bring you as close to the action as possible. Players' interviews, behind the scenes, main event, side events, even in the middle of the crowd. I'm gonna be everywhere to make sure you experience the tournament as you're here with us. Because trust me, this event is shaping up to be something incredible. The level of competition, the players, the atmosphere, everything is here for an incredible weekend of Riftbound. So stick with us, we're just getting started. That being said, I'm gonna hand it over to our wonderful duo of commentators. James, Lothar, take it away.
Thank you very much, Barcode. I can't wait to hear more about the stories and the players out on the floor. Lothar, we've been around together in esports for so long. Getting the stories of the players is one of the most important parts, but fascinating parts of esports. And having 2,000 players in the room is crazy. Like, I don't know about you, but my eyes on players to watch, just my list is like 25, 30, 40 players.
Yeah, it's funny when you say that because so many people have history in esports as well. They can, transfer from different games, but the experience that they have actually holds weight behind them, right? So we're gonna have a lot of, like for example, LNZQ, the winner of the previous regional. He is an avid Legends of Runeterra player, right? With accolades there as well. And because of that, it's so interesting to follow their footsteps. But we're gonna have more and more and more players with each tournament. So after this one, we're probably gonna have a few new players that we're gonna be now also looking forward to in the next regional qualifier.
Yeah, exactly. It turns out being a world champion of Legends of Runeterra, it's a transferable skill into being able to be pretty good at Riftbound. That's Alan's road to being a champion, but your road to being a champion can start in your local game store. And that is with the pathway to a regional qualifier. So you want to start out, test out your decks at a Nexus night, scan the QR code on screen in order to find out where your local Nexus night is. And when you're ready, join your Summoner Skirmish. And win your Summoner Skirmish, not only do you get some cool promos, a playmat, but you also get to skip round one. You get more time for breakfast at a regional qualifier. So you already come into the event 1-0, and you can be on your path to potentially dethroning LNCQ at an RQ champion. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah, look, I will tell you one thing. Skipping round one of a regional qualifier is really a huge thing. Not only you're trying to avoid some random happenstance and playing around some random decks, right? You're gonna be saving an hour probably of your mental when it comes to the entire duration of the day. That is huge. That is huge when it comes to your performance. So winning a Summoner Skirmish, playing in your local game store is actually really pivotal into performing into a regional qualifier.
Absolutely. I mean, you mentioned this now being the second event, people being more used to their decks. That's something that, as somebody who follows competitive games in general, is such a big part of it. It's like Bologna. People were making decisions around, what cards do I want to take from a stack deck quite slow. Now I'm expecting you to know. You see 3 cards, you know what card you want from your deck. Like, we're going to be able to go faster, be used to what you're playing. There is a bit of a change for this meta, though, and I think we have to get into the meat of what has changed between Bologna and Lille. So Lothar, we've had 7 cards banned, and it has shaken up the meta. I'll run you through them for those of you maybe that missed the announcement. So, 4 cards banned, 3 battlefields. The cards banned: Scrap Heap, Fight or Flight, Cold Shot, and Draven Vanquisher. The battlefields being banned: Reaver's Row, Obelisk of Power, and the Dreaming Tree. So that's pretty much the 7 cards that were in some of the top decks. I'm going to give you a very open question. Lothar, what would you say is the biggest change from those 7 bans?
I would say probably Obelisk of Power. Even though Cold Shot is a very obvious answer, we're always like, oh man, Cold Shot is played in so many decks and is actually making the decks so consistent. But the thing is, Obelisk of Power was such a popular battlefield. I think it was 52% of the entire field in the previous region, right? So when you think about it, and half of the field is playing one battlefield, that also makes the deck skip 1 turn essentially and speed up the gameplay to some degree, right? It makes the game a little bit more predictable. And I feel like the entire bans here are tailored toward making the game a little bit less predictable and a little bit more like a card game and not just a solitaire that you try to solve,
Yeah, that's a very fair way of looking at it. We saw, as you said, a lot of Obelisk power in the previous regional. I think one deck that does mean will have an effect on. It didn't win the last event, but it came second. I know Aurora players, I'm one of you. I know we're not feeling so great right now where Aurora is placed in the meta, so that's a deck we'll come back to if we end up seeing it. But I think we have to turn our attention potentially to Draven, the elephant in the room from many events. Draven Vanquisher, the champion, the chosen champion of that deck, has been banned, but it isn't enough to take it away.
No, Draven is going to be very popular today, and that's going to be very interesting as well to see how people adapt to how their decks is being changed, right? How the decks are being affected by the bans. For Draven Miracle, we'll not expect any Draven Miracle at all, but what we do expect is the mid-range version of Draven. But now the adaptation is going to be a little bit more interesting because many people are pivoting to more 2-drops because they need to hit the curve of their deck more often. So instead of like having 8 2-drops, sorry, we're gonna have like 9 2-drops. But then we're also gonna maybe have some decks fill out the curve on turn 2 because now we don't have the Draven Vanquisher. So maybe we're gonna see some Rek'Sais being played in that spot to also have a pairing with like a 1 energy card, stack deck on turn 2 with Rek'Sais, pretty good opener. We have possibilities with like Gust, for example, as well. I've seen some mid-range Dravens actually pack the Gust, because when you think about it, Gust is also drawing you a card when you win in combat against a 2-drop, for example, right? So there's synergy there. The biggest question is like, how do you not miss the gap in your energy curve on that spot where Draven Vanquisher was, and now it's gone?
That's a good question, and a question we'll endeavor to answer throughout the weekend. Those of you expecting to see Alan's exact Ezreal deck, we'll talk about this more later. Don't expect to see that lineup exactly. The Vex out, Ezreal has a different deck, but we have plenty of time to talk about the meta as we go through the day. But for now, I'm going to send it back over to Barcode for an interview.
Yeah, actually, I'm with one of the best players in the room, right? Din Kamfeng, one of the most outstanding players on a lot of TCG and now on Riftbound. How do you feel today?
Yeah, I feel super tired because I tried to learn more about the game because I started 2 days ago. So yeah, I hope it will go well and that I'm going out positive. You know, like not a bad score, but like a 5-2 or 5-3 or whatever.
I'm sure that you can do that. I mean, you have a lot of background in the TCG history. So you started 2 days ago. Are you still confident that you can win it all?
No.
Not confident? Like how?
The game is really complex. You need a lot of games, a lot of reps to get all the dynamics in because like one situation can change by like 1 card or something a lot of times, and then you have to actually play it out to know what you need to do. But I had no time, so yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it actually makes sense. And just for the entire crowd, which legend did you decide to play today?
Draven.
That makes a lot of sense. Actually, thanks a lot. We're gonna let you go to your table because the round is gonna start real soon. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Barcode. That is one of the fascinating things. I mean, we're sitting here. Your background in TCGs and digital card games goes, you know, a way back.
I am old.
so am I. It's okay. My background is in League of Legends and Wild Rift. We have players in the room from different card games, different esports personalities. I mean, I know Yamato Cannon for League of Legends fans is floating around playing in the main event today. So we have just people from all different backgrounds. And okay, maybe 2 days notice is maybe not enough for your road to an RQ, but I mean, stranger things have happened. Being good at a game is a transferable skill there, Lothar.
It is. Like, it's especially important in the early stages of the game, and I would consider Riftbound still very early stage of the game. We are learning the rules of the game. The Riftbound is so fundamentally different from any other card game that I've ever played in my entire life that your experience still is transferable, but the game, when you're adapting to it, it's really, it shines through when you can plan out the game very early and you go ahead of the other players because they do not understand the fundamentals of the game yet.
That's such an important point, and I think that's happened significantly at least twice so far. I think the move from set 1 to set 2 of understanding how to avoid Draven in combat was huge and changed people's understanding. And then Alan blew all of our minds in Bologna and saying, hey, if I just move Vex into a showdown, I can just play all of these spells basically for free, and do everything I want, and you can't do anything.
You want a funny story?
I do. I
So,
always want a funny story.
When Set 2 was releasing, actually before the release, but we had the spoiler season, I was speaking with Alan, and I was telling him, yo, this Vex card is really nasty. And he was like, no, it's garbage.
I've heard the same story. Casanova said the same way. He was like, I'm trying to convince him that Vex is good. My funny story on that, and it has nothing to do with being right and everything to do with loving that archetype of card. For Bologna, they were like, hey, what cards do you want to say that you like from Spiritforge? And I was like, I love Vex. No one's going to play it, but I think it's a really cool card. And there it is on the graphic on day one. And everyone's like, wow, how did you predict that? And I'm like, I'm just a degenerate when it comes to like not wanting my opponent to play cards. I just want you to have to pay more, and I want to play it for free.
Vex is nasty when you think about it in different terms. Like, the Vex chillers on the battlefield acts like a proactive counterspell.
Yeah.
And also speeds up your own energy, like essentially like resources, right? How do you even explain that? It just makes your spells cheaper, right?
Yeah.
So you can sling the spells at the same time, but your opponent is not enticed to actually play anything. It's incredibly powerful, but you have to find a way of putting her into the battlefield as soon as possible, and sometimes those combos are, for example, like Vex into Ride the Wind.
Yeah.
So you immediately move Vex into the showdown, and you do it also action speed. So you can do it during a different showdown as well. It's incredibly powerful combination.
That was the crazy thing, for me at least, watching that, is like not thinking about the 4D chess of doing it to other things on the battlefield while you were in a showdown. As I mentioned before we went to the interview, Alan's specific Ezreal deck list from last time did get hit heavily with the bans. Things like I believe Alan was playing like Scrap Heap to discard with Ezreal.
No, he actually was not playing Scrap Heap.
So it's the cold shot.
The cold shot was very important in his
okay.
deck list. So even there was also an interaction with Vex and cold shot when you could, and Bellows Breath as well, when you could play essentially them for free, and that was incredibly powerful. So now that's not possible as well. But Alan is on a quest to win all of the plated foil Legends of Ezreal, so he definitely has a different type of Ezreal that will work.
Yes, and I don't know whether it's Alan's because we haven't seen deck list yet, so this is not spoiling Alan's specific deck. Just to talk about Ezreal as an archetype right now, what we have seen in recent days is what people are calling a tempo Ezreal. So you mentioned Gust within the Draven deck. We know it's come into the Ezreal, as well as some units that have like a Gust built in. So the whole deck revolves around like lowering the might of your opponent's units in order to be able to gust them out of a battlefield.
Not only that, you can also use it on your own units, and that's where the skill of this deck will shine through. Because again, Alan shows, if he's playing the Ezreal tempo, it's one of those decks when your efficiency with it, your experience with the deck will carry you through. Knowing when do you have to use the Gust or Rinsing on your own unit or your opponent's unit, how do you get more value out of the small creatures that your deck is running? Because the biggest one is going to be Watcher, but other than that, all of the units are essentially 2 to 3 might, and then you have a student that just grows during your turn. But the thing is that you have to do is you have to plan ahead to make sure you get the most value out of your units, get the most value out of your Fizz as well, so you're replaying the spells, and there's so many sequencing like order that matters in this deck. It's incredibly different when you see a novice playing this deck, and incredibly different when you play a seasoned veteran on this deck.
That's my favorite thing. I'm not going to be too shady to the people at my locals, but a bunch of them after Bologna were like, I'm going to play Ezreal. It's such a good deck. I'm sure everybody's locals did this as well. And then they play the deck, and I'm like, how do you get through more than 2 games? You can't even finish the second game because you're like, okay, I've got to look at 3 cards. Which one do I want? Okay, I've got to look at 2 cards. Now I've got to look at 2 cards. Like, the number of game actions in those Ezreal decks is insane. But Ezreal is not perhaps the deck we're looking at to be in control of the meta this event. Some players will play Ezreal, but I think most represented deck in the room seems to be Aurelia. Looking at the early stats, which is not surprising, but it is a different deck to play against than an Ezreal or than a Draven. So Lothar, talk to me about Aurelia. How do you like it positioned for this event?
I think, which is funny, because she got hit hard with the bans. The battlefields affected her ability to draw cards. But at the same time, the deck that was preying on her the most was mid-range Draven. And mid-range Draven, even though it's still going to be popular in the metagame, with fully expecting like around 15 to maybe 20% of the field is going to be mid-range Draven, Aurelia now has the spot of the tempo, where she will have a possibility of coming back early in the game, where the Draven might miss a drop, might not be as efficient as he was before. Because before, if you have a 2-drop with Draven, turn 2 is 99% of the games, it's gonna be Draven Vanquisher, and your curve is looking incredible. Now, Irelia doesn't have that weakness anymore. It's still not a great matchup, but because we have a green-purple deck that has access to Stellarcore and Herders, you can still have an incredibly full hand, and when the Irelia is able to play with full amount of energy and like 7 cards in hand, you basically cannot go through an Irelia that goes to like 17 might.
Well, we'll see how Aurelia fares throughout the day. We'll keep our eyes on the meta. It's time to get into round 1. We'll stop talking. We'll go over to our casters, Blevins and Amy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to round number 1, Regional Qualifier, Lille. I am Blevins, joined with Amy, and we have got some great matches coming up here for our Regional Qualifier here. Brand new, I call it set 2.5 meta. I'm really excited, Amy.
It really does feel like that, doesn't it, with the bans and how they're going to shape and change things and allow people to bring this new life and ingenuity to their decks. I'm really excited because we're going to have, like you say, that kind of 2.5 meta that allows us to see something completely new.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, we've seen the meta already shift. We've got a little bit of insight from the Super Regional Qualifier, pre-Regional Qualifier yesterday, which was awesome. And this is a really interesting round because this is round 1. This means you didn't win a skirmish. You don't have a bye. So this is where the real dedication comes and shines through. We are seeing the players who are going to be playing the full 8 rounds today. This is the start of that journey.
It's a long old day and they've got a long way ahead of them, but this is where the grind sets in for those who either weren't able to get to a skirmish or they have a particularly tough local scene. They're going to have that first round to really battle through with everybody else in the room. And honestly, I've seen some fantastic decks floating around, looking around this morning. There have been so much cooking going on at home, and we saw that even from the pre-Rift yesterday with Darius having a fantastic conversion, which was unexpected. Let me think. Rumble had a fantastic conversion.
Yeah, we did hear an interesting fact about Rumble.
Oh, I love interesting facts.
Which was that Rumble, believe it or not, this is true, stats can't lie, had a better conversion rate at that event than Kai'Sa did.
You're joking. You're joking, really? That's wonderful.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. That's what we want to hear. That's the stories that we want. Now, admittedly, the disparity between people playing those decks in numbers, maybe they're a little bit off, but regardless, it still shows that they have good conversion rates if you are dedicated enough to making that archetype work.
Absolutely. That's the beauty of Riftbound. But, Amy, we have got our players here. We've got a deck list for our very first player here. Let's take a look. What are we going to be watching? Ask and you shall receive. This is, of course, my specialty deck. It is Lucian. Amy, we get to see a Lucian in round 1. I'm so happy.
You were saying, I don't know if I want to see Lucian in round 1 because I have so much to say about Lucian. But you know what? I think it's a great way to start the day with some action-packed. One of the legends that kind of really benefited from those bans because the cards that really targeted it down are gone. And so it's got that momentum now, and honestly, these gear-led decks are proving their stuff now. They've got the strength to stick on in it, and we're seeing more gear removal because of that in our opponents.
Absolutely. I think Lucian, I mean, again, I'm biased. I was on Lucian for Bologna. I played the full day 1 as Lucian. I'm a Lucian believer. I thought he was good before. I think he's even better now, like you said.
Yeah.
Like, I really think that he benefited from the bans, or I guess not really getting hit too much from the bans, other decks getting hit from the bans, and there's a deceptive amount of play in Lucian. I think a lot of players see Lucian, thought it was an aggressive deck, kind of a mindless aggressive deck. It is not that. There is a lot of play. There is a lot to do there, and we are ready to jump on it. It is a Lucian versus Irelia. Here we go. We're not quite ready. Players are getting ready, but we see it is against Irelia. So this is a true test right from round 1, Amy. Lucian versus Irelia.
You love to see it. You know, Lucian does have a lot of tricks up their sleeve, and the combos that they can pull out just take Aurelia by surprise.
Yeah.
And I think that's what it's all about, is you're playing at her own game. Let's take a look at her deck list today.
Yeah, I'm taken by surprise right here. Jumps right out to me. Seal of Focus in Aurelia. This is a new iteration that I've actually not even seen yet. I mean, one of the things about Aurelia, it is a very, very power-hungry deck. So you are able to have that seal out, get that seal early. I mean, we've seen the Seal of Discord played a lot in Ezreal decks and the Miracle decks before. Those decks are super power-hungry. Aurelia, no different here. Playing the Seal of Focus to be able to pay for those Defies, to be able to pay for the Blade Dancer ability, the Guardian Angels, all of that. If you can get one seal out, all of a sudden you're getting a huge discount on your power for the whole game.
And if you look at those power costs, if we're looking at power cost versus our energy, actually, the payoff for that Seal of Focus is gigantic.
Massive.
When we're looking at how many resources we're going to save overall and how much that's going to be able to swing the game back in our favor when we're really trying to play that Protect the Princess and you don't want to run out of resources, you need to be a little bit more careful. That could really come into play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw there's a lot of different variations of Aurelia. I've not seen the one with the seals. I like this. It's running 3 charms in the main.
I like that.
Not necessarily a standard pick from before, but here, 3 charms in the main is huge, especially against Lucian. I mean, as the Lucian player, you play out your Lucian, you think it's fine. No, they're going to move in a unit. They're going to charm it over, and you are not great. But Amy, we are ready for round number 1. We're going to be jumping into the game here. Lucian versus Aurelia. RQ Lille, round number 1.
I wonder which battlefields are going to get chosen out of those 3. Let's have a look what we've got. We've got Forge of the Fluffed and Targon's Peak.
Yes, this is a very, very good battlefield for Lucian, especially they are running the expensive equipment. A lot of those expensive equipment and expensive to equip costs there. So that Forge of the Fluff, if you can control that Forge of the Fluff, you can all of a sudden start to actually equip those equipment for free, which is really great.
Yeah, I mean, just giving yourself all of the power when it comes to equipment, because that's where the big combos come in with this deck, is being able to equip multiple equipments and really kind of take that jump into the driver's seat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this matchup in general, the way that I've seen it play out is both of these decks are really good at doing the same thing. They both want to conquer 2 battlefields and then get off of those battlefields. You do not want to engage in combat really against either of those decks. They both have a lot of combat tricks. I mean, that's Aurelia's bread and butter right there. So they're both doing that. So what is hard to do as those decks sometimes is get back into the game if you fall behind. Well, Lucian has the ability to score 2 points with a single conquer with that combo. That is Lucian's signature, not literally signature, but the signature gameplay. And with that signature spell, Relentless Pursuit, you can even conquer 4 points in a single turn, which is quite crazy.
It's bonkers, and that's exactly what they're going to be ramping up towards. But jumping right into our round 1 here in Lille. Adib heading on with just one singular Lonely Porro to start us off. And of course, our trusted stack deck, one of the most powerful cards for being able to not only see more of your deck, but get information and cherry pick that perfect hand.
Yeah, and we see a very standard play on the side of Lucian. Play out that Doran's Blade, and guess what? You've always got that Lucian in your chosen champ zone if you want. He's got Weapon Master. He's going to come down. He's going to immediately become equipped with that Doran's Blade and then Master Turn. And this is great. And a lot of times, the Lucian will come out without an equipment out, and against a deck like Aurelia, you can really get punished by charms here. Now, it's going to be a lot harder to punish this Lucian now that he's 5 base, and then when he's attacking, he's actually 6 because of the assault from the legend there. Lonely Porro going to come in, conquer that Targon's Peak, which is really, really scary as Aurelia, because now they can use their resources here, and they're going to have 2 up no matter what at the end of this turn.
Yeah, and you don't really want to be giving that to Aurelia. It's a great battlefield to be able to utilize, because you can spend all your power now. You don't have to worry about that energy. You can just get that sorted for later. Now Aurelia's going for a little bit of ramp with Find Your Center, which will allow us to channel runes exhausted and draw cards. A fantastic early game card, but unfortunately doesn't leave a lot more for us to go with this turn.
Yeah, I do like the call out here from Aurelia. They're saying, hey, a lot of times you have 5 energy. Let's play that Chosen Champion, Aurelia. Well, it can be very scary against Lucian because they've got cards like Challenge that can hit the Aurelia in the backline. And if your Aurelia gets challenged, if you exhaust all of your runes for an Aurelia and it gets challenged, you are
Here
done.
comes
So.
the first sabotage.
There it is.
We're going to get to look at our opponent's hand and pluck a card out. Ooh, going for the hard bargain.
Yeah, well, we got a card out. It just was not maybe the one that Lucian wanted to choose, but that's okay. Still got a card there. We're going to go in and attack this Lonely Poro. And the sad Poro does, in fact, die there, but you get to draw a card for their sorrow.
And that's the first point scored for Janik as we continue, of course, bringing Lucian back into base. You very well assessed that that's where Lucian's safest. And both of these decks are actually decks that do that incredibly well.
Yep.
Bringing back to base, protecting their units, making sure that they're staying strong, and then jumping in and out of battlefields in order to score points, which is where I think this Charm version of Aurelia is going to possibly take Janik by surprise by being the aggressor.
Absolutely, and we saw the Kai'Sa could have actually been accelerated there and gotten that second point, but that Aurelia in the champ zone does not matter. It can come from nowhere, and with Aurelia Blade Dancer, you're able to effectively accelerate any one of your units, and that's just going to leave the Kai'Sa sitting as a sitting duck, which is not where you want to be.
Here comes the gear on Adib's side. We've got, of course, our Boots of Swiftness and our Guardian Angel, but nothing to equip them to yet.
Yeah, we're playing very cautious here. As we can see, I got a peek of the hand a little bit. I didn't see a lot of units there, so Adib here is setting up, building up to, like you said, protect that princess. So when the time is right, we're going to see that Aurelia come out, and it's going to be a matter of how far behind are they and how much damage can they do on the backswing to this Lucian.
So true. Over again to Janik's turn, and now it's whether we want to take both battlefields or not. Going in with the Kai'Sa, seeing for a response. Adib does have 3 active energy that could be utilized. Just taking a few notes. I love that the players are taking every moment to themselves to be able to check what the optimum moves are. Oh, now that is such a special card in this deck.
Yep, that's the Skyfall of Arian, which is half of the combo. It turns your hold effects into conquer effects and vice versa. And when paired with the Trinity Force Switch, by the way, there it is. Wombo combo, there it is. We're going to be equipping that to Lucian, and that is going to score not 1, but 2 points here for the Lucian. And guess what? That's going to trigger Targon's Peak, and
as well,
Lucian's going to be able to get out of there.
Oh my gosh, Lucian jumping in, scoring 2 points, and then readying to be able to jump back into the base. And that's exactly what this deck's trying to do. Jump in and out, shake it all about, score 2 points, and be as safe as possible. Can Adib do anything to combat this flurry of points happening on the other side of the board?
It's going to have to happen now because, like I said, we're already threatening to score 3 points next turn, which would put us to 7. If we have something like a Relentless Pursuit, we may even be able to win on Adib's next turn. So Adib does not have the luxury of time anymore. The time is now, and we're going to need to really start to accelerate this game for Adib, or else it's going to end, and we're going to go to a game number 2.
It's got to happen now. Aurelia had to come out to play. Will Adib have enough resources, enough combat tricks to be able to stop Janik from just, well, doing just that, jumping in and out, getting all of those points? We're going to draw some more cards. Of course, we are able to attach these equipment and just boost Aurelia up, which is exactly what we want to do. But I think here really poses a difficult question of, do you target down the Kai'Sa, or do you just try and take Targon's Peak to be able to not only further your own advantage, but kind of prevent your opponent from being able to respond.
Yeah, this is a moment here where I really like this play. This maybe is a bit soft to a card like Punch First, but Adam is not in a position to play around a lot of cards.
That's true.
Adam is in the position to say, if you've got Punch First and I don't have an answer for it, all right, let's go to game 2. I'm not going to change that. Me saying that you don't have Punch First, it doesn't exist, it can't hurt me, is not going to help him here. So say, hey, you know what? It can't hurt me. If you have it, let's go game 2. If not, I'm going to at least put myself in a position to try to win here.
That's so true, but it was a difficult decision, I feel. Like, going for that Kai'Sa, knowing that there are 2 energy on the other side ready to go, that Punch First looming, and so being able to actually now take that battlefield, taking that forward to the Fluff, huge turn for Adib. The potential for a comeback is in sight.
And now Adib is deciding, are they going to equip the Boots of Swiftness here?
Yeah, they are.
They absolutely are. And the question is, are we going to ready the Aurelia? It looks like we are even going to ready the Aurelia. We're going to be spending our power here. We're going to ready the Aurelia and then be able to gank over to that Targon's Peak. We're getting back into the game in terms of points here. We're going to get that Targon's Peak proc.
Yep, there we go.
Yep, and then we're going to go into the next turn and hopefully have some resources to defend here.
And that's what it's all about now. Now that Aurelia's out and about, we need to keep her super safe. And that's kind of what Lucian wants to do as well. So both are going to be hard at it, trying to make sure that their unit is the one that comes out on top. And I think that defines this matchup.
Absolutely. These are both relatively unit-light decks. As we can see, the Aurelia has nothing else here. If that Aurelia goes down, that is it for Adib right now. I believe there may be another unit or 2 in the Lucian's hand, but as it stands right now, only the Lucian on the board. It is, of course, threatening to score 2 points per conquer, and I see a Gem Jammer, which is... Oh, and there's a Sabotage.
Oh, yeah, that's going to hit hard unless...
Is the coast clear?
Defy.
Not going to know yet. Not quite going to know yet.
Hand knowledge is such a ginormous advantage when you're coming up with a situation exactly like this, where you don't know whether it's safe for you to move in on the Targon's Peak, whether it's worth challenging that Aurelia, because that would kind of sum up the game for Janik. That would be colossally saying, I am in the leading position here. However, there are some fantastic cards in hand. We do have the ability to score multiple points here, and so it's all about those risks versus rewards at this stage.
Yeah, and Adib can have the read that there's not likely a Punch First in hand. It would have almost certainly came out last turn, so they know that that is a bit of a safe line there. Again, they don't really have the ability to play around too much, but Yana can actually go for the win here, and I think that's what they're trying to decide. How big does this Lucian need to be to actually try to win? Are they going to try to engage this Aurelia in combat, which is... As someone who's tried to do it many times, it is not always a winning proposition.
No, it's not an easy feat. And look at those cards in hand. We've got Discipline. We've got to Ride the Wind as well. So, you know, Adib does have 3 cards in hand, 4 standing runes. That's scary when you're looking down at an Aurelia deck. You know that they've got so much flexibility within that. Do you have enough resources if you're Janik right now to pull a win forward? And that's exactly what Lucian's always trying to do, is use these tricks to get extra points, push themselves forward, and not allow their opponent the opportunity to respond with gaining points of their own.
Yeah, and we see here, we see Janik going in and attacking. Lucian is a 11 might right now, which is quite big, as you can imagine.
That's more than one, you know.
It's 2 ones stood up next to each other, which gets much, much bigger. And now Adib has to decide, are they going to try to ride the wind? Looks like not, so that's going to be 2 more points for Lucian here. It's going to ready the Lucian, and now they have to decide, are they going to try to go for the win here? The Gem Jammer would be able to give the Lucian ganking, which would allow them to attack over.
Here comes
like
the extra Trinity Force.
Yep.
And we're just going to attach that. We'll get to ready the Lucian, and we're going to go back to base. We're playing it safe, and I like this, especially for a game 1 of potentially 3. Playing it safe, knowing that you're so far ahead at this stage. 6 is a lot more than 3, I can tell you that for math. And it's really going to be putting Janik in the driver's seat, and Adib is really going to struggle to kind of challenge that Lucian at all.
Yes. One thing about Aurelia, it does not do a great job of defending, especially defending 2 battlefields. And normally, you know, you can set up a game state where you have a gigantic Aurelia. Even if your opponent is trying to hold onto the battlefield, you can usually move the Aurelia and get it big enough to contest. Well, Lucian gets to circumvent that. They can conquer 1 battlefield at this point, and it's going to be 3 points. And yes, in fact, that can be the winning point.
It will be if they don't find a way to deal with this Lucian, or to at least put a couple of units into a battlefield. But it's not looking likely at this point. We've got at least 1 unit in hand there from that stack deck, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Not only will we need to ready that unit, move it into Targon's Peak, but then I don't know if we're going to have enough energy remaining to be able to use combat tricks to deal with this Lucian.
I don't know. I may have misseen a card. I can't. Is that? No, it's Ride the Wind. I thought it might be Rebuke, which could have actually been a charm into Rebuke the Lucian. Could actually get added back in this game, but that is not the case. It is going to have to be a Ride the Wind to try to catch the Lucian on the Lucian's attack with all of those equipment. It's not an easy thing to do, but it is something that may need to happen in order to prevent this win from happening.
2 equipment to 5. When we're looking at heavy equipment decks that rely on it to buff your units, to have those extra power notions to overwhelm the opponent, it really does go to show how much of a back foot Adib is on right now.
We're cashing in the discipline now. Certainly must be looking for something here, or trying to get the Aurelia big enough to try to contest this Lucian and maybe be able to charm it in.
I feel like that was a charm, but it's not quite enough on its own.
Oh, I think it's 2 charms. Oh, that is it. The first charm may be necessary. The second charm is not one that you are looking to have here. We are going to Ride the Wind, the Aurelia here.
We'll get the
We're going to send it back over and ready.
We can't leave. We can't leave a battlefield. That's the thing. We just got to keep making Aurelia as big as possible.
Yes. Okay. I see the vision here.
Yeah.
I see the vision. We are making Aurelia as big as possible, and we are taking the fight now. We might as well try to take the fight on Lucian when they don't have a lot of resources up here. But is it enough? They calculate the assault on Lucian. That is a very familiar sign I've seen as a Lucian player, which is turning my legend around for them to see. It gives assault to every piece of equipment, which means that's an additional +1, and that looks like, in fact, Lucian is 18.
18. Oh my goodness gracious. An extra assault per equipment.
Yeah.
That is just phenomenal, and Aurelia, I don't think is going to be able to get big enough, and there it is! We take it away with Janix Lucian taking game 1 of our round 1 here in Lille.
Like I've been saying this whole time, Lucian's a great deck, fantastic deck. I mean, we saw it play out exactly how you draw it up when you are playing Lucian. You want to get some early board presence. You're getting either ahead naturally, or get that combo to get ahead on the points there. So really well played by the Lucian player. And I mean, a really valiant effort on the side of Aurelia as well. I mean, had the vision in mind there, just didn't, it was not in the cards there. We are seeing the sideboard here for Janet coming in. We get some Ferris Forerunners, Unyielding Spirits. We got Piercing Lights and Akshan. Akshan particularly devastating against Aurelia when you can steal that Guardian Angel. Yeah,
that's really not what you want to be happening when you're Aurelia. So I think that's quite impactful right now. I think they might just be wiggling their way into the deck, and having a few extra units that have kind of okay power levels are also really helpful against Aurelia. What in this lineup for Adib feels like is going to be a troublesome card for Lucian?
Yeah, I can see the Factory Recall, which is a great card. If you are going all in on the combo or expecting to have one of your equipments win this combat for you as Lucian, well, Factory Recall is an action speed card that can actually target those equipment for that combat, which is a lot of times good enough. If you can kill a Lucian with a Factory Recall, that is fantastic as the Aurelia. I mean, the Gust is okay. We saw more Rebukes. There's not really too much that Lucian can do against Rebuke. It is almost a hard counter to what they are doing in a lot of the cases here. So I think that sideboard-wise, Aurelia gets a lot more in against Lucian than vice versa.
I tell you what, I'm actually really surprised at how that game 1 went down. I think we're going to see a very different game 2. Adam's deck is actually very well teched for Lucian. There's got so many tips and tricks that you don't expect when going into Aurelia. That actually, we didn't see a lot of those either. And that's the great thing about how short that game was. It actually does give Adib a little bit of an advantage. When you're thinking about, Janik doesn't know what cards are in Adib's deck, and that is still the case because they didn't show too much. They didn't unnecessarily play cards, which then reveals to your opponent your possible strategy into their deck. So actually, not only having cards in the sideboard that your opponent's going to not be expecting, but also not revealing too much during game 1 could be huge for a comeback and making that extra push to pull ahead.
Yeah, I mean, seeing 1 charm in the main, not uncommon. I mean, it may not be in the... You could see a deck with 1 charm in Aurelia. You wouldn't bat an eye at it. 3 charms, though, you're not necessarily expecting that, and that's what we see here. And it is, like you said, quite good against Lucian. We're going to have a lot more tricks there against the Lucian. Lucian does get to bring in a little bit there. They have the, as we saw, sabotages in the main, which are quite good. That hand knowledge, just so strong against Aurelia specifically. If you can... I mean, it's not easy to do the math, but if you could see the math laid out, you at least have the opportunity to do the math there. And it makes these attacks a lot more smooth as the Lucian player.
And knowing what the risks are. And you've got that risk versus reward when you're playing Lucian. When do I push forward? Do they have any gear removal? How do I make sure that I am keeping this Lucian with all this lovely gear attached in play? And if you know what's in their hand, you know exactly what could come your way. And so if you go ahead and just have a cheeky peek, then it's all going to be okay. But as we saw in that game, the opponent was not letting that happen. Not even once was a single card looked at. Instead, it was, no, I really don't want you to see that. And it really shows why it's such a powerful resource in this game is hand knowledge. If your opponent is going, no, I'm going to spend this resource instead to stop you from doing that, you know it's strong.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, having the, that's really the power of Aurelia. Not just having all of those pump spells, but your opponent not knowing what you do and don't have. And even cards like Discipline, it's like you can have 1 card in hand. I'll play Discipline, draw a card. Oh, I drew another Discipline. There's another buff. You're definitely not playing around that. You say, oh, it's maybe a +3 or maybe a, +5 if it is the signature spell from Aurelia. Well, you're not necessarily playing around, play a card, draw a card, get another pump spell, and lather, rinse, repeat. You're not necessarily doing that. So very powerful game plan from Aurelia. We saw the Forge of the Fluff game on Lucian is very strong for the Lucian. I mean, we saw what was it, 5 equipment?
5,
and almost all of them were played for free. They were equipped for free. If you imagine that game with 5 fewer runes in play. Well, 5 fewer runes in play because that's what Forge of the Fluff is reducing. That game looks a lot different.
Very much so. And you have less advantage when it comes to making those swings in combat as well. You don't have the energy left over to use something like Punch First if you're constantly having to put runes to the bottom of the deck.
And we see Sunken Temple on the side of Lucian, which is a great card for Lucian. The problem is it's also a great card for Aurelia, and we see it actually line up here. The double Sunken game.
The table is sunken as we bring ourselves into game 2.
Here we go. I'm imagining we are likely going to see Aurelia on the play here, going first. Let's start it up.
Going to be drawing lots of cards this game for both sides, and hopefully that will help them piece together these really strong combos. Will Adam be able to finally stop Janik in his tracks? Starting off with a stacked deck, much like game 1, and being able to gain that knowledge. It looks like we've got a Stellarcorn Herder. I think, I couldn't see what the other cards were.
I saw just a sliver, but I think it may have been Rebuke and Guardian Angel. It looks like they are taking the Rebuke, as we said before. It is really a hard card for Lucian to deal with if they are behind or even just at parity, but this is a bread and butter play for Lucian. I see 3 runes, I play my Lucian.
3 runes, Lucian's here. ready to play, and also staring down at nothing from your opponent means that you have potential free reign next turn to just kind of do exactly that and jump around between the battlefields, gaining points. You know nothing in particular is coming your way.
Yeah, but we see a very scary unit. That is Stellacorn Herder. And, you know, Lucian's a powerful card, powerful deck. He fears no man, but that thing is terrifying. Let me tell you, Aurelia, scary on her own. When Aurelia has more cards in her hand than deck, that is not a winning proposition for almost any deck.
No, that is a spell for disaster, quite frankly. So Stellacorn Herder being out this early is fantastic, being able to wiggle around the battlefields, gaining cards as we fly between them, and that is just exactly what Aurelia wants to be seeing, is more cards, more tricks, and, you know, planting that fear into your opponent as well of, oh my gosh, they've got a giant hand, they surely have everything they need. Of course, here we go with that first Lucian play, 1 equipment so far, an extra 2 might.
Yeah, and really heads-up play here from Janek. You know, normally you're not getting into combat with anything. Why are you equipping here? Well, that Sunken Temple is very important. Lucian, a lot of times, has trouble drawing cards, and when you can turn 1 rune into a card, at least at this point in the game, you're definitely going to want to do that.
Yeah, the unit must be mighty to be able to draw those cards, and on his own without any equipment, Lucian is not mighty, but 1 piece of equipment just booting that might up did the trick.
Absolutely. We saw a few other pieces of equipment in Janek's hand, but getting that first point is going to be great. But it's not necessarily who gets the first point, it's who gets to that even break point. It's 2, 4, 6, 8 for the winning point in Riftbound. That first point is almost exactly the same as the second point in this case.
Here we go, Stellacorn Herder back on it, jumping into our first Sunken Temple. And not only that, we're going to draw a card, but our Boots of Swiftness also allow us to have ganking for later, and again, make it a lot stronger.
Yep, we're going to draw a card for moving. We are mighty, so we can pay an energy to draw another card if we'd like.
More cards, more good as far as Aurelia is concerned. That hand is already looking marvelous, and I can see a little bit of gear removal in there as well. Probably wanting to save that, hold on to it until the pivotal moment.
Yeah, I do see the Factory Recall. You're certainly going to want to play that in a position where it is going to impact combat quite a bit. I do see a couple of charms as well. Find your center, discipline. So a lot of resources on the side of Aurelia here to interact. It's just a matter of what are we going to do, when are we going to do it, and how is it going to line up. And it looks like we are leaving the Stellacorn Herder stranded here. So looks like Adam is going to be playing defense onto this turn, but you don't necessarily need to cash in those defensive spells because it is scary to try to attack an Aurelia.
It really is, and you've got to make sure that you've got your wits about you. Now, looking at Janek's hand, we do have a lot of pump spells. We do have plenty going on, but at the moment, it's better just to play it safe and just have that Lucian go into Sunken Temple, score a point, jump back out, and just play all of your cards when they are needed to be played. I think there's a lot to be said for pretty much any trading card game when it can be tempting to play all of your cards and be like, oh, these are amazing, but actually holding those resources back for when they're most needed can be so advantageous. And here comes our Akshan.
Oh, yes. We're going to steal a Boots of Swiftness.
Oh, stealing the booties right off the Stellacorn.
Yeah, you wanted Stellacorn to move from battlefield to battlefield. No, thank you.
No. Not so swift looking now.
We do see the not so fast, which can actually counter the ability that targets a gear here. So Akshan, you don't counter the Akshan. There's still a 4 might body.
Yep, he's still there.
But at least the boots get to stay on the Stellacorn here, which is very important in order for Adam to continue.
Not only that, but an adorable image of little booties on this Stellacorn Herder.
True. Yes, just floating around from battlefield to battlefield, minding their own business, being a menace to society. Classic.
Exactly that. Drawing cards as it should. And there's our first glide over to the, wait a minute, Sunken Temple.
Yes. I feel like I've been here before.
This feels so familiar. And there we go for drawing 2 cards. We did go ahead and use that extra energy to grab an extra Astra looking very flush in cards and options here now. But when is it going to be time to go aggressive? And that's what I really like about this build. Here we go! Is that you can get aggressive. You can force your opponent into unfavorable positions.
Yeah, and really good call out from Adam here. They see, oh, there's one energy up. Oh, I'm afraid of punch first. Well, if you take a look underneath Jannik's hands, there's only one body rune. So punch first is a no-no.
It is a
right now.
No-go indeed. We're not able to punch first. And that is why it was an opportune moment to be able to just drag Akshan forward towards our Stellacorn, going for an on guard.
Yep, and this is scary as well because is there another...
I think there's another charm.
I was going to say there's another charm. And the beauty, you saw that there wasn't the punch first before. Now you know the coast is clear. Let's take out that Lucian.
Oh, that is huge. Such a pivotal turning point for this game. Of course, the Doran's Blade stays in play, but now Jannik has no units in play. Can't play that Chosen Champion. Of course, Adam still has the opportunity later in the game to play our Aurelia, bring that Stellacorn herder back to base. It's safe and sound as it's been. It's put in so much work this turn. Deserves a rest.
Yeah. There's a reason I fear that card, and we are seeing it in action right now. Adam is a full grip of cards in hand. They are currently ahead. They've got board presence. We did not see much left in the hand of Lucian here in terms of units. I think there may be a first mate, which in this case is just going to be a 3 might unit, which is... It's okay. I mean, it's great in some cases, but not really here. We also do see the Bryn here, but if you're just playing the Bryn here for the body, that is not where you want to be.
No, not at all. That's not using the cards optimally as we want.
Right.
We want to be getting full value out of every single card we play, and that's just not bringing it home.
Yep, and we're seeing a Bone Shiver played here. There's the first mate as the 3 might body. Just needs something to carry these equipment, but that passes the turn over back to Aurelia, back to Stellacorn Herder. We're going to be seeing a ton of cards drawn here. We're going ahead on point tempo. Once we get to that 4th point here, first player to 4 goes ahead on the point tempo. And like we mentioned at the start of this match, when you're ahead, both of these decks are really good at getting ahead and staying ahead. But once you fall behind, that is really tough to get back.
So difficult, and that's exactly what it's all about. You just want to stay at pace almost. When you see a chink in the armor from your opponent, go aggressive, stay ahead, and then they just don't have the opportunity to pull back. And that's exactly what we're trying to do here. But by kind of seeing the chink in the armor, we saw that there wasn't the potential for a punch first from Jannik. Knowing that wasn't a possibility, Adam was able to go aggressive with this really intuitive version of Aurelia with the charms. Just bringing all of the charm to the table with 3 total in the deck. And now it's time to get rid of that Bone Shiver, go back to the hand. You're going to have to use all of those runes to play it again. Factory Recall coming into its own here. Fantastic card. I think it's underutilized in this meta. I'm going to say it.
I mean, as the Lucian player, I say, no, people are playing it too much. Play it less, in fact, specifically against me. But no, you are 100% right. It is a very effective card. And here, we're seeing it just as a tempo play. We're saying, I'm going to spend 1 energy. I'm going to make you spend 3 more energy on top of the 3 that you already spent. And that's just to get you back where you already were.
And that's exactly what we want to be doing. We're playing Aurelia, we're playing Chaos. That's part of what Chaos does, is making it really awkward for your opponent to do what they want to do, make that energy cost really uncomfortable, and push them into the back seat where they don't belong.
Yep, and we're seeing a great usage of Ride the Wind here. Ride the Wind effectively reads, draw until you're fine. If you don't want any more cards, that's fine. Just take as many as you want with Ride the Wind on Stellacorn Herder and double Sunken Temple.
Double Sunken Temple, just icing on the cake.
Yeah, we have the might trackers on the bottom of the screen here, which is really great innovation for this event. But can we get a hand tracker just over on top of their head here? I think we're gonna run out of space very quickly if we keep watching Aurelias that are playing Stellacorn Herders.
They're just gonna have these concertina hands that keep getting bigger and smaller and bigger and smaller. They're gonna be playing a tune on that ever so soon. Okay, we're having to manually equip
Oh, no, we're
not.
Relentless Pursuit.
Ooh.
Relentless Pursuit is a way to effectively give Accelerate here. We're going to equip the Bone Shiver for no additional cost here. That is part of the Relentless Pursuit that's going to allow the first mate to conquer. It will also allow them, when they conquer, to move back to a battlefield this turn. So really great in this case. The first mate can move to the Sunken Temple, conquer. That's going to proc the Bone Shiver. It will then, because of Relentless Pursuit's ability, move back automatically without exhausting, be able to then exhaust to move in and conquer the other one. But
no.
That's too much text. Too long, didn't read.
One of the best feelings as a TCG player is when your opponent has to pick up your card and read it, because you know they haven't seen it before.
Right.
They haven't played against its power, and it was too fearful. We were like, no, I'm going to have to defy that.
Yep. And here we go. We're seeing exactly what we talked about here. The double conquer. We're seeing the Bone Shiver proc here that is going to help there. And yeah, we saw Janik maybe not make the mistake, but was punished last game from not having their unit in base be big enough. They've already seen 2 charms. We're not getting hit by a third one here.
Surely not, but it could happen.
It could, and it does not matter how big that first mate is. It's not big enough is the answer.
Yeah, Aurelia's going to draw a load of cards all over again with the extra choices from those Sunken Temple as well, helping them out. Choosing your battlefield for each game, 1, 2, and potentially 3, is such an important skill. And Adib really had the advantage here going in, knowing they had their own Sunken Temple. And then Janik just kind of accidentally fed into that, thinking, well, I need more cards. But actually, Adib's now in a much more prevalent position. You've accidentally given your opponent a slightly larger advantage.
Yeah, this is very much a the rich get richer type of game. If whichever player gets off to a strong start is likely going to continue on to an even stronger one. But we see here, Bryn here, which means Adib is now going to have to play their pump spells now and try to guess how big is this first mate going to be, because if they don't play spells now, that's it for the rest of the turn. No more spells can be played. That's what Bryn here says. So Adib said not going to play anything. We're just going to attack in. And is the corner being turned here?
It could be preventing your opponent from playing cards from their hand. You can't ask for much better for a trading card game.
Yeah.
Let's be real. Taking down the Stellarcorn Herder, and now all we can really do is kind of sit and watch. We can't play any cards. So unfortunately, that first mate does just pull ahead, and this can be the pivotal turning point. This can be the comeback. Just putting your opponent enough on the back foot, and we're not too far away points-wise to keep going now, keep pace, and just take the win that way.
Yeah, the question here for Adib is, are they going to be able to present the Conquer on 2 battlefields? Because they're at 6 here. They are potentially threatening to win, but I don't know if they have enough energy to play the Aurelia, ready her, and then also be able to take both battlefields. I'm not sure. They certainly have the cards in hand. I just don't know if they have the energy.
I think that's exactly it. You kind of have the ability to make Aurelia big enough, but do we have enough resources to make that happen realistically? My gut says no, but I'm not out here playing. We've got Adib to thank for that. So hopefully he'll be able to piece a miraculous turn together. Otherwise, Janik really is in the driver's seat.
Yeah. Good news, bad news for Adib here. The good news is that Janik is at 5, which is notably not 6, which means theoretically, in a normal game of Riftbound with non-Lucian decks, they're not threatening to win next turn. But it is Lucian. So if we see the combo come out, then all of a sudden it could be over, and that could actually be the end of the game in favor of Lucian.
Looking like we're going to try and put the advantage back in our court by channeling an extra rune and then also drawing a card with Find Your Center. But I think it might be a turn too late to be channeling that extra rune, because really we need to be putting the pressure on Janik now in case of that rather scary combo that we saw last game.
Yeah, I believe that the 3 equipment are Bone Shiver and 2 Doran's Blades. I'm not 100% sure, but it is not necessarily going for 2 points on the hold here, but if they are able to assemble that combo, they can get a surprise win out of nowhere.
And that's exactly it. That's why Lucian's so strong. I really believe that this deck has been almost slept on for too long. I can see why you've been a believer from the beginning. I see now the mistake of my ways. But first, Mate is out of there. Rebuke comes down and says, no, I need to take this game. I am taking this back by force. Put that back where it came from.
Yeah, get the first mate out now. We're going to prevent the hold point. We're going to slow the game down for Janek as well. But the problem is, what is Adam actually going to be able to put down in terms of pressure as well? Because they also need to be threatening to win the game next turn, likely because, yeah, Lucian might not win the game right now, but they're certainly going to be winning the game if they get another turn.
Oh, yeah, you can't let them have that realistically. This is now or never. You've got to put as much pressure as humanly possible on. We've got our little Poro standing strong, but is it going to be enough? We're running really low on active runes by the looks of things. It might just not be enough. Brynhir's already there, going to be readying at the... Oh, no, here we go. Yep, we're passing over.
Yes, the good news for Adam is that we don't see either piece of the combo in play right now. So, and at this point, it would need to be the combo plus a third Relentless Pursuit, which I don't even know if there's enough energy to do. So I think we're not likely winning on this turn. So then it's going to be the question of, can Adam present the win the turn after? And it's going to be harder with one fewer card in hand.
Do we have anything to... Oh, we don't! This time we get the full effect of Sabotage, being able to choose a non-unit card and recycle it. That means to pop it to the bottom of Adiv's deck. We're not going to be seeing that anytime soon.
No, but this is also a matter of which one of these six pump spells do you want to take? Or do you want to take Ride the Wind? Or are you taking a gear that I already have in play?
Yeah, I like this choice, getting rid of the Defiant Dance to make sure that we're keeping on par. We know that we're going to be putting some big units into play, and that is a really big turning point for Aurelia, having that signature spell.
Yeah, it is the biggest might swing that you can really present. And there's half of the combo. That is scary all of a sudden.
It's going on.
Yep. Well, we're seeing the Bone Shiver equipped first here. Well, I think we might be suiting up here.
Ooh, suiting and booting, ready to go. We've got the Trinity Force. Oh, it's getting scary. Still plenty to go, but we don't have the other part of our winning combo yet. But we might be able, now that we're mighty, we might be able to go ahead and draw some more cards with the Sunken Temple.
Yep. We don't have the Skyfall, so we're not going to score 2 points on Conquer, but we would score 2 points on Hold. That's just what Trinity Force does as a base cost.
Trinity Force is one of the most fantastic effects on a gear, in my opinion. When I first read that card, being able to duplicate other effects, I was like, oh, the potential.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the future potential of that card is infinite.
Yeah, Skyfall is just one of those cards that every time a new Hold or Conquer effect comes out, you gotta look, what happens if I make that a Hold effect, or vice versa? Like, how does the game change? I mean, even having it on a Kai'Sa and having the Kai'Sa Hold and drawing an extra card is just good enough a lot of the time.
Yeah, that's crazy. Isn't that what Draven was good for? You know,
right? Yeah.
Drawing. We saw through Draven. Draw more cards is good.
Yeah. Cards in hand go up, win rate go up. It's very simple. But Riftbound easy game confirmed, but obviously not, as we see here. Looks like the judges are making a slight correction to the game state, but I think all is well in regards to where we are, and that is going to be the Brynhir coming in, going for the Sunken Temple.
We're going to choose to draw...
We're
channeling a rune.
From the Bone Shiver.
Yeah, are we going to choose to draw a card? Or are we just going to, again, take it slow? This isn't a race that needs to be won right now.
Yep. We are seeing a 1-1, and that is a challenge saying, you know what? Let's get that Poro out of here. Yeah, you're going to draw a card, but that is one fewer unit in play. That's going to be more resources you're going to need to spend to try to contest me next turn.
At this point, Janik being able to get a hold point here even, again, just puts them in a winning position for next turn. Going up to 7 would be easy peasy.
Here's the thing. If Janik gets a hold point this turn, that's going to be game because Trinity Force will give you the second hold point.
That is so true. Yeah, wait.
So if Janik holds here, it is over, and we are seeing the Brynn here get suited up all the way to 11 right now, and let's pass it.
There wasn't a Poro in sight for Adib. We don't have any units in play. Not only would we need to ready something, we'd also need to send it into quite the scary combat. Unless we can push the Brynn here back out of the base somehow, this could be a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, in the previous meta, you may have had some more outs with a card like Fight or Flight. Well, that has flighted away, not legal in the format right now, which means Janik is going to have to go for glory here, going to start off by playing the Aurelia, equipping, readying it with the Aurelia Blade Dancer, and then going from there. How much might can we get from this Aurelia?
We got to go all in. We got to go all in. We got to get as much as we can onto this Aurelia. We don't have that many runes right now that are available to use for that energy. We've got some on guard. That's going to be able to pump us up a little bit more, so we'll be able to kind of slowly creep towards that total, but that Brynn here is massive.
Yes, the Brynn here is 11. The Aurelia currently going up here, up to 9.
Okay,
we're going to be able to get to 11, I think, relatively easily, but the question is, can we get above a punch first? I believe we've seen a punch first in Janik's hand from the beginning. Is there enough to push over?
Because we can on guard, and that's another 1 spent. But then we do need...
There it is.
We have the Defy in hand, I think.
Yeah,
yes,
but the beauty of Punch First is it costs 2 power, so you can't actually defy it. It's one of those why oh whys. You know, you don't want to pay the 2 power, but sometimes you get it. We see here again, can't be defied. It costs 2 power. Janik was thinking the same thing.
It's too much, and it's such a simple kind of. Not mistake to make as such, but it's a simple kind of notion where you think, oh, I've got the Defy, it's fine. And then you go, oh, wait, no, Punch First is too big, but...
Yes, Discipline able to come over. Still had all these pump spells for Adib there. And guess what, Amy? We're going to a game number 3.
Both of these decks work in such similar ways, but Adib was able to just make that Aurelia big enough to take down Brynn here. A fantastic play regardless, and both players have been, you know, playing exceptionally well considering these decks similar in nature. Very different archetypes, but actually when you boil it down, they both want to achieve the same thing.
It is crazy how different but also similar the decks are.
It is, yeah, it really is.
As we see here, again, taking a look at the sidebar, we saw the Akshans come in. I don't imagine that much else is coming in. You could make an argument for Piercing Light, but a lot of times you're not going to really be able to take anything out that is relevant with Piercing Light. There's so many combat tricks for Aurelia at reaction speed that you can react with, and that's costing you a lot of power to play that Piercing Light repeated. And again, on the side of Adib, we saw the Not So Fast come in and be relevant. We saw the Defy there. Wasn't relevant in that case, but we've seen it in other games as well. Factory Recall also, again, slowing down the tempo of what the Lucian is doing. And of course, Rebuke is a very, very strong card.
And will it make a difference? Now that Janik knows what tricks are up Adib's sleeve, we saw pretty much all of them in that game, so now we know what the potential is. Will it change the way that Janik plays?
Yeah, it is possible. I mean, having the confirmation that certain cards exist just allows you to keep them in mind and maybe mix up your play ever so slightly so that you can make it a little bit more awkward for your opponent. And really, these little things, especially in these game 3s, it's a long day. You need to be playing tight from the very beginning, and we'll see which of these players can take it away.
Just goes to show that if you do get that early lead with a deck like this, that can really spell out the rest of the game. You kind of really, we saw the struggle and the tussle back and forth there, but that Stellarcorn Herder at the beginning, just being able to draw cards again and again, really did bolster Aurelia's position.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, That was the lucky part there. Well, not lucky, but it was the very strong part about Stellacorn Herder. Just fill up that hand, and yes, there was a pivotal turn for Lucian. They were able to take out that Stellacorn Herder with the Brynn here, saying, nope, can't play spells this turn. Got to take it out, but I'm still good. I'm still okay. I've got enough resources here. I'll be all right.
Be all right. That's what it's all about. Don't panic. It's okay.
Yeah.
You'll have enough. And both decks being able to ready units as well also
Right.
gives them that really fearsome notion of, oh gosh, they can just come at me at any time. They do have that flexibility. And we're seeing the battlefields for our Game 3, Zorn Warrens and Rockfall Path.
Yeah, Zorn Warrens is a great one for, honestly, both players, but Lucian especially, if you're looking for those specific cards, if you're looking for a specific piece of the combo, it is great. Rockfall Path is going to slow the game down for Aurelia and is going to allow them to have that breathing room to hope that Lucian is not going to get too far ahead. And if Aurelia is able to get their resources out, play their Aurelia or Stellacorn, protect the princess.
It's important.
It is a really tough game for Lucian to come back from.
And that's exactly it. Whichever one of these competitors manages to get into that really strong position and hold that unit as much as they can, that's going to be the turning point. Now, Janik does have the slight advantage of being able to kind of re-establish units a little bit faster, typically, than Aurelia can. But we've got that fantastic Stellacorn. Oh, no, it's a Poro. It's a Poro. I got it wrong. It's a Lonely Poro, but we saw that game 1, and Lonely Poros can be quite fantastic. They've got a great death knell effect, and they're not too light on the power either.
Yeah, they're perfectly fine units, and at the very least, they're going to be replacing themselves.
Oh, and there's the Stellacorn Herder. I was just anticipating.
Yep, there she is, the Stellacorn Herder, the terror of any opponent. Stellacorn Herder going to be able to draw a ton of cards, but Lucian, made it a turn, did not get charmed, did not get taken out, and is going to be able to start contesting the other side here.
Ooh, gonna go for a gust. Just push Lucian back, keep this Poro, try and get a whole point, I imagine. Ooh.
There we go. We've got our good friend Ruin Runner, which says, hey, all those interactive spells, the gusts, the rebukes, all that? Yeah, can't touch this.
Nah, not at all. Not having that. You know what? You've used one gust. I don't fancy that happening again. Let's bring our Ruin Runner into play and just stop that happening.
Yeah, even a card like Defiant Dance can't even give the minus to the Ruin Runner, so you're able to force your opponent to actually put the minus on one of their own units and not even be able to do much against that Ruin Runner. Very, very strong card to equip up and say, yeah, I'm not really afraid of anything you got.
Going into the Zorn Warrens, using its effect to draw more cards. And that's exactly what Aurelia wants. We want to make this beautiful big hand and try to just further our stance. Moving over with Gust of Wind.
Ride the Wind, yep.
Ride the Wind. Goodness, I was thinking Gust and all sorts. To bring ourselves into Rockfall Path, where our opponent will really struggle to contest it.
Yeah, and just able to move the Stellacorn Herder around, draw more cards. Again, Ride the Wind with Stellacorn Herder basically says, draw as many cards as you need. That's fine.
Go ahead.
Take them. You can have them. But we see a moment potentially of opening here. The Aurelia comes down. No energy on the side of Adab here. If we have cards like Challenge, they can come through here unchallenged from the Aurelia. We can also play our equipment. We can conquer. We can attack here and say, yeah, you've got all these cards in hand. You've got no energy, so I'm not afraid.
Straight on in. No need to worry. 5 power to just a sweet Poro. Do get the Death Knell effect, which is quite advantageous.
Yep. There we have our Trinity Force coming through, and I'm wondering if we're going to see potentially the Relentless Pursuit to move the Ruin Runner over, get another point, be able to equip the Trinity Force for free, and then get the Ruin Runner out of dodge here. Can't be charmed from the back line, unlike other units, and just keeping up on the point tempo as much as they can. And then potentially looking to assemble that combo and get some additional points out of nowhere.
Jumping over to Zorn Warrens and then back to base just to get that extra card draw in. Can't knock it. That's exactly what we want to be doing. And loading up this Ruin Runner with those gear is going to make it so much harder for Adib to deal with it, where it can't be targeted by these effects. So Adib's going to have a lot of cards that are practically useless against it.
Yeah, and I can see another Relentless Pursuit. I can see a First Mate. I mean, both of these cards really good at protecting that Ruin Runner. I'm not sure if we have the Skyfall. I maybe saw it for a second, and that would allow this Ruin Runner to all of a sudden start to get 2 points per conquer, which is going to get them back on track to be ahead in this game.
Stellarcorn Herder doing its thing, jumping straight into Zorn Warrens there, scoring us a point. Now it's a hard consideration of what's next. How are we going to overcome our opponent here? Going for the charm just to... Oh, that was a discard on the charm for the draw.
Yep, can't charm the Ruin Runner anyway, so... And of course...
I think we drew into another charm.
The classic, yeah. Discard a card, I don't need this anymore, draw
I got
the
another
immediate
one.
one. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
But Aurelia moves on in. Rockfall Path is once again taken by Adib, trying to make it difficult for Janik to come back in the points lead, not necessarily on board state, seeing a threat, thinking, oh gosh, but it can only go into one battlefield at a time.
Right, and this is a really interesting hand on the side of Adib. I see some rebukes, I see a lot of cards that would potentially be good against a lot of units that aren't a Ruin Runner.
That's exactly it, Ruin Runner.
So we see
Nightmare.
some units, we see a lot of other stuff, and now Adib has to decide what are they going to leave stranded on a battlefield, what are they going to try to defend on opponent's turn, are they going to try to move anything back, what are we doing here?
Honestly, Ruin Runner is one of those really tricky cards for Aurelia to cope with, and I've seen a lot of people complaining about it, and that's how I know it's good.
Yeah, yeah. The more whinging you hear, the better the card usually is.
Oh, looks like we're going for a big one. Here we go, over to Janik's turn. Adib just has all that energy ready to go. Sabotage time, but I believe we can say a no to that. Or can we not? No, we can't.
Now the information is there. Not only are we getting rid of a card, the information is there, and we see the factory recall. You know what? Ruin Runner can't be targeted, but the equipment equipped to Ruin Runner definitely can. Absolutely, and that's exactly what Janik is saying. Yeah, all these other cards, they are almost blank against me. I don't care.
Fine.
We're gonna take.
Ooh,
oh, okay, no. We're gonna take.
Discipline.
That's fine too. Yeah, it's effectively another card, and it's also a +3 to Aurelia at the very least. As long as we now know that the factory recall is there.
Oh, there's another sabotage.
Okay.
It's
Well,
okay.
we know the factory recall was there.
It was there, but not for long.
No.
Nah, brilliant. Double sabotage. Can't make it up. Couldn't write it. It's perfect, really.
Perfect.
You know your opponent has 2 things you'd rather them not to have in their hand. And not only that, you get the additional information of knowing what's potentially coming, what units are available, and what might be a threat to other units Janik could play down.
Yep. And now the Ruin Runner is a 5, +2 is going to be 7, plus another 2 is going to be 9, plus another 2 from the Assault is going to put Ruin Runner at 11. On the attack.
Here comes that Skyfall.
Yep, the Skyfall is also going to threaten now to get 2 points per conquer. We're going to start with a challenge here on the side of Janik to get rid of that Stellarcorn Herder before any other shenanigans can happen.
Do we have a response if we're Adib contemplating? Okay.
See Defiant Dance happen.
So we're significantly bigger. You mentioned a minute ago, it's one of the largest pump spells we can get in one go. And of course, it is that signature spell. They have phenomenal power for a very good reason.
Yeah, okay, so I believe we're saying the Stellarcorn Herder is dead anyway.
Yeah.
We're going to use this opportunity to play Defiant Dance and actually pump up the Aurelia, because if the Cellcorn Herder is gone, you need the other target for the -2. You can't say, oh, I'm not going to give anything -2. You have to choose something. So I'm going to choose the Cellcorn Herder because there's no other options if that Cellcorn Herder is gone. So let's cash that in now. Really heads-up play on the side of Adib, but we know there's no Defy. We're going in and relentlessly pursuing that Irelia here. It is 11 versus 8. Janik knows there's no more pump spells.
There's nothing coming.
You can ride the wind over. That's fine. But guess what? Relentless Pursuit says, no. I'm coming after you.
No, I'm coming in. You can't stop me. Now, the only thing we could do is to continue to ride the wind, but that's all we can really do.
Yeah.
Just keep running away, and that might just give Janik the momentum we need now to finish up and start to close out this game, because if we're looking at points, Janik is on the back seat, but Adib is going to need the memento to keep on going. I think we're just discussing where the effect can happen, but it absolutely can in this instance.
Yeah, it's one of those weird scenarios where there's pending combats and making sure that all the triggers happen and which one of these resolves first. They did resolve it correctly here. The Lucian initial attack is happening first. We're then going to use the Relentless Pursuit ability to move the Ruin Runner back. And guess what? Relentless Pursuit does not exhaust in any of those moves, so now Janik is going to be able to re-attack if they want into that Irelia.
Just guarding Charm again. Charming is certainly not on the menu right now, so that can go. We'll draw more cards, and again, drawing more cards at this point as well kind of gives you an advantage in that Janik doesn't know your entire hand now.
It is massive. What was that top deck? It could be anything. I mean, this top deck could very easily change this entire combat, but as we see, it doesn't, and Lucian is able to conquer here for another 2 points. That puts them to 6, and if they hold, they win the game.
That's dramatic jump from 2 to 6, jumping ahead, and we're gonna see it all unfold here. Can Adib come back from this? It's not impossible, but it's going to be a tough ride ahead. We're going with another Stellarcorn Herder.
Okay.
But I'm not sure we've got a lot more that we can play this turn without kind of running ourselves really thin on resources to be able to answer what Janik might have next turn.
Yeah.
Guardian Angel's a good start, and we can equip it.
We can equip it, but the question is, are we able to... I mean, if we can score both here, we just win the game.
Yeah.
But there's only 1 energy left.
I don't know if we have enough resources to do so, but we might be able to, because what was in hand?
It's 2 rebukes. Those are both blank.
Okay, we can draw.
We're drawing from Zon Warrens here.
And it wasn't enough. We've passed the turnover. We got that extra score point. Now it's up to Janik to try and take the win.
Drew not so fast. I don't think that's going to end up being enough. We're going to see... Are they going to try something else here?
I'm not sure that we have much more we
anything
can
that they can do. They're passing the turn. Make your opponent do it. See, is there something? Is there some misstep that Janik can make? They just need to conquer the battlefield because of the combo that will put them from 7 up to 8 with that bonus point. It will be enough. Seeing, just confirming everything with the judge here, going for it.
Going into Rockfall Path, which is just open for the taking.
Yep, and it looks like,
And
there it
is! Janik Ruin runs right into the winner's position for this round 1 here at our regional qualifier, Lille.
There it is. I've been talking about it for a long time. Lucian, good deck confirmed, taking game number 1, or round number 1 here. And that is a huge one to take. That sets the momentum for the day, especially when you have to play such a long day. 8 rounds today of Swiss. Getting that first win under your belt and really earning it in the way that Janik did there has got to be a huge confidence boost going into the day.
Huge. We had so many combat tricks and attempts from Irelia to specifically target Lucian.
Yeah.
And so many ways of getting around Lucian's typical combat tricks and typical ways of scoring those extra points, and they just weren't enough.
No, and that's the beauty, is you can bring all of these tools to fight Lucian. I mean, we saw the Gust hit the Lucian earlier. That's a huge tempo play. We saw the Factory Recalls come into play, have these really great tempo plays, and Rune Runner says, I don't care what you have.
No.
I am here, and I'm going to do what I'm doing, and I'll let you do what you're doing, but I'm going to score 2 points a turn when I have that combo in play.
And unfortunately, there just wasn't a unit big enough on the other side to contest that Ruin Runner at all. And even then, we're keeping it in base.
Yep.
In base, it's completely safe.
Yes.
Nothing can drag that forward, kicking and screaming to a base, to perish. It sticks around, and that's the worst part. It's just like a lingering smell that won't go away.
Yeah, I just got this horrible image of a giant camel with 2 pieces of legendary equipment kicking and screaming, being dragged. That's terrifying. So they say, no, that can't happen in this game. That's too much of a nightmare. This is a family-friendly game. We're not having this horrible abomination, but it was very scary, of course, if you're Aurelia in that case, because, yes, you're conquering, getting 2 points a turn. This is not fair.
No,
you're only
not at all.
2 points per conquer, up to 4 points a turn. That's not fair. That's not Riftbound. Well, Lucian says, I don't care.
Nope.
I'm going to get these points. I'm going to jump ahead. If I'm behind, I'm going to jump ahead. If I'm ahead, I'm going to go really far ahead and win the game in spots that most decks aren't even able to.
Lucian says, rules, I don't need them. I don't need them. I'm gonna gear up and go ahead in and take my points, and you're not going to do anything about it.
But I will say, to the credit of Aurelia, we saw a lot of trickiness there. We saw, like you mentioned, that hand reveal being so powerful that they're saying, you know, I'm going to spend a whole card. I know you're going to take a card. I'm going to say, nope, I'm going to defy that. I'm going to hard bargain that, because if you see my tricks, all of a sudden they get a lot worse when you go, I'm actually just holding a bunch of garbage.
Yeah.
When it's a mystery, all of these cards get way, way better by proxy.
Yeah, and that's the power in leaving the energy available as well to play with, is that even if you don't have a card that you can play with it, just especially when we're playing Chaos, you're just signaling to your opponent the, ooh, what if? And that's the scary part, is leaving enough for the what if to put your opponent off their game.
Yeah, and it gets to that point of, I'm going to represent that I have something. Does my opponent respect my representation? Like, I could be leaving up punch first. Are you going to now play around punch first? And then I don't actually have it, and if they call the bluff, all of a sudden you can see things go wrong. But if they don't, that's the beauty of card games, of Riftbound specifically.
Yeah,
like you said, you don't need to necessarily have every single combat trick in your hand.
No.
But you can play like you do, and if your opponent reads that, all of a sudden you can take advantage of them being a good player. You can take advantage of a good player by saying, oh, nope, I've got nothing, I'm telling you, I've got nothing with all my energy up. I'll pass the turn.
Yeah.
You know, oh, they definitely have something.
they got something.
We see their hand, they've got nothing. It doesn't matter. That's the beauty. These are the types of things that I love in card games, specifically in Riftbound, and even more specifically in Lucian.
We mentioned as well with this particular matchup that holding resources, not playing them too early, not giving away not necessarily what's in your deck, but also not giving away the strategy you could employ is not only good, but also having that ginormous hand also changes your opponent's perception of how your turn could go and how you could interact with their turn. Because the chances of you having cards that they know exist, that they know are a threat, but they don't necessarily know if they're in your hand, well, if you've got 10 cards in hand,
they probably have it.
They probably have it. And so then it becomes scarier to call that bluff. You can still do it. We saw it in game 2. But it becomes that wall that then you have to get over.
Yeah, it becomes a knowledge check of, it's not that I don't think that you have it, it's that if you have it, I lose anyway, so I'm going to pretend that you don't have it. And sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't. And we see really great players be able to make those adjustments and call the bluffs when necessary and say, hey, move in when you need to and play to win instead of playing to not lose. And we saw that really executed well by both players, honestly, across the match.
Yeah, no, honestly, both players played spectacularly. I'm really pleased with our round 1 there, because we got to see 2 decks do their thing in very unique ways, and we got to see the combo. We got to see the Lucian combo unfold, which obviously everyone knows what Lucian's trying to achieve, but then are they able to string it together? Can I stop them? It's like a mini game, like you were saying yesterday to us in a lot of our interviews. You've got to throw your opponent through those loops.
Yeah, you got to throw your opponent through those loops, and we are going to throw over to an interview with our winner. Let's hear it from the giant untargetable camel's mouth himself. Let's throw it on over and listen to what they had to say.
Thank you, Blevins, for the throw. I'm here with the winner of round 1, Yannick. You won on the Lucian. Congrats. Now, tell me, why do you play Lucian?
Well, I play Lucian because he was just my favorite champ in League of Legends. He was my first main when I started the game. I played him like years, 1 or 2 years. And when I saw that he will be released in Spirit Forge, I was like, hell yeah, I got something to play. Doesn't matter what kind of tier he is in, man, this is going to be my main. I knew it on the spot. And I'm happy that the deck really fits my playstyle.
Okay.
It's a lot of fun. And like this, it's kind of dumb to play sometimes, but I like the combo, the Skyfall Trinity stuff with scoring 2 points or 4 points in one turn. Feels kind of good to have that comeback potential against some decks that start out really fast, where you have like chances to come back. It's really fun. I just love the champion, man. It's
That's
class.
awesome to hear that you actually played like League of Legends so much and you have so much association with a legend that it transfers to Riftbound. That's a really cool story. But I wanted to ask you, since Lucian now is actually way stronger in the metagame than it was before the bans, what do you feel like is your best matchup and worst matchup coming into this tournament?
That's a pretty good question, actually. I'm not sure what my best matchup is. I feel like everything is winnable, actually. I think most matchups are winnable if you hit the right stuff, can sabotage like out your counter stuff. It really depends on the sideboards, to be honest, because a lot of people are sideboarding against Irelia and stuff, and that hits me as well a lot, to be honest.
Correct.
Irelia is probably one of my worst matchups. It really depends if they hit like the adaptation thing that destroys my gear. If they have that on curve, I don't do much, right?
So what was in your head when you were playing against here in the first round? What is in your head? How was your mindset when coming into this match?
I was like, great, I'm on stream and I can play against my worst matchup. Was like, man, this is gonna be fun. But no, that's not really my mindset. I was like, hey, it's gonna be fun, man. Just playing my game, and it worked. It was a close game. It was really fun. The opponent was a nice guy.
That's awesome to hear.
So it was awesome.
Yeah. All right. Awesome. Thank you very much for the interview, and congrats again to your round 1 win. Big ups. This is your first regional, from what you told me. So very happy to have you here, and we're gonna throw to Barcode for another interview live in the arena.
Alright guys, I'm here with a familiar face of the TCG competition, Samir Bashar, who is with me. Thanks a lot for being here. How are you doing?
Fine, honestly, because it's my country, this event.
Absolutely, yeah, we are on the French territory, on home soil. So tell me, are you playing the main event or the side event?
I go to the side event this time because I didn't inscription directly.
So you are a bit late for the registration. Okay, it makes sense. But still, I saw you walking down the alley and you were so always smiling, you know? What do you think about the atmosphere of the venue?
Honestly, this event, the atmosphere of this event, it's really nice, full nice guys. It's really better atmosphere.
I mean, and when we see you smiling all the time, I can get it. I totally relate to that. So speaking about the side events that you decided to play, which one will you be excited the most about?
Can you repeat, sorry?
So which side events are you going to play?
Okay. I go full the time, go to the 8 player best of 3 on elimination jacks.
Okay, so you are here for competition. By the way, speaking about the other side events, are you excited about the free-for-all, for example, or the 2v2?
Honestly, me didn't interest for both on this because 2v2 it's little strange because if you're not isn't the same rule simple for 2v2. It's other game, and I really liking the Riftbound game. And didn't want to playing other Riftbound actually.
So you prefer the 1v1 to the 2v2, but be aware of something. If one day you want to play some 2v2, I will be right there by your side playing the game alongside you. Speaking about the game itself, which legend did you choose to play?
I chose to play Draven.
Draven!
Draven.
So Draven, yeah, it was a bit impacted by the ban list, but still we decided to play the deck. Do you think it is still one of the best decks?
Me thinking isn't the best deck actual. Me thinking the ban list didn't change more of his deck because I lose the Miracle version on the mid-range version. Just change the matchup rotation. The bad matchup is now a good matchup because the card main deck on the card fighting isn't main, and now Draven didn't the best deck of the pool.
Yeah.
I can use Legend the skill ability draw one.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this legend is absolutely insane. Being able to throw one every single time that you win a combat, that's huge.
Yes, and before the ban, it's impossible for use effect because whole environment didn't draw by a Draven effect.
Exactly, absolutely. Every single player was playing around this ability, so it makes sense. Finally, did you already have something from the side events?
Oh, yes.
What did you have?
This is my meta card, Timo Sama!
So he's got already a metal card, a Timo metal card. So you know what to do if you want to get some metal cards as well. That being said, we're going back to the stage.
I take one Timo.
Welcome back to RQ Lille here for Riftbound. How were you just in an unleashed?
I don't know. I
pre-rip?
just was there and I changed.
And now you're...
And I'm here.
Now you're here. James and Lothar, taking you through round 2 of day 1. It's still early on in the day, so we're learning lots of things about Spirit Forge already. We've had one interesting matchup, Evolution and Aurelia, and we're getting closer to round 2 as well. Interesting to hear that even in the side events, you're going to meet like good players who are already getting their metal cards already.
Yeah, people are really loving to play Riftbound, you know, over here. There's like over 2,000 people playing, not only in the main event, but also in the side event. There's gonna be a side main event today as well. So there's so many people playing Riftbound here you would not imagine. The hall is beautiful, it's huge.
Yes, it is. There's so many people invested, bringing, whether it's their favorite deck or whether they think it is the best deck in the room. We heard some discussion there in the interview with Barcode, a little bit about Draven and how the changes have come through with the Miracle version dropping off. We talked about it a little at the beginning of the day.
If someone brought a Miracle deck over here, I would like to shake his hand. Like, I'm not sure what he's thinking, or what they are thinking, but it will be something else.
It's the kind of decision where you think, wow, that's really strange, and then Alan would win with it. You know, where I'm like, oh, okay, Alan's just gonna, like a good player of that caliber will come and do something strange. We're not really expecting that today. We will expect to see some Draven later on in the day is what I will say. There is still a mid-range version going through. We have a look at the breakdown of decks that are here for day 1 of Swiss. Draven no longer king, so I think unequivocally, officially, we can say the bans work. Draven's gone, yay! We don't have to worry about that. He's only second place now in the most played.
But if you want to have a little bit of context, yesterday we had pre-regional that had also been constructed, but with no metal foils as prizes. So the shift is not as big as you expect. Like Draven yesterday was 16%. Today, he's 13%. Aurelia was 14.8% yesterday. Today, she's 15%. So there's a little bit of shift towards players who are trying to win the metal foil legends, but it's not as big as you think. People still are aiming to play with a really powerful deck to aim for the top 64 to get the qualification as well for the championship.
And there's a lot of things as we continue to look down the list. We've talked about the top. Now we can look at the mid part of the table where like no one would really have predicted Master Yi specifically being so high, but we've heard quite a bit about the... Okay, I say no one. Lothar, you predicted it in some of your content, but I think generally the conversation was not so much around Master Yi up until the last week or so, maybe, where people have started realizing how strong it can be.
The thing is, in my local game store, I have Wojtek playing, who won the metal foil for Master Yi in Bologna.
Ah, okay.
And so I have personally a lot of experience playing against Master Yi mid-range. I know how powerful can it be with a good pilot's head, you know, and in case of After the bans, I immediately asked Wojtek what does he think, because in my eyes, mid-range Master Yi really wins a lot in this potential landscape shift, and he said, yeah, I think so as well. So mid-range Master Yi might be a good consideration when coming to a big event like this. It's consistent. That's what it's very important about. It may be the card draw is not that big, but your biggest problem was mid-range Draven and the consistency, like drawing cards.
And consistency is key at a competitive level in everything. We're from, we've had a history with League of Legends. You and I have shared the stage with many times, your history in G2, my history on broadcast and with Splice and Mad Lions. I want to hear from somebody else who has a League of Legends history that has brought him here to Riftbound. It's a good friend of mine, a friend of everybody with League of Legends in Europe. Let's hear from Yamato Cannon in an interview.
I'm here with Yamato, who is a very famous face in the League of Legends ecosystem. No, don't be shy. I mean, you know it for real. Yamato, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm super excited. I drove in 6 hours, which is very easy. And I was walking through the venue. I got nostalgic because my first LCS game that I played as a player was in the Zenith Arena. So this was like 13 years ago. So it's good to be back. It feels like I'm reborn again, I'm a beginner, I'm starting anew, it feels good.
Exactly, and yeah, you're a new Riftbound player, so before that you were a lot in League of Legends. How is it to transition from League of Legends to Riftbound?
I think it feels very natural. Like I've always collected cards, but every game was always so intimidating in terms of starting. But the League of Legends IP, I love it, it's like I see all the characters I recognize, and in terms of starting to play, it just was natural, It's like, this is the first time where I'm not competing actively in the LEC or anything like that, so I allowed myself to get addicted to something. So I've been going around to Nexus Nights and some of the skirmishes, and I've been getting smoked, but it doesn't feel too bad, It doesn't feel too bad.
I mean, yeah, do you think that the game is just easy to learn but hard to master?
I would say so, yeah. I think everything is quite intuitive. I think everything makes sense. There's certain interactions that when you learn them the one time, you will always remember them. And I think it's also super nice that everybody's super helpful, because I've gone to the Nexus Nights and some skirmishes, and everyone, if I make a mistake, I learn something new, everyone helps each other. There's no, fierceness in that. I wonder if now, with the regional qualifier, the competition is more fierce and more intense, and that's not going to happen. But luckily, I have made enough mistakes that hopefully I don't need to make them here.
I mean, we hope so for you. But yeah, speaking about the people, I would really like to highlight the fact that, people are very helpful. They try to help you as much as they can. So if you do not play yet Riftbound, do not hesitate, because the game is very welcoming. Speaking about Riftbound, by the way, which one is your favorite champion?
Ooh, this is gonna be bad, because in the first set, I played Kai'Sa, so people didn't like me. And then I played Miracle Draven, so people liked me even less. Luckily, it's banned, but now I'm back to Kai'Sa because that's what I'm experienced with. I'm a big fan of Kai'Sa. My favorite champions aren't out yet, but I love the Kai'Sa. It's just the art is perfect, and it fits my playstyle, which is to really, really annoy people by removing all of their creatures and let them play nothing at all.
Absolutely.
Unless they have deflect.
This is,
Irelia.
yeah, exactly. I'm an Irelia player, so I've got a very good matchup, to be honest. We might do some games later on.
Right, sure.
But yeah, I think that Kai'Sa is very, very cool to play. I really enjoyed it during the set one as well. Do you think that it is well positioned right now in the meta game?
I would say yes. I feel like the meta is very rock, paper, scissors, because I have a bad matchup into Irelia. Irelia has a bad matchup into the Victor. I have a good matchup into the Victor, and then I think in terms of the Kai'Sa deck, there's not a lot of flexibility because there's a lot of cards that you have to have. I have a unique take on the Kai'Sa deck, and hopefully I can show that off and use it to my advantage. And if not, I'll just look stupid, but that's a part of making decks.
Between us, there are only the two of us. Which one is this special deck?
It's not super special. I play a very, very heavy deck in terms of the high cost cards. So I play 3 Time Warps, I play 3 First Forerunners, 3 Watches, of course. And then to make sure that I don't break my hand, I play Get Excited. Oh! So that's a card that people are not ready for. I can do 10 damage swings with Progress Day, 6 damage, and Draven players, their spinning axes can't save them, you know, so...
Absolutely. I mean, Get Excited is such a good card, to be honest.
Yeah,
Being
yeah.
able to just blow up some very big units is so strong.
Yes, sir.
Because this is kind of some of the problems for Kai'Sa, to be honest. Sometimes you just can't get those units out of the battlefield. So this is a very good take. By the way, you mentioned Time Warp. This is a very scary card, to be honest. You always have to play around those cards.
Yes, sir.
During the Set 3, because Set 3 Unleashed has been announced, is there a specific champion that you would like to play?
So since I played so boring decks, meaning like the best ones in Set 1 and 2, I am going to a sealed event in my local TCG store, and hopefully what I draw, what I pull, is going to be what is showing my path forward. But if I got to choose, I would hope to play maybe Pyke, Jhin, Ivern. On paper, they seem like the weaker decks right now, but I'm hoping that Riot bans Aurora, so we don't have to run into the Elder Dragon Auroras.
Oh yeah, Elder Dragon is absolutely scary.
Yes,
you
sir.
mentioned Ivern, and I've got the feeling that Ivern, I mean, a lot of people like the champion, but they don't really like the legend, to be honest.
Yeah.
What is it that you really like about the champion?
Honestly, it's just how goofy he is in the game. You know, he's just walking around like he has this swag walk about him, you know, and just says the goofiest things. He doesn't harm the creatures.
True.
He has tokens, cats and dogs, and I love animals, so it's as simple as that. But I do think that the deck will probably be weak, especially against Aurora. I don't think you have any removal, so might be cooked.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard, but maybe the birds will help you on this one. I don't know, maybe the birds and the cat as well. To talk about the champions a little bit more, of course, there are a lot of champions in League of Legends, and some of them are not in the game yet. Most of them are not in the game yet. Which one would you really like to see in the game in the next sets?
Honestly, I'm just kind of, you know, I love Arcane, so I just want to see the Arcane heroes. I'm a big fan of Jace, how he plays in the game. I liked his arc in Arcane too. So I kind of just want a Jace, or I want the Heimerdinger legend. I want something that maybe with the XP system that eventually like you build towards something where eventually you like make insane big units because you have progress to that point. Something like tech-wise in, of course, Piltover. That's something that I would want to see. Otherwise, I'm quite happy. I love Kai'Sa. I love Ahri. I hope it becomes stronger. And other than that, I'm quite happy, yeah.
I mean, that looks pretty nice, to be honest. That looks pretty nice to me. Finally, some last words for you. Do you think that you're gonna win it all? Do you feel confident during this event? Because, yeah, you told me that you were getting smoked during the last events, but you learned, and you learned by making some mistakes. You made a lot of mistakes, as you just said, so maybe you learned a lot as well.
I hope that my advantage is that I have a steady hand, because I think people are gonna come here and be nervous, and I don't think I will be, because I'm ready to lose. But in terms of how I will do, I'll be so happy if I make top 128. If I make top 64, you'll see me do a little dance next to my table. We'll see how it goes today in the pre-regional qualifier. I'm hoping to score some tickets to get a metal card early, you know, one of the waifu cards. Kai'Sa, Ahri would be nice. Bring it home, you know?
Oh yeah, I think that you can get it. You can get those cards. I have 100% confidence in you and yourself and your ability to do it.
Thank you.
We're gonna follow your journey throughout the tournament anyway and see how you do.
Sounds good.
Thanks a lot for your presence. Thanks a lot for
pleasure.
joining us. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Welcome back to round 2 of RQ Lille. We just heard from Yamato Cannon, who League of Legends viewers will be very familiar. And I think that was one thing he brought up, is he's cool, calm, and collected. That's one thing he was known for, his motivational speeches from the coaching position in League. And as somebody who has competed at a high level, Lothar, how important is that on a day like today where our players have to play 8 rounds of Swiss?
I feel like, you know, what's funny is that the players in TCG are actually way more calm than when it comes to other games in general, like FPS games, RTS games. I feel like they're way more emotional. When it comes to card games, people are like a little bit more collected because they just kind of flocking to this kind of gameplay anyway. But let's talk about Lolo96 over here playing Lux, Lady of Luminosity. Now remember, this is round 2. This player might have had a bye in round 1. I'm actually not certain if that's the case. But the deck list that we have here is a full control list with some amount of units and the potential combo of Jace and Vanguard Armory as one of the win conditions over here.
Yeah, which I love as a combination in my free-for-all games. That's what I've built a deck around doing. So we'll touch on Lux in a little bit. Those of you familiar with the Riftbound creator scene and also getting your information from Riftbound Report will recognize Marshall, who is running Rek'Sai in this event. Rek'Sai, a deck that we think is quite well placed given the change to the meta from the bans. So it's very much a go-wide strategy, is that fair to say?
It is. This is like a little bit of a hybrid, because you have 3 archetypes in Rek'Sai, potentially mono-yellow, a red version with Under Titans, and still plays Seals, and overall it's just a red strategy. And then we also have Phoenixes, which is like a spell-based Rek'Sai. This one is a hybrid of a mono-yellow with a little bit of sprinkling of a red color here, because we do have Ferris Forerunners, which are incredibly powerful in the metagame overall. That's why it's included, but that means that also Marshall will be playing a little bit of red runes.
Yes, and I think it's really important to explain in Riftbound, when we talk about mono-color decks, typically that's what we're talking about with regards to recycling. You may very well run cards that are from the Fury archetype in this, but typically you don't run the runes because you don't need to recycle for Fury. However, this one, you mentioned Ferris Forerunner being a very strong card. Marshall saying, well, I don't want to run the archetype without the best card out of Fury, so let's put that in there. So let's see how Marshall can fare up against Lolo96. On the Lux, I'm always happy to see a deck like a Lux, because you don't necessarily have the playstyle down. You don't grind games against something like a Lux, which is going to come out with big spells and look to put massive damage on later.
Well, just by the matchup, like the basics of this matchup, I would say that Rek'Sai has a huge advantage over Lux. The problem with Lux is that she will try to get the removal spells to remove a unit and then replace the card in hand and try to outgrind the opponent, seal the deal with potentially a Watcher or maybe the Vanguard Armory, and that's the idea of controlling the game. Now for Marshall, he's gonna have a very unpleasant wave of creatures all the time, because the Void Burrower Legend will allow you to essentially play a card from the top of your deck almost every single turn. So this draw engine will allow you to not run out of steam, which is something that Lux literally wants you to do, right? She wants to grind you out. And when the deck doesn't get grinded out, because of the card draw engine that is being built inside of the Legend, that inherently puts Marshall ahead at the beginning of this matchup.
And then it's also very difficult to deal with the possibility of accelerated units that come from this Rek'Sai Burrower, the chosen champion for Marshall in this Rek'Sai deck. So here you go. Here comes the reveal from the top from that Void Burrower. We'll find a seal. Yeah. So everything has been yellow so far. Everything has been order. So I'm waiting to see whether Marshall has perhaps ways of generating gold tokens or that type of thing in order to pay for
Honest Broker,
the red. Honest Broker is one of them. You're right.
I would assume that he's probably playing around 9 Order runes and 3 Fury runes. And also having the access to Fury runes gives you the ability to play your Rek'Sai from Champion Zone with the red one. Because the typical mono yellows were playing the 5-drop Rek'Sai, which is not as powerful, in my opinion, or not as flexible as the red one, which allows you to play your units from the top of the deck accelerated as well. And then remember that the acceleration is being paid from the color of the unit.
Right.
So if unit is yellow, you pay a yellow power, even if it doesn't have a built-in acceleration. Like the Honest Broker played from the top of the deck, you would play it for rune, additional energy and an order rune.
Yeah, that is something to keep in mind. I will say this has been a couple of turns of just passing from our Lux player, which normally is really scary. Normally when your opponent says, I'm going to pass and all of my runes are up, normally you think, okay, that's problematic. But for now, not really seeing anything come through. And here is our first
big bad
view of the Ferris Forerunner for us this tournament, which we're expecting to be oh so prevalent throughout the weekend.
Okay, so first portions of the removals are being played. I'm wondering why did we maybe not have the... there has to be a reason to play this Rages of Pain on the Honest Broker instead of the Rek'Sai.
The Burrower, yeah,
right?
because you would envision perhaps taking away the Accelerate, although that is, you know, further used in this environment. Rek'Sai will play a hidden card. Marshall will play that down on the battlefield. Although, you know, when you're playing up against Order and you see a hidden card, you're like, okay, is that just Hidden Blade and they're just like posturing to just kill their own unit? Not so much in this. It's not quite like the Victor where you have lots of small units, but you can... some decks are running like Unsung Hero and that type of thing that has good combination there.
Yep, and we can see that Hand of Marshall has 2 Void Rushes already. One Under Titan was being in his opening mulligan and it was on the bottom of the deck. So there are very small chances of actually hitting an Under Titan in any of the potential Void Rushes or for the Void Burrowers. But now we have a really important card. Call the Weak has to be used in moments when there's not a lot of units in play overall.
Okay, so in this situation, Marshall values the Rek'Sai Burrower over the Ferris Forerunner, but then wants to make sure that you can get the card draw and then kill a mech, I imagine, off the back end of that. So yes, that is a heavy swing and is one way of dealing with a Ferris Forerunner, but 2 cards going into the hand from the Rek'Sai player. Still, anytime you can get Ferris Forerunner down and one of the mechs within the same sequence of events is actually not so bad if you're the Lux player.
It's not so bad, but the thing is, typically, against any other type of deck that is not Rek'Sai, you would be pretty happy with this development. But unfortunately, when the Rek'Sai has access to so many cards all the time, you're just not gonna grind out the player very easily, right? So you can see here, Lolo is like shaking his head, like visibly stirred a little bit, where the Rek'Sai is just gonna replay more units. She's gonna just play more units all the time, conquer. You're not gonna probably stop both conquers at the same time. And even one goes through, that still triggers the Void Burrower, potentially giving you another unit. There's also one thing I wanted to add. There's also one play pattern that you will see Rek'Sai players do. They will play a 2-drop, for example, or a seal before concurring, which potentially triggers the Legion from Noxus Hopeful.
Right.
That can be on top of the deck.
Yeah, and Legion Hopeful, the Void Rush there, reducing the cost. I believe that's how that works, right? Is like because Void Rush has been played and is resolved,
it can be played for 0.
It can then be played for 0, which is why Marshall did not have to tap anything from that. So it does make sense. There were some changes that we'll keep on through the rest of the day with regards to Noxus Hopeful and some of the Legion
I can explain
changes.
that Legion changes.
Yeah, when it comes up, I think later maybe is the best time for us to do that, as Marshall is stacking a board here with a bunch more units. This is what exactly the Rek'Sai can do, but another kill spell comes out to drag under on the Rek'Sai.
And as you can see here, yeah, that's a good move. Remove a unit from the battlefield and deny your opponent a point. But the problem is, there were just 3 units being played this turn as well.
He was already restacked.
And the Lux player has to have a lot of energy and a lot of cards. Fortunately, the Legend of Lux, Lady of Luminosity, will get you the card draw, but you're not going to have enough energy at some point to remove all of the threats. And it doesn't matter if the threat has 1, 2, or 5 might, they all will score a point. That's what I love about Riftbound. It's like, it's not about how much might you have, because it doesn't matter. You just need to essentially make sure that you can conquer a battlefield even with 1 unit. So the game dynamic is so different from any other card game that we have on in the industry.
And this is finally a unit comes out from our Lux player in this moment. I was, you know, we've seen some in hand, but I was like, wow, this looks like those Victors that were just playing kill spells only.
Well, 2 Cool the Weeks were already played, so there's a little bit of open space now for any of the units from Lux being played.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on how the point total comes, because that is one thing. You can keep on top of your opponent's units for a while. That is a salvage coming through. You can keep on top of their units for a while, but if you don't start scoring your own points, you're going into the extreme late game of the real bottom of the deck in order to turn the game around.
And that's something that Lux wants to do, because the starting battlefield, the Aspirant's Climb, will make the game longer, go to 9 points, right? Which is also, by the way, very important. Scoring, typically you want to score in even numbers, but because the game goes to 9, you can actually have 1 odd turn when you just score 1 point and put yourself at at even odds when it comes to finishing the game, because typically we want to go to 6 points and double conquer, for example, right, to win the game. Here you have to go to 7 for this to happen.
Every time I play Aspirant's Climb, I get to 6, and I'm like, yeah, I'm about to win. And then I'm like, oh, that's my own Aspirant's Climb, and I have to go another turn. So, yeah, always got to keep that in mind. But again, that's what Lux wants to do, is go to that super, super late game. Marshall is hell-bent on getting the Void Rush to just keep playing units, keep playing things. There is a battering ram.
Yeah, and this battering ram is being drawn to hand, and then most likely we're going to see more card draw, so more cards being played by Marshall, which will subsequently make the ram cheaper. You could also play this ram directly from the Void Rush, but it will only count the Void Rush as being the one card played, and then it would be also deducted by the 2 from Void Rush, so it would make it for 2 energy.
Yeah, it's not quite as effective on its own as Miracle Battering Ram when that was prevalent. You just play 3 in a turn and everything would be great. But Marshall is just constantly finding units off the top of his deck, constantly finding ways to deal with things, and of course it's a nice way of putting more things into play. That is just a massive, massive swarm of units in base.
You know what Lolo is thinking about right now? He's like, man, I need Ruination.
Yeah. He's like, wait, which set are we playing? Or he's like, can you just move everything to battlefield so I can uncheck power just a second? Like,
that's also, by the way, funnily enough, I think unchecked power is going to be very popular in the next set.
Okay, interesting. I would love to hear more about that. I always, again, it's a spell where I'm like, oh, I need to hold the battlefield. So I
mean, we're going to have hold strategies, right? Ivan, we're going to have LeBlanc, we're going to have Vex, of course, and all of those decks are going to struggle against unchecked power.
And on the other side of that, like these wide boards you already said, we'll have some board wipes coming in pretty much for the first time in a overall sense. Definitely the kind of place you would want that to come through, because at this point now we've got to look at, okay, what does Lux have to deal with multiple units? I think the Jace Vanguard's Armory side of things is not at this point in the game what you need. Like, that's too slow to really deal with this board from Marshall.
There's the problem that Marshall is going to keep everything in base, apart from 2 units. And he's just going to send 2 units, concur. He doesn't have to hold anything. The only thing that he needs to do is concur battlefields. And because of that, that makes the combos from Lux, like the Decree and Vanguard Armory, not really that successful, because you can only kill like 2 units that are on the battlefield.
Exactly.
So you need to find a way of dealing the damage in the base. What is the card that deals damage in the base in the blue?
Well, in blue you got Singularity. You can
what about a very cheap one that goes for 1 energy and has repeat?
So you can Bellows Breath if you...
that is the MVP card here. Here we go. That's the one that we needed for this to matter. And without this card, it would be very hard to start controlling this game. But now, because it will clear potentially... Was that 5 units? I think it was 5, if I'm not mistaken. That is huge value. The problem is, the Rek'Sai still has cards in hand, and she will still have possibilities of conquering, playing something from the top of the deck, and refill essentially the hand to some degree, like in a different manner. But yeah, typically, if this was any other deck, if this was Darius, for example, right, probably would have been a done deal, because Darius would lose everything, right?
And now I think we look into, like, is this the sense of turning the corner against the Rek'Sai? Like, is this enough wiped out to now, in following turns, Lux to turn it around? I will say that's one of those interactions that I'm sure our players on stage have in mind, but I always go, oh yeah, you can choose different targets with Bellows Breath, with Imperial Decree, and then just deal 1 damage.
Battlefields, you can choose battlefield and a base, you can choose different targets in one location as well. The one thing that the yellow version of Rek'Sai does not have, though, is the acceleration. That's the only thing that she lacks, and that's here is being supplemented by the chosen Rek'Sai, the red Rek'Sai from the Champions Zone, but unfortunately, that's already dead. But we do have Xin Zhao, who doesn't have Accelerate, but comes into Ready. So thankfully, this is the double point that Marshall is able to do here and trigger the card. Look at this. Oh my, this is... you have to probably play the... Although maybe you already have 6 cards in your hand. Yeah, maybe you would like to play another unit just without deramping.
Yeah, gets the reveal on that, and will now once again rebuild everything in base from Marshall. Another unit played. I mean, at this point, Marshall's kind of saying, okay, if you don't have exactly, again, another Imperial Decree and another Bellows Breath repeated, probably can eke out a win here being on 7. You've got to stop my hold, which is going to make you commit multiple units or spells, and then you've got to deal with all 4 units in the backline, or at least deal with leaving me only with 1. So it is quite a specific way forward for Lol to turn this one around. And again, that's the other thing, is it's kind of an onslaught of relentless units in this, because Lala has such a long climb to go up on Aspirant's Climb,
Quite
from
literally,
0 to up to 9. There's some good cards in this with regards to Singularity, but here's 2 Vanguard Armory.
combo, man! Oh my!
Vanguard Armory is not going to help here. Jace is not going to help here. That is 4 cards in hand that are not exactly what you're wanting in this situation.
Yeah. This is like quite literally how the matchup typically goes, at least in game 1. Post sideboard, it might be a little bit different, but this is going to be very hard for Lux to stop. Is there even a way of stopping double concur over here?
I couldn't see that, like, the last card in hand past it, but it's a Singularity takes out 2, leaves 3 units still there, and I don't think it's enough. I mean, you already mentioned how we've seen, like, Spectral Matron bring accelerated units back from or at least the Xin Zhao entering ready back from the trash. So I don't know. And maybe the draw off the top. How lucky was the draw? Not lucky enough is going to be the fist bump in order towards head towards game number 2. So the pace of Rek'Sai, the go wide deck, this is one of the decks that we expected to come back a little bit into the meta, or come into the meta, we should say.
This is the first moment for Rek'Sai to show, I would say, in the meta game. So it's awesome to see it being represented quite a bit. It's 5% of the entire meta game here at Regional Qualifier in Lille. When it comes to Lux, this is more of a side quest for the Metal Foil Legend, I would say. But I do know, personally, 2 players who are playing Lux because they just like Lux, coming from League of Legends, for example, and they just like the character. Now, the thing is, did we have any particular cards? I didn't.
I was looking, there was a Watcher in there, which is kind of helpful. Like
kind of, but not much.
But not much, exactly. Salvage is gear disruption, so we're probably not looking at that. There was a Final Spark in there, but you know what? I've played such little Lux. I can't really, off the top of my head,
Marshall's
remember.
Going to have another Ferris Forerunner.
And Bryn here, does Bryn here come in here and stop some of the spells, or are they mostly slow speed, so you don't actually care?
Slow speed, so you would care about Bellows Breath in your turn, for example. Sometimes, maybe Wages of Pain.
Okay.
It can be also hidden as a reaction as well. So to some degree, maybe, but at the same time, I'm not entirely sure if I would even have spots for those cards to be slided in, because you definitely want to put it in under the Ferris Forerunner. That is like the perfect answer to blue and yellow combo, because it's so hard to remove and then get rid of the 2 max. The game in game 1 actually had one of the most perfect counters,
it felt
because
good.
Rek'Sai helped.
Yeah.
Like the hidden blade on its own Ferris Forerunner was to some degree helpful for the looks here,
Whereas
right?
you're right, like what else do you use? Singularity or something, you have to recycle so many resources, and then it gets replaced by 2 small units on the back end, which then you need multiple spells or another big spell to deal with.
Very clunky as a Lux player to get rid of the 2 max, which are now in base, right? So you would have to like, and if, for example, even if you play Watcher and you do -3 on the board, the mechs that are coming out of the Ferris round that's gonna get killed by a Watcher, they are not affected by the -3 anymore. So you can't really like Bellows Breath into the base and just kill them. So there's a lot of like puzzle solving from Lux here, and I feel like the win condition for Lux here would probably be getting the Jace Vanguard combo as soon as possible.
Okay.
One of those things will try to accelerate the game and also give you enough ammo to give a Imperial's Decree, for example, a chance to shine earlier in the game.
So, I can't quite remember the full Lux list, but that means you basically have to create a gold token from the unit or spell you play round in game 1, right? In turn 1.
Yes.
Because you want to hit that Jace, because I think Jace is 4
Jace
cost,
is 4, so
then
in
you get
theory,
the gold.
you can play the Vanguard Armory on your turn 2.
On turn 2, if you're really lucky.
If you're really lucky, right? But it doesn't have to be turn 2, but
so
ideally it would be.
Would the best way of doing that be Plundering Paro, turn 1, pass the turn, you get it back, you conquer, get a gold, and on your turn 2, you get that Jace going? Is that like what we're thinking is perhaps the best turn of events.
But I'm thinking now, Arena's greatest on going second.
Marshall's laughing about it. They're like, oh, do we have to? Okay, yeah, take that point right away.
That is interesting strategy. I'm not certain here. That's actually very helpful. We already have 1 point for Lux, and you have a 2-drop. So you're gonna be a little bit ahead on points for Lux here. Typically, you start with Arena's greatest when you're going first.
Yes.
When you have guaranteed going first, right? Very aggressive opening here by Marshall. Plays his seal in turn 1 and a Vanguard Captain, which puts in a massive amount of might. That's 5. Also, in this deck, we have a combo with Rally the Troops, which gives you 7 might if you have it the same turn.
Is it in hand? Is this move, create a gold token, Jace, sack it for the Vanguard Armory? That would be nuts. That would be so cool if it is. It's something that in my games that I've casted, I haven't seen it come off, and I've never seen it on turn 2 in the games that I've casted. So this would be great. We'll move to Void Gate. I guess the benefit there is you're trying to bring your opponent in to challenge so that you can then utilize it.
So the bigger unit will go into the Void Gate to go win over the Poro and stay there, so it can get affected by 2 damage spell, for example. But unfortunately, that's it. We created the gold. We have 4 energy open, which can potentially now kill one of the units that are being put to like challenge the Poro on the Void Gate.
So Marshall's going to go to 2. And now this is where Arena's greatest is one of those interesting things, is how much... You don't have to go to 3 on this turn. You also, for instance, on next turn, don't have to go to 5. So now you get the reveal from the Rek'Sai. You can choose how much you develop on this turn, how much pace you want to keep up, because this is going to already stack a giant board on turn 2 and turn 3 of the game.
So potentially, you're right, you don't need to go to 3 points, but at the same time, why give the Lux like a breathing room with the Poro as well? Just, you have so many units, you're just gonna throw everything at the Lux and just try to make use the resources as well. Right, so most likely Wages of Pain are gonna be used here, I would say. Otherwise, this might be actually a little bit clunky, because we don't want to use Bellows Breath for this. We would have to D-ramp,
exactly.
which is not ideal. If you're planning for a Singularity next turn, right, then you have to get your 6 runes. And then you will D-ramp by using 1 gold and 1 blue. So you're going to be at 7 after the round that, so you can play Vanguard Armory from hand. But the game is going to go fast. That's the problem. You're going to be losing points. You're not going to clear. Your opponent will double conquer every turn. If that would be the plan, like Singularity into Vanguard Armory, then your Rek'Sai opponent will be already at like 7 points. Sorry, 6 or 7.
I would love...
I did the meme, no.
you did indeed. You did indeed. I'd love to see what Lolol has in hand, because that was just accepting that showdown resolution without playing an action.
Oh my.
So we know there wasn't a Jace and Armory combo. There, I'm guessing wasn't a Wages of Pain. It looks like a Bellows Breath. That is the Singularity you were talking about. So choosing not to D-ramp off
maybe there's a Bellows Breath in hand then.
There is, yeah.
Right?
There was one, I'm pretty sure. I saw
Wait, he didn't use the gold. Oh, so if he didn't use the gold, that means he's trying to keep it for the combo?
Yeah, that would be my inference there as well.
Okay.
Wanting to keep that around. So does that mean everything else is then in hand? I haven't had too much of a look past the Bellows Breath. That's what I was focusing on last time we ended up seeing Lolol's hand. We'll go back to Marshall's turn for now, who at this point has the 2 recruits.
Yeah, so much tempo. Oh my, 2 Xin Zhaos, a Ferris Foreign. Does he have a red one? A red rune?
Yes, has 2 of them. So we'll be able to play it when he wants to. But I can see the thought process here of just like, okay, I'm going to continue to just play units. Don't want to like slow myself down.
I like this because the thing is, you play Ferris Forerunner to have essentially an unkillable unit, but at the same time, the other option is, you know what, I'm just going to play a 3-drop and then get a Concur effect and play another unit from the top of the deck, which is most likely almost the same as a Ferris Forerunner, but I'm not D-ramping because I'm not going to have to play red, right? Because we have these yellow seals.
The solution to a full board is a lot harder to find and a lot more costly, like with the Imperial Decree, Bellows Breath combination that you're talking about, rather than dealing with the 6 might Ferris Forerunner. So I do understand that there is some of the combo. There's no chase.
There's also one more synergy that maybe the Rek'Sai players could be looking at the end, is playing the champion zone Rek'Sai.
Yep.
And then using first Forana, which can be
accelerated.
like, you know, die maybe, or like sack it with your own cooldown week.
Oh,
and
I
then you
see,
can
yeah.
accelerate the max.
Oh, because they come. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes
because
sense.
they're not being played from hand.
You're right.
So you
yes.
can accelerate them and have additional like units to just go in, right?
That is another layer of like thinking about how that actually plays out, of the effect coming from Ferris Forerunner. So another Zinch out will get played. That's a lot moving forward as Recruit is going to go in.
Relentless. No,
Yeah.
it's like a tsunami wave going over and over.
And the other thing about the recruits here is like Lol really doesn't want to use anything to deal with them. Like that feels so bad to use a full spell or D-ramp in any way to deal with one might units. Marshall
Nothing
not either.
Nothing was being played. And by the way, if you are a little bit newer to Riftbound, if you reveal several cards and you have to recycle them at the same time, you have to do randomized order.
Yeah.
That's why Marshall was asking if Lolo wants to cut it.
Which is always funny. You do have the choice normally at a competitive rel at that point. Most people wouldn't, just to save time, but you can be playing by the exact rules if you want. As Marshall will now move a second unit in.
And
So wanting the Honest Broker to...
the thing is, just you maybe don't want to keep like 3 units in one location against like a
splitting
battle
up.
spread,
Yeah,
splitting
yeah.
up a little bit, so it's like a little bit more awkward to target everything.
Right, because if this is Imperial Decree Bellows Breath turn, then you would lose the entire backline with one Bellows Breath, and then
You
if
will
it's
probably
repeated,
still
you
lose everything.
You will,
but
yeah.
for the future, like maybe it will matter. Like maybe you will go back. Very little difference here if it's in base or in the battlefield. And against Lux, against a deck like this, like Lux will not gonna try to attack you most likely unless it's a Watcher turn. But if you do a Watcher that's exactly 8, so you don't have any energy left to do anything after the Watcher. So that's not ideal typically. Oh wait, no, you actually can add energy from the Lux Crown Guard, right? So you're gonna be able to play a Bellows Breath and D-ramp for 1.
Okay.
Oh wait, we have gold, so we can actually do the full combo with the Watcher and the Bellows Breath over here, if needed.
If needed, which at this point I would say needed is key. Needed, this is the time. I think we're learning a little bit more, or at least confirming what we suspected, is the meta right now is quite quick. On a lot of the decks that are in the top of the meta do like to play out quite fast, get points early. We're a little bit back towards the Origins pacing of like rush to 6 and then whoever can get over that last little line really quickly with just one more burst rather than slowing the game down and avoiding combat. So here is the Watcher. Watcher is going to come in accelerated, so -3s will hit.
I'm not certain if we really badly needed the acceleration though.
There is the tap on Lux, so acknowledging the Watcher -3 on everything. Gold used, recycle, so that is going to be Bellows Breath played exactly as you said. So most of the board is going to drop here. That was always pretty much going to be Hidden Blades, so it will be Hidden Blade on the own Recruit. That Bellows Breath will not therefore deal with the Recruit and the Honest Broker. That's where the Watcher is going to go next, so that will clear everything. There is the full clear on the board.
And that also answers my question, was the acceleration needed? Yes.
Yeah, because it's got to tidy up the last few units that remain. So Lol, I mean, this is the most empty Marshall's board has looked, with the most full the board has looked on Lol's side.
This is one of those moments where actually this looks winnable, but the problem is now Marshall is already at 7 points. And his opponent has 2 units. If you have 2 cooldown weeks, that's an answer. If you have even 1 cooldown week, it actually kills one of the units that is very valuable, and that would make it very comfortable for Lolo, right? Like, which one do we kill? Okay, so we start with the accelerated. Are we gonna actually see the accelerate? No, we cannot. I was thinking we can play Ferris Forerunner from hand, accelerate, and then kill it somehow, but we don't.
1 energy short, right? For that. So, but it will be a conquer. Oh,
here we go. Okay, this changes the map.
This
is the first time we actually have seen an Under Titan revealed. So just so people watching will understand, Under Titan when revealed in any way adds 2 energy
Yeah.
to your pool. So now we just essentially have additional 2 energy, and that changes the entire round. How do we play this? Because we have additional 2 energy that we typically would not have. That's one of the ways of actually going over 12.
Yeah, am I crazy, or we didn't need to use that 2 energy for the Noctis Hopeful, right? Because it was revealed from, like, Rek'Sai has already been played, and then revealed it, and it's -2. Maybe I'm going crazy. I thought Legion would have already applied from Rek'Sai being played, but we'll continue.
Yeah, it should have been applied.
Okay, I think...
So, but you still have to pay 2 for the Noxus, right? Because it was not Void Rush. It was
You're
from
right. It was
just
from
the
Void
conquer
Rush
effect.
before. Thank you. That's one of the things about this deck that can be
a little bit
tricky
confusing.
to keep
Yes.
track of. Is like, what are you revealing from? Is it a Void Rush or is it from the
Yeah.
Rek'Sai? Yeah, you're absolutely right. Thank you for picking up on that. That was just the Legend ability.
And
of
I
Rek'Sai.
like what Marshall did here. He is not like, worried about the tempo of the game. He is ahead on points so massively. It's actually insane. 7-4. He just completely refilled his entire board. He also drew a card from conquering a battlefield at 7 points. Has now put again a win condition, right? Because the Rek'Sai is now a win condition.
Yeah.
So the focus from Lolo has to be, I have to remove the Rek'Sai. If I don't remove the Rek'Sai, okay, that's it.
Shows
And
the
I
hand.
guess that was no way of stopping everything, right?
Shows the Vanguard armories that were in hand, and that means Marshall from Riftbound Report is going to be successful in round 2 of RQ Lille. I really would have loved to have seen more time for the Lux deck, but that is the meta that we're in, or at least we're expecting to be in, is like pressure early, presence early on in the game, and Lux not being able to stabilize is not quite enough, unfortunately.
Well, to be fair, I think this might have been one of the worst matchups for
agree.
Lux like ever. Even when you play Rek'Sai, you're like, I want to play against blue-yellow, and the best way of playing against blue-yellow is against typical control decks which don't play a lot of units, right? And that's essentially what almost happens in every single game. But I would say that the Lux, if we would have seen that combo a little bit earlier, like, I mean, we didn't see it at all.
Yeah, I was going to say,
but
we just need to see it.
there's a possibility. There's one of the scenarios where the Lux can actually try to stabilize the board. And I feel like in general, the Lux players might still do well and go to top day 2 in this meta game, because I feel like it might be a little bit easier than in the previous meta game against Miracle decks, for example.
Interesting. I'm looking forward to hearing and seeing more from the Lux side of the day, because once you do get that combo out, you kind of just get those free resources every single turn. You get the recruits, you can utilize them with Imperial Decree. They're a lot more expendable than the kill spells that come from just out of hand to deal with things. So interesting to see. I mean, the first successful Rek'Sai that we've seen today. There are a couple of builds of Rek'Sai. I think one of them has fallen out of the meta a little bit more with the Phoenixes. I know that things...
It was never the meta.
I knew Metal Card Hunters, some of the Challenger TCG players were playing it, but I know that they changed, for instance, Legion with Sundisk. You were talking about knowing those interactions. So interesting to see where we're at with Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I feel like the most popular is going to probably not even be what Marshall played.
Okay.
It's going to be the red Rek'Sai with red seals, but it just plays the full package of the red creatures. So we're going to have Kaisa, Dariuses, and Ferrous Forerunners, all 3 of. So basically you have like a very consistent mid-range. But also what you have to think about in this particular deck is like when you have a deck that can play a seal and Darius, that is one of the few decks in the entire game that can play a 7 might unit on turn 2 going second and attack into a battlefield. That changes the math.
Yeah, that does.
Like in a big way. It shifts the entire dynamic of the game, But I'm very happy to see, like, my personal bias comes in because I'm a Rek'Sai player myself, but I really like to see the Rek'Sais perform because this is probably the best moment for a Rek'Sai to, for the first time, go into like a top 8 of a really big tournament. And I feel like it is doable. I don't know which type of Rek'Sai could be doing that, but I feel like the hybrid version should probably be able to.
I'm terrified at Seal turn 2 Darius. That's scary. Darius, one of the most scary units in the game. We finished that one so quickly that we can go into our second
next one?
feature match, which means we can bring you more Riftbound. We can talk about cards being played in the game. So in just a moment or two, we'll jump into the last game of this series. And we were talking about Darius. Different Darius, potentially, but I have heard rumblings. Oh, it is Champion Zone Trifarian Darius. I've heard rumblings of Hook Darius being quite well placed yesterday in the pre-regional.
But probably it's gonna be the other version of Darius, because if you played Hook, you probably played the yellow.
That's what I was thinking.
Right? Yeah,
that's why I was interested by the change of chosen champion. That being said, we are into an in-series round, so it will be interesting to know whether this is a change of chosen champion, which of course for newer Riftbound players, you are eligible to change your chosen champion following game 1 of a series. But I think that this is likely, as you said, a different Darius deck. We will keep an eye as we go. We're against the Yasuo, which is another deck that we don't see too often. People like to call it kind of like Irelia at home in some ways.
It's unfortunately, it is kind of like a budget version, I would say. Not essentially budgeted, but it feels like just a downgrade from Irelia to some degree.
Does a lot of the same things with the movement and utilizing, high mobility units within the game. So Treasure Hunter comes forward.
Look what they are, an explosive turn 1. Rally the troops into Noxus Hopeful. That is turn 1 on 3 resources, right? 3 energy, you add 1 from the Legion, from the Darius, and you suddenly have a 5 might unit on turn 1.
Yeah, that's scary. That is a good place to start. Meanwhile, on the other side, Stellarcorn Herder, one of, I think, the best units, pound for pound, in Spirit Forge meta of Riftbound. The number of cards this unit will draw is insane. Treasure Hunter is going to give its life for the gold token. Seen this enough to happen. Now that we don't have Reaver's Row or anything in the meta anymore, you move that Treasure Hunter to the battlefield, there's chances are it's dead on the next turn.
Also, wanted to point out, there's a very nice battlefield here being used, Seat of Power, which is great in aggressive colors. What I mean by that is that if you have access to ready units or accelerated units, it's pretty easy to conquer at the other battlefield and then conquer Seat of Power as the second one and draw a card because you're controlling the other battlefield before. So it is potentially a free card draw for both players, but in the metagame, I feel like the decks that take full advantage of this is essentially yellow and red.
Okay.
While decks like purple probably are playing with low amount of units, or they want to move back from the battlefield, so they might not even get the possibility of conquering and holding the 2 battlefields at the same time. So, or will actually bait people into staying on the battlefield to get that as well. So it is a very neat battlefield to be chosen in the current metagame. I really like it a lot myself.
Speaking about battlefields and placement, it's rare you see people stack one battlefield. I would guess is the reason for this on Darius, because as you ready on the next turn, your first action with the Darius can be to bring it back to base, and then you play 2 cards, and it's going to untap anyway, and you'll move it to the second battlefield. So,
but it will stay on the battlefield then. Oh,
you keep him on the one battlefield?
So essentially, what Sanan here is saying is that I don't want to risk a discipline, something on top, or an equipment to kill my Noxus Hopeful.
Okay.
So I'm gonna stack 11 might, which is very hard to break with 5 energy. 6, or was it 6 or 5? Anyway, it would have to be a very unlikely combination of multiple cards to actually break this, or it had to be a charm, which would also cost an energy, a power, so it would deramp. And in this case, holding the battlefield allows you to not lose your Noxus Hopeful, and now we're going to be able to go back to base and decide if you want to attack with the Darius at some point, get the draw, by the way, as well, right? Because you're going to be having the ready Noxus on the other battlefield, and then go back and probably sacrifice the Darius to a potential attack in the future turn.
Okay.
But this way, you are essentially guaranteeing that you don't lose the Noxus.
Okay, that makes sense. We saw a Spellsonger come out from Yasuo. A card that outside of Ornn we haven't seen too much. And Ornn, that's mostly for prize card hunters. Of course, it will give additional effects based on equipment and that type of thing. We'll see where that pairs up with as we go.
So here we have 2 cards being played. They untap the Darius. He might go into the Seat of Power, but I wanted to finish what you were saying.
Oh, yeah.
This Spellsonger is most likely here for the purple Yasuo that is in the champion zone, the Yasuo Wind Rider, because you're gonna be able to get double points.
Right,
for
right.
moving, right? So you might have like this kind of Lucian type of combo with less cards.
Yeah, that makes
Right?
sense.
But you still have to put in the effort to actually move in, right? So you have to like move with the legend, do Ride the Wind or something like that, or Flash, and Emperor's Divide. I'm not sure what list this is playing. I'm not an expert on Yasuo, I'll be honest with you. Like, I don't know the list by heart.
Yeah.
But potentially there are some ways of accelerating the game by getting points where you shouldn't be getting them.
Yeah, that is a fair point on accelerating the game.
I was thinking something very exciting is happening because of the slow-mo. It's like, oh, he's going in, he's attacking for 18. We have to look at slow-mo and destroy it.
You're just talking about accelerating the game, and we figured we'd go the other way for a little moment. It's interesting. I don't want to compare Irelia and Yasuo too much because they do have their own flavor to it. I will say though that while playing in this color combination of Chaos and Body, you are missing Defiant Dance, which is like the best combat spell.
And you don't gain much.
Yeah, that's the only thing. You do gain like another way to win the game, which is cool with Yasuo. I think that is really cool. You get another way of moving things around. So I'll be interested to see how the rest of the deck kind of fills out around that. I feel like we're watching like a Rek'Sai game again with the number of units that has just swarmed on to the base and battlefields for Darius. As you said rightly at the beginning of the game, not Hook Darius. This is very much so the other direction.
Yeah, this is the Storm version, and you're right. It is very similar to Rek'Sai. It's the same deck essentially, specifically because they play the token version here. We can see like it's the one that wants to play as many creatures as possible, rally the troops, buffs everything when it's being played. There are potentially like really powerful bursts with units from the hand. But the thing is, the difference here is that Darius doesn't really have a reliable way of refilling his hand and refilling the board. So Darius against Lux, for example, would be a much better matchup for the Lux.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
Because you have to deal with a faster outburst of units because of the Legion from Hand of Noxus, and potentially like a very powerful unit like this Noxus Hopeful at 5 might, then 1, or like multiple units, then 1, which will speed up the game as well. But if the Lux would have had multiple answers to units, then the Darius struggles with refilling if he doesn't get for Kai'Sa, for example.
Right, whereas Darius, maybe you're like, you're hidden blading your own recruit to try and draw, but you're still using resources to refill rather than Rek'Sai, where it's like reveal off the top. And then
it's for free. It's just like, think about it, Rek'Sai is kind of broken. It's like a card draw every turn, that's crazy.
Rek'Sai players are celebrating hearing that all over the place. So Charm goes on to the Darius to soften up that the seat of power a little bit. A lot of cards in hand for
that doesn't feel great though, no?
None of them on their own feel like they're going to be able to break through the Darius. Like, I feel like this combination of colors is a lot about getting one really big unit, which if you can't win every combat with that all the time, it can be a struggle to deal with multiple units, but that is another discipline coming off the top, so we'll just immediately get it used, and that will be enough to take out the unit on the seat of power.
But the problem is we fully tapped out now as the Yasuo. We can go back to the base.
Yeah.
We're at 4 points. We cannot... Wait, does he have 2 more energy? No. I thought he might have moved the Stelacon Herder to the Arena's Greatest to essentially get ganking, but I don't think he has.
So we had a Tide Turner bring it back to the base already, so I'm assuming if there is a way of doing it, perhaps with the Yasuo, I'm looking at exactly what we've got available. So it is a hidden card coming through. Of course, no Fight or Flight anymore, so it reduces 1 extra possibility there. Could be another Tide Turner, which would potentially save the Stelacon Herder, at least for now. But there's a lot of units, and one of them is a Darius as well, which is only going to be more scary. I think it's a precarious position for our Cantors to be in. Darius just eclipses another unit on the base because the space we're running out of.
How much might do we have here? That's an incredible amount of might. Oh, it's this Bringer just gets slammed.
Yeah,
like
forces the Tide Turner. Yeah. You get a card out of it. You get the card draw of the Tide Turner. It was do this or lose both of them anyway. So I guess get the card that's kind of doomed to resolve the rest of this turn anyway with the way that Darius is likely to play this out.
Now we get the +2 on the Darius. We don't even care about the ready, I guess. And we're just gonna go in and win the battle over here. 7-5. Yeah, this is looking bleak for Yasuo, I would say.
It's another reason why Brynn here is so prevalent in the meta. The ability to shut your opponent out for a turn is not to be underestimated with how much it could do. In this turn, it doesn't really do too much because Arcantor's was already pretty much fully tapped out for the turn. But on a turn where you do have runes available, it forces all of those spells to come out first.
And you can also see the reason why Seed of Power is being played in Darius over here, because, again, this color is great for aggressive plays, but you're just puking out cards and you have to refill somehow your hand. And in the case of Seed of Power here, it's very easy to get that refill, right? So that's one of the battlefields that kinda really fits well into this strategy of your deck.
Whereas, I mean, anytime I see a Stellar Corn Holder, I'm like, yes, draw more cards. But sometimes there's a limit to it. Sometimes you... I mean, sometimes you just have a handful of cards that don't win the game for you in the situation.
He has what, 9 cards in hand?
At least.
Something like that.
It feels.
And but energy, there's less energy than cards in hand.
That is a bad problem to have, and especially when you're running low on units. And one of the only real choices from here is like to play the Yasuo out from the chosen champion zone, because you know your opponent pretty much has this on lock last turn. You have to clear at least one battlefield to a standard they cannot reconquer next turn.
Yeah, I mean, there's win condition right now on the board, right?
Yeah.
There are 2 holds over here, and then in the base you have a potential reconquer, so it's really dire for Yasuo. But I wanted to point out something, like metagame-wise in this match. You can see how opposite of the spectrum that both of those decks are.
Yeah.
One of them is just playing as many cards as possible, as fast as possible, getting as many points as possible as well. The other one is more a little bit like, I will lose some tempo, I will play as Felsonger. That didn't do anything this particular game, right? It could have been equipped to the Stellar Conherder and D-Ramp and get me even more cards, right? But that doesn't win me anything, right? So here we have a lot of the cards that were being used for Yasuo that are trying to convert you into the late game, but the problem is you're playing against a deck that doesn't care about the late game and wants to finish the game earlier. So all of this potential card draw that Arcantos over here has doesn't really matter. Like, you will not have the time to use all of them, and even if you will use some of them, you will probably D-Ramp again, and that gives the breathing room for the Darius to, again, play more cards.
Yeah, there are some games that you play where you're just like, I'm fine with you drawing more cards because you already have a quarter of your deck. Like, fine, take another one. It's fine.
I'm
like,
not going to play Sabotage against 12 cards.
Yeah, exactly. Like, go for it. It's fine. At this point, Fizz will be able to take 1. The back end of this is like, okay, there's 2 energy available for the next turn, and so many units in base to go past this Fizz. You get the hold on the arena's greatest, and it is 8, of course, that we're going to. There's no additional requirement past that, so I really just don't know that there's much the other side of this. I think Arcantos is just thinking through every option, thinking through every last thing, but is likely the handshake comes through. Yes, Sinan will be able to stack just an overwhelming board and take down game 3 of this best of 3.
Crazy round 2 yellow-red decks are taking over. Who would have thought?
I realized they said game 3. I second-guessing whether it was. Doesn't matter.
I think it was 1-0, no?
I think you're right. I think it was 2-0 anyway. It's early on in the day. We're warming up on things as Sinan will end up getting the win. On the Darius, a deck that, you know, I saw it on the top tables a little bit yesterday. And I'm like, okay, I see you, Darius. I see you there hovering around the edge of the meta.
It's one of the decks that will struggle against removal-based decks, right? And potentially, I don't think it will struggle against mid-range Draven. I'm not an expert over here. I'm not going to lie to you. I was like, oh, I was playing mid-range Draven against Darius so often and I know everything. But I feel like from the perspective of the fights that are potentially happening between those two decks, mid-range Draven might actually have a problem with winning combat. And if he doesn't win combat, he will not get card draw, right? And then if you're like have the ability of controlling the base with potentially Cool the Weak, because Darius has access to Cool the Weak, has a lot of tokens, so he doesn't care if something dies on his end, and has still like overwhelming amount of units coming all the time, I feel like he should be favored into the mid-range Draven.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We'll keep an eye on throughout the rest of the day. We can take a look at the standings following round 1 of the day. So it's very early on. We're looking a little bit at some of our featured players. That's what we're actually keeping our eyes on.
I like how Alan's accused here featured, but he is a buy.
Alan got his round 1 win while having breakfast this morning. That was his win. Will come through. Unfortunately for Yamato Cannon, who we saw in an interview at the beginning of the day, will start 0-1. Unfortunately, that Kai'Sa build not necessarily paying off.
The third most popular deck in the game right now, in RQ Lille. But to be fair, I don't feel like Kai'Sa is a great choice for this particular event.
Casanova holding up the banner for the casting team in general for Riftbound, winning his first round. Some other names, of course, those of you that will follow Riftbound on social media just in general will recognize. Of course, Randy's up there as well. I'm guessing Randy had a bye. I feel like Randy's played and won enough
I think he has buy for the next year.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say
all the regionals for the up to 2027 or something like that. He probably has all of them.
Yeah, no? I think Randy is pretty safe in the knowledge of getting through round 1 of most of the tournaments.
And we have seen also, I think, Specialist, the best of winner from Timo.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
The name was Speci, but I'm just assuming there was just like a few letters missing, and that should be Specimen, who was in Bologna. He won the best of card with Timo. And he was playing a very aggressive Timo version with Nocturnes, for example.
Oh, yeah.
I am curious what kind of Timo is playing now, because the deck doesn't have access anymore to some crucial cards, like the Cold Shot, for example, right? Which then cuts out Nocturnes, for example, right? But he's again playing Timo, so playing for that metal foil plate legend, I guess.
Well, once we have him come across the feature match area, we'll have a better understanding of what he is playing. There's a lot that I'm interested in seeing throughout the day. We've seen some Aurelia already. I think I'm good to see some more Kai'Sa. I know people from Origins were like, oh, we've seen a lot of Kai'Sa. But you know what? I think it's kind of well placed right now. There's interesting matches. At some point, I'm sure we'll get a Kai'Sa and Aurelia, because that is such a difficult match for Kai'Sa that I do also love the intricacy of how those two archetypes of deck play out against each other.
Correct. Like, it also very heavily depends on how the Kai'Sa is being built.
Yeah.
There are like 2 potential ways, actually 3. Like, you have the more tempo-oriented Kai'Sa that is more about units, and then some removal that is very tempo efficient, like Falling Star and Piercing Light, and less about, like, for example, Singularity or Ikafian Rain is not even in the metagame that much. But anyway, the point is you either have the more tempo-oriented list or the more control-y list that is, for example, playing Get Excited and Time Orbs, and you potentially have a way of killing Aurelia through spells, which is not something that typically happens, right?
And one thing that has affected both of those decks, both from Kai'Sa in Origins and Aurelia in the release of Spirit Forge, is the change to battlefields. We've obviously had the bans. Dreaming Tree is huge for both of them to go out of the meta. So this is our metagame breakdown for battlefields being played in Lille. Of course, we had 3 removed in Obelisk, Reavers, and Dreaming Tree. So Targon's Peak. Everybody wants to be Annie. Everybody wants to...
Why just not play Annie? Hello?
Exactly. Sunken Temple going to be there. Zorn Warren's Arena's Greatest being so high prevalence. And Vialmors has dropped a little bit, but I think that, you know, we were seeing a lot of...
Dropped? You think so? I feel like it actually went up.
You think? Okay, maybe because I'm an Aurora player. I play Aurora and Ahri, so I'm like, I'm just going to put Vialmors in everything. So maybe you're right. Maybe it's come up a little bit. But
I feel like the Vialmors layers are going up in play because of Yellow-Blue also being up in the population. Like, for example, Victor is the 4th or 5th most popular deck right now in RQ Lille. But overall, it's definitely nice to see more variety in the battlefields that we currently have in the metagame, because Obelisk Compile was really homogenizing the entire field. You know, it's like it was making the game a little bit more stale, and here we have a lot of more interaction as well. Having Tag and Speak being a most common battlefield, you have to learn how to utilize this for yourself to actually have a chance at winning the games where your opponent will be using them as well. You have to remember that Target Peak is most likely the battlefield that you're going to be choosing when you're going first, right? It also, one of the very interesting aspects of deck building in Riftbound is like understanding which is your neutral battlefield, which one is your battlefield when I'm going first, and which one is the battlefield when I'm going second, right? And Arena's Greatest is the best example because it's so aggressive that you want to always go first with it, right? But with Target Peak, it's very similar. So you can play Arena's Greatest and Target Peak most likely in the same deck, for example.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things that makes these matchups so interesting as well because, you know, a lot of battlefields can be asymmetrical in like, I want it for my deck and I know it doesn't do much for you. And then you get into a mirror and you're like, whoa, how do we both play? Because suddenly everything is good for everybody. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on battlefields throughout the rest of the day. Lots of fun stuff going on, lots of changes to the meta. Even though I know people thought it's just a little bit of a shakeup, I think the versions of the decks that are being run are quite drastically different. I mean, we have different versions of the Draven, for instance. We've had changes to Kai'Sa. Different version of Ezreal. Ezreal last event in Bologna was all about locking your opponent out of the game. Now it's more about intricate math and saying, okay, I need to make this unit low enough to be able to gust it back and how to actually balance that. So I think there's a lot more at stake in the meta on those minor decisions than before.
Yeah, you're right. You're spot on. I think also what is one of the most interesting things about this meta game is that the deck variety went up, even though they're potentially the same legends, but the variety inside of the deck list, they are bigger than in the past. We had very optimized lists with the previous state of the game, specifically because with access to having cards like Scrap Heap, Cold Shot, and Ezreal Prodigy, if you play purple, you're most likely play those 9 cards, right?
Yeah.
And because of that, your deck building process gets simplified. Right now, you have to find other options and how do you play this game now without having the access to so many options. There's gonna be deck building process like where you cannot have many one-offs, because now you have to actually get to draw them more consistently by normal card draw or like more expensive card draw than, for example, Cold Shot. So the purple decks that we're gonna see nowadays, they do not play like 1 Rebuke. They most likely play 2 or 3 Rebukes if they feel like the meta game is revolving more about Ferrous Forerunner. And you have to have an answer because otherwise you're gonna struggle. So I feel like the game is in a really great spot. Like from a both competitor and viewer perspective, it's gonna be more variety and also more interesting gameplay, also because of lack of fight or flight, which changes the dynamic of how the math works
massively
out. Yeah, and you don't have to worry about just a hidden power cost card that affects you for like -5 or -6.
It is huge, big swing.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. We're in such an interesting spot in the meta, especially knowing we're getting a whole new set worth of cards in a couple of weeks' time. I mean, we have a few moments just as we're getting things together for round 3. Of course, we need all around 2 matches to finish in time so that we're there. We have a couple more minutes to talk statistics and talk a little bit about the cards that we're seeing and how things are shaping up. As we're only in round 2, but we do have our stats at play. So we can take a look perhaps at some of the cards that we're expecting. Actually, you know what? I said we're waiting for teams. We've actually got something more interesting than us yakking. Let's hear from our last champion. Let's hear from Alan, who's with Barcode.
Sweet.
I mean, yeah, we're actually back on the floor with Marshall, indeed, who is with me. How are you doing today?
I'm doing really well. I just did my game on stream, 2-0'd it against the Lux. I'm feeling very confident today. Yeah, the game went perfect on stream, and I was hoping I can continue that going throughout the day.
Yeah, when I saw that you were playing Rek'Sai, and that's absolutely insane because this legend, some players saw that it might be able to win it all. So why exactly did you choose this deck and did you pick this legend?
So I played Darius in Bologna, and I went 5-3, and I figured out that the deck was struggling in some of the areas, and Rek'Sai fixed those areas, mainly the draw. Rek'Sai giving you that extra card with the legend trigger just helps you with your hand. You can find the cards you're looking for. But yeah, overall, Rek'Sai is performing very well for me. I want to skirmish on Sunday. So yeah, I'm just hoping that I can do better, maybe go 6-2, maybe make day 2 tomorrow. So we'll see.
But for now, it's going very well for you. Did you hesitate with other legends, or was it a straight-up choice for this Rek'Sai?
Because I played Darius last regional qualifier, it was potentially that I was going to play Darius, but after testing Rek'Sai, And with the games, how the games were going, I was quite happy with the list, and I was just like, no, I'm going to stick with Rek'Sai. I'm not going to look at anyone else. It has a really good matchup into Aurelia, which is the most brought deck, I think, most brought deck for today. So I'm hoping that I find a lot of Aurelias, and then I should make it quite far.
Is there a particular hard matchup for you?
Yeah, I don't want to see any Kaisers. If I see a Kaiser, they can ruin my day. There is quite a lot of Kaisers about. I'm just hoping that I fall into the more Aurelias than Kaisers. But it's not unwinnable for me.
Okay, so it's not unwinnable. That is the most important, because some players, sometimes they pick a deck and, I mean, there is an unwinnable matchup, and when they are paired up against this deck, that is so hard. So unfortunately for you, you're not in that situation. We're gonna hope that it's gonna go well for you. But speaking more about the venue itself, how do you think the atmosphere is right now?
Well, it's the biggest regional qualifier, I believe, so there's a lot of people about. With just short of 2,000 people playing in the event, there's a lot of people. It's very loud when everyone's finished with their games. But yeah, atmosphere is really good. The atmospheres here are always really good. So yeah, I'm just hoping that everyone has a fun time and that they try and win and do the best that they can.
I mean, yeah, it actually makes a lot of sense. And I can see on your face that you're taking a lot of pleasure. We can see right behind us that there are a lot of players and all of them are ready to try to win it all. You're doing great for now. We are going to wish you that it's still going great throughout the whole day. Maybe we'll take some news about your Rek'Sai strategy. But for now, we are going to go back on stage.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Regional Qualifier Lille, we just saw round number 2, and you're now seeing me as Blevins, you as Amy. We are here to get us ready for round number 3 coming up.
Yeah, getting straight back into the action. We've already seen 4 totally different kind of matchups and decks, and we even got a bonus last round, so we got to see 2 of our feature matches, which is incredible. Seeing the diversity of that Rek'Sai deck and really what it can bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to hold it back. I know Marshall, so I was rooting for him in the back, so thumbs up for Marshall there. But Rek'Sai, a deck that we knew was going to be more represented in this event. I mean, I think in Bologna and even Vegas, we saw them obviously because people are always going to be playing for best of metal cards.
Cool.
But I think now Rek'Sai is a real contender. I would not be surprised if we see a Rek'Sai in the top 8.
No, we saw how aggressive it can be right there. Flooding the board early on and then just keeping up the pressure forces your opponent to respond in turn. And if they're just not a deck that can do that, which a lot in the format aren't. A lot of these decks right now, especially things like Ezreal, which has proven very popular, it's slow in the beginning. You're slow and steady. You're trying not to use too many resources. Rek'Sai forces your hand.
Yeah. Rek'Sai can be super aggressive like we saw, but it's deceptively has late game as well, because we saw Marshall was playing that, had the ability to play something like a Ferris Forerunner, spend all of their energy to do that, but instead they're going, all right, I'm going to play a small unit, I'm going to conquer, I'm going to trigger the Void Burrower, which is effectively drawing me an extra card.
Oh yeah.
And I'm keeping cards in hand, I'm putting cards in onto the board and keeping up that pressure while also keeping cards in hand. I mean, that's a recipe for success in any deck.
Yeah, if you ask me, it's got a lot more powerful since some of the bans have turned the tides a little bit, being able to push back decks that were troublesome for Rek'Sai, which have also faltered in popularity, as we've seen from our standings and how we've kind of got that Aurelia really on the tippity top at the moment.
Yeah, so it definitely, Order was a domain that really, I think, this is the breakout tournament for it. We've seen,
definitely.
We've seen, obviously, Rek'Sai. I know Azir is out there. Victor is one of the most represented decks as well. Even Fiora, I mean, doesn't feel as much. It feels more like a body deck than an Order deck, but it has Order set, too. I know one of your favorite set is coming back. I mean, Fight or Flight Gone set emerges from the ashes of Fight or Flight and is ready to do some sit-ups and really crunch this event.
Exactly, and he crunches the numbers, and that's exactly what we like to see. So I just said it. Aurelia's at the tippity top there, finally taken that top spot from Draven in regards to popularity of choice of deck. Draven's still up there, don't get me wrong. I think, you know, originally people anticipated it to drop, but I've always seen it as still this really strong deck. And it's lost a lot of key pieces, but that doesn't mean that it's still not powerful and it's still keeping up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we went from, I mean, the Miracle deck is gone for sure. Or unless you're an absolute psychopath, but we could see it. It's gone for sure. But yes, like you said, Draven's still a very good deck. You can take a lot away. It can still be the best deck. And it is a very broad deck. And it's got a nice matchup versus almost anything. You've got game against almost any deck, which is a good place to be in an event where you need to play 8 rounds of Swiss. But yeah, like we said, a lot of order decks up there. And one that I see that has not gotten a lot of talk, it's Master Yi. People forgot about Master Yi from Origins. They're like, oh yeah, that card rotated out. No, it's still there. It is the 5th most represented deck in the event. And I think quietly, we could see it sort of rise to the top, and then we're going to be forced to talk about it again.
Definitely. In fact, you know, I was at a skirmish not long ago, finals, Master Yi Mirror.
Yeah.
There you go. Like, honestly, it's a much better deck than people have counted it out for recently.
Absolutely.
And I think there are people who have been cooking with those lists, staying at home, making sure that they're keeping those tactics hush-hush, and then bringing them to an event like this can really take it by storm.
Yeah. Well, we're going to let the players cook a little bit more. We've got a little bit more time for this round to start, but we do have an interview for you, so we're going to throw it over to Barcode. Take it away.
And look at that, I am with Echo, the real one. Look at that cosplay, that's absolutely amazing.
Thank you so much, you're flattering me. I'm doing great, how about you?
I'm doing absolutely great. This is absolutely awesome to have you there. I mean, we met yesterday, but off camera. We're not going to talk about this one?
Yeah.
Echo, how do you feel being here in the venue with your cosplay?
Genuinely, it feels like an amazing memory already, because you're walking around everywhere where you look, it's Riftbound. And well, as a Riftbound player myself, and as an avid fan of League of Legends, it's like a dream come true. It's like your own little League of Legends con.
Yeah, I can totally relate with what you're currently saying. But there's something funny about you. You're actually cosplaying Echo, and pretty well, I'm gonna say that. But who's your favorite character in League of Legends?
Well, yeah, everyone expects me to be an Echo main. Well, my main looks quite often as Echo. It's Nico.
That's literally surprising. But still, why exactly did you choose to cosplay Echo?
Well, it is actually quite a funny story. When I started cosplaying, I was like, okay, I'm going to Comic-Con. Everybody is cosplaying, so I don't want to be the odd one out. So I was checking like which character do I look like, and a friend of mine was like, Echo, you have to cosplay Echo. So I did my first Echo cosplay, which was True Damage Echo. And let's say that hit off quite the situation with Riot. They were like, you. And I'm like, all right. And since that moment, I just kept on cosplaying Echo each event that I went to. And well, that kind of feels like I became Echo that way.
I mean, yeah, I can just tell you that. You got me, you got me. I saw that I was literally talking to Echo yesterday. You sound like him, you look like him, and that's absolutely insane. What was the most challenging part of cosplaying Echo? Is there something that you had some difficulties with trying to do the cosplay?
I think the most difficult part of cosplaying Echo is getting the cosplay.
Whoa,
actually getting the cosplay is the most difficult part. I am not that much of a fabric crafter myself. So working with fabric and foam is not my forte. I would much rather work on like props, making a zero drive and stuff. But making the outfit itself, I'm screaming out, I'm like, yo, somebody help me, please. But if I had the resources or a person that could make every outfit, no, cosplay is the limit. They're comfortable, it isn't that difficult, and yeah, I just have to wake up like this, so I'm fine.
That's absolutely insane. By the way, I was wondering, do you cosplay some other characters as well?
Actually, I'm planning to do another cosplay.
Which one is it?
Currently on the list, high up, Ashen Knight Pike.
Wow, Pike would look absolutely amazing. I can't wait to see it, and I'm sure that's gonna be a great Pike, to be honest.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for being here with us. Do you have any socials where we can find you?
Yes, I have some socials on Instagram and TikTok. I am known as Shamiku. On Twitch and YouTube, I'm known as Shamiku Miku. That's Shamiku.
And that's it for the Echo interview, guys. Take it away.
Thank you so much.
Wow, thanks Barcode, bringing us in with the Echo. How incredible was that?
It was incredible. It's like, hey, I see them in the game, and then we see them out there. It's like, wait, oh, right, Echo can like teleport and do time travel. So it all makes sense thematically for sure.
Yeah, exactly that. Did you know I could do some time travel as well? I was in the background of that video, didn't you see?
Well, I saw you run out and then sprint back over.
Yeah, and the outfit change in between.
Yeah, I mean, it was very impressive.
Thank you.
I'm surprised that you got it done in time. But this is the magic of regional qualifier Lille here, as we are eagerly awaiting the next round. I cannot wait. We have already seen some, like I said, amazing matches. We saw Lux, we saw Rek'Sai, we saw, Lucian, of course. Irelia, which I have a feeling, this isn't a spoiler because I don't know, obviously, but we're going to see a bit more Irelia today, if I had to guess.
If I had to take a slither of a guess, I would hope so. But what other decks are you looking forward to seeing today? Have you got any favorites in mind personally?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I mentioned Lucian, but the one that we've talked about a decent amount, and we've talked about some, and we've seen success in the past, but changed quite a bit with this new bands, obviously, is Ezreal, of course.
Yes!
A few different ways to play it. Of course, we had the LNZQ control variant that we saw in, obviously, take down Bologna and do well in Vegas. Changed drastically here with Called Shot being gone. You have to change your strategy. We saw a few events, actually, already with the bands, and even before the bands that were playing a more tempo and aggressive version of Ezreal, which was really a different take on Ezreal, but still taking advantage of the fact that you can play those two domains. You're still able to play a lot of the most powerful spells and be able to draw cards with Ezreal as well.
Drawing cards is one of the most powerful effects. We've said it before, we'll say it again, and I really enjoy the new tempo version of Ezreal that's coming out of the woodworks here. I'm not smart enough to play control. I get bored and I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to attack. But I really enjoy this tempo version because it does give you that kind of, it gives you that advantage through owning resources and through resource management, and I am good at that, so I do really enjoy it, and I hope we get to see some of our best players showing it off today in good fashion.
Yeah, I mean, any deck that can play Sneaky Deckhand is a deck for me. I played it in Annie in Origins. Unfortunately, Lucian can't play Sneaky Deckhand, but I've got a few cards that do a Sneaky Deckhand impression, a little bit more expensive. It's okay. So I'm excited about that. I mean, another one that I'm very excited to see is Azir, actually. It's another one of those decks, but we're not going to talk about Azir now. We've actually got another interview. Let's see some more Barcode. Take it away.
It is going more or less an interview, but more information about one of the key players of the tournament. Indeed, I've got some good news for you, Ezreal enjoyers, because yeah, LNZQ is of course here in Lille, and he's playing pretty well considering the fact that he won his last game 2-0. So for now, the Ezreal strategy is still in the tournament and still going great, going well. Speaking about Ezreal, a lot of players saw that maybe the deck was a little bit worse than before, but it looks like it is still performing very, very well alongside the Oz decks. For now, we don't have some words from LNZQ, but no worries, because in a few rounds, we will probably hear from it about the tournament, about the choice of deck itself, and also about what he thinks about Ezreal in this meta game. I know that you want to have it on stream, and it might happen a little bit later, of course. Ezreal, you know that there are two versions now, like the usual version, which is a control one, and also the tempo one. So which one is LNZQ playing? We'll find out a little bit later. But for now, we're going to get back to the desk. Guys, take it away.
There we have it. maybe a little bit of foreshadowing there. Perhaps we'll see Alan play at 2-0. So I mean, anything could happen, of course. Of course, maybe one of those was a bye, but we'll take it. Hey, we'll take it. We'll take the wins where we can get them in an 8-round event like this.
Not like you didn't earn it at your local skirmish.
Right.
You got to reap the rewards, right? And a round 1 bye is a phenomenal start to the tournament. You get a little bit more rest. You can kind of get in the zone. I know that round 1 of a tournament for me is always where I make the most misplays. We're still warming up. We're still getting into it. And I come out of the game and I think, oh my gosh, why did I do that? Why did I do that? And for a lot of these players, just having that extra time to decompress, walk around, get in the zone and not have to make those misplays and not have the risk of losing game 1, because it's disheartening. Losing that first round could be really disheartening, but there's also a never give up scenario. I've seen a lot of players lose round 1 and then just go and win the rest.
Yeah, and we've seen it happen maybe not many times before, but we have seen it happen before where a player loses that very first round, and so many players, maybe myself included in other events, say, this one, I'm chalking this one up, it's done. You lose the next one, you go play side events, that's fine. But having that determination and will, that back against the wall mentality of, hey, it's all about the next round. What happened in the last round, that's fine, doesn't matter. I need to win this round.
Yeah, can't change the past.
What's going to happen in the next round? Don't care. Need to win this round.
Let's go.
You win that one, you get to the next round. What am I doing? What happened last round? Don't remember. I'm going to win this one. And you just keep on going, keep building that up. And that is really what separates truly top-level players from even just very good players. Like that mindset, playing the game at a high level, that's a given. It needs to happen, especially in an event like an RQ. But having that mental, that mindset is what is really going to push these players over the top.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what it's all about. There are almost 3 elements at play. There's top-level gameplay, there's your mental health and your mental stability and your endurance of getting through the day. So it's about mind, body, and skill here.
Yeah. Absolutely. And you can circumvent a little bit of that by going to, like you said, your local skirmish. If you win a skirmish, hey, you've got that free win. There's so many times where it's like, you played that event, and it's like, I just won the first round at Lille. And they're like, what are you talking about? Like, that was a bye. That's
a win.
Yeah, that's a win. And again, the converse of, you lose your first round, you're back against the wall, you're down in the dumps. You get to come into the event. You get to watch all of these players that didn't win a skirmish. They have to play. There's nothing better than walking around in round 1 knowing that you already won because you won a skirmish. You got that bye. You just get to walk around with the smug face and be like, oh look. Wouldn't want to have to play this round.
Oh, no.
Already got to win.
What
yes, I am saying this to someone who did that in Bologna and have a bye. I have a bye banked up for Utrecht as well. So yes, I am speaking from my high horse right now.
Honestly, it's a good place to be. And like we say, it's not like they didn't earn it. It's a very prestigious honor to be able to come into a high-level event like this and just have one fewer round to play. And that's going to, again, help with that endurance.
Yeah, when you need to go 6-2 to make day 2, making that instead, 5-2, there's a big difference. Every single win racks up, and having that one for free at the beginning is a great place to be. Another great place to be is with another video here. We're going to get to the round really quickly, but we're going to throw to a video right here. We'll see you in a few.
I'm with PL, who is a French competitor in the main event, as well as a French content creator. PL, how are you doing?
Fine, and you?
I'm doing pretty well, to be honest. I mean, the crowd is absolutely amazing. And speaking about the crowd, I mean, this is a French event on the French home, French territory. Does it feel special for you?
It's pretty cool to have a French event or event in France, particularly because often American game think like Europe is like one big country. So you have to travel to a lot of different places to play those kind of big events. But I know that Lille is a particularly cherished city to host events, especially in this place, the Grand Palais. So it's not the first time I've been here to play such big events, but the first time for Riftbound. So it's always a pleasure.
So of course, yeah, for the people who don't know you yet, you played a lot of TCGs before. You've got a huge background around the TCGs. But speaking about Riftbound specifically, what is different and what do you like about Riftbound, especially about the venue and about the game?
The game is really exciting to play. It takes a lot of mechanics that exist in different games with a twist, particularly the rune and the champion unit, the legend. It's a really good mix to experience, even if you played a lot of different TCGs. I think I experienced like all the other TCGs before, so I particularly enjoy Riftbound for this. And concerning this event, it's like really chill. Like you can do side events, the main events, which is really competitive. You can try to win metal cards. You can try to win a metal card and the events. I'm not trying to do any of those. I'm just trying to have fun this weekend, so no pressure. And yeah.
I mean, yeah, you were talking about having fun, and I think this is the most important part about Riftbound. Yeah, of course, you can compete at a higher level, but you can also just enjoy yourself, just chill. And to chill, which deck did you choose?
I choose to play Victor. I played Victor since set 1, but I often thought like maybe I should switch deck to experience different gameplay. And the set 2 came, Victor was still a pretty good deck, mid, I think. Then the ban occurred like a few weeks ago. Victor became more popular, so I was like, why change? Just keep playing the same deck, and I hope it will carry me for this tournament.
I mean, it actually makes a lot of sense. Victor is one of the best decks right now, and it might probably win the event. Speaking about winning the event, you said that you are not gonna win it, even if we just wish it for you, but which deck is gonna win it all?
I think Kai'Sa or Irelia is pretty, or the best deck actually. Draven are still a good deck, but they lost so much cards. They can't really compete with Irelia, who lost also some cards, but not that much. Who benefits from Draven going lower on the field. So I think, yeah, Kai'Sa, because it can win like every weird matchup because of the metal card chaser, or Irelia because it has a good proactive plan against a lot of decks too.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense actually. Thanks a lot for your insight. That was really cool having you here on stage. And for you at home, don't go anywhere because we're gonna be back real soon.
Oh, hi, everyone. Welcome back. We're here, round number 3, RQ Lille. I'm still Blevins. That's still Amy. And we're eagerly anticipating this round 3, which should be coming up real soon.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to see who we've got on broadcast. Can't wait to see what decks they brought with them and how it's all going to go down. But in the meantime, let's have a little chat about chosen champions. We heard there about the differences between each of them and what would go into a player's mind when they're considering which one to bring, because there are kind of 2 ways to be a winner, right?
Yeah.
We can either be going to win the whole event, or we can be going for that prestigious best of prizing.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, when I personally was looking into playing in Bologna, for instance, I picked Lucian, 1, because I thought it was a good deck, 2, so I didn't think that a lot of other people thought it was a good deck. So I thought maybe if I can be the best of Lucian, that's a good spot to be. I mean, I want one of those metal cards for sure. I'm going to be going for one in Utrecht. I'm going to be going for one in every single one of the RQs that I play. And I think that it's a really great way that you can play the game. You don't have to. There's still plenty of players that are like, I only care about first place. I am going to do as well as I can in this event. I'm trying to win the event because I'm the best player. That's a noble place to be as a Riftbound player. that's just not me. I know I'm not the best player. I'm not trying to be. But maybe I can be the best of a smaller pool of players that are playing a deck. And if I can hone in and focus and master this one deck, not only do I get the benefit of being able to maybe find different lines, different cards that are good in this deck that other people aren't ready for, but I have that sort of, I can just play this deck. This is my deck. I am this guy's deck. I mean, I'm not. I just I didn't win the best of medal, but I am a guy that plays Lucian and I enjoy it. And I think that's a really great way to play Riftbound.
Honestly, it's one of those that it can be incredibly advantageous for you just to focus on one archetype and taking that set to set and then building upon that knowledge and having that experience with the deck when you move into a new format, that can bolster your chances of getting those best of prizing. It's something really fun to work towards that's not just the be all and end all.
Yeah, well, we heard it in that interview there where PL said, yeah, I was playing Victor in set 1, I played it a bit in set 2, and I was thinking about changing, and the bans happened. It's like, oh, well, why would I change? And we'll see those players, especially in an event like this. Like, the bans, yes, they happened a few weeks ago. It has not really been that long of a time. This is the first really big event with this card pool, really.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
If you come in and have had the experience of playing Victor for that long, you're going to have a big advantage against other players. And again, if you are just playing for your best of medal cards, you don't need to win the tournament. You just need to win the little mini tournament of all the other players in the event as well.
But if you do win the event overall, then you also get best of course.
That is also true. It's the rich get richer. Yes, if you win the event, you also get the best of medal card, which is really amazing there. So
that's spectacular.
I mean, we're going to see that happening for sure. But Amy, what deck? If you were playing in this event, what deck would you have wanted to bring? Set for sure.
Yeah, I'm a one-trick pony. What can I say? One-trick Stellar Corn Herder. It's not in the deck, but honestly, I really love the deck, and I think if I was going for a best of, because I know I'm not the best player in the room, I know I'm not going to be able to win the tournament, so I would 100% go with the deck that I know the most about, that I've played since day one, and that I'm relatively confident that I can have a decent win percentage into at least 50% of the meta. I think that would put me in a good position to be going for best of set, and that is also the metal card that I would want.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got some very interesting graphics here. We've got card usage here. So this is the percentage of decks that are using these cards. We've got Rebuke all the way at 41%. So almost half of the decks in the room are playing Rebuke. You look at Hard Bargain, Bryn here, there, Nox Devil. I mean, we're seeing mid-range Draven in the top here. Ferris Forerunner, of course, in the top there. Ride the Wind as well. I mean, this is really not too surprising, Amy.
Seeing which colors are present in these colors is also unsurprising. And of course, in Calm, we see that it's all of those spells that help us to prevent our opponent from gaining advantage.
Yeah, and we've seen the talk of the meta being you either need to be playing Ferris Forerunner or you need to be playing Rebuke, and it looks like players have pretty much come to that same consensus. You need to be playing Ferris Forerunner, you need to be playing Rebuke. Ferris Forerunner, of course, is essentially pound for pound, energy for energy, whatever you want to call it, the most amount of might that you can get you can jam into a single card, because it's not just the 6 might on the front end, it's the 2-3 might units on the back end that are really the most scary. And if you're not running Rebuke to bounce it back to hand, there's really not a lot of great ways to efficiently remove the Forerunner.
No, you've got to either be running a very viciously aggressive deck so that you can just back-to-back take them down. Alternatively, of course, we've got these Aurelia builds now that are running more charms, so there's potential with that where you drag them forward and take them out. So there are a lot more decks that are kind of planning for Ferris Forerunner, but it is the most efficient big body unit that we've got. For bang for buck, realistically, it is our best value for money.
Yeah, there's really not much more you can ask for out of a card. I mean, honestly, it's so strong, and it creates these just really awkward points for your opponent. If you're playing an order deck, you know, you've got this Call the Weak, you're able to take out these big units. You go Call the Weak, and you go, oh, wait, I actually have not changed the amount of might on my opponent's side of the board. That's not a really great place when you've spent a card and paid a power to do that, and maybe even sacrifice one of your own units as well. That's just not...
It's not an efficient use of your time or resources,
It's not a winning proposition. So, like you said, you need to be having one of these hyper-aggressive decks where it's like, okay, I can kill the Forerunner one time, and that's going to get me ahead. You move the units back, I'll kill it a second time. Maybe it's a Hidden Blade, maybe it's something else. It's inefficient, but efficiency doesn't matter when I get to write that.
Guys.
Yeah, when I've got loads of guys, or when I get to write that W on the match.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
it's one of those where actually, as long as you're ready for it, you're okay. And with those statistics, we see that you have to be ready.
Yes.
And someone else who's ready on the floor for us is Barcode.
And yeah, I am, as the players are getting ready right behind us, I am with Adibou, who is a famous French host. How are you doing today?
First of all, pardon my French, and I'm really fine. I'm so happy to be here with all the crew cast from OTP and from France. So, Xoxo, Aureus, and Kachuz, my man, it's a pleasure to be here. It's incredible. So many people, so many production value. I mean, I'm so happy to be here and see the real Barcode. For real, you exist, man.
Am I real? Am I real? No, that's so nice to have you with your smile. You smiling is absolutely incredible, and you being here is a chance for us as well. But for now, the players are getting ready, so why don't we just go over the game?
All right, we are back, and I think, Amy, we saw the players in the background there of Barcode getting ready to play. I'm so excited. I'm shaking with anticipation for this match. We've been quietly, very quietly and peacefully waiting for this match to start, and it looks like we are jumping in here as the players are shuffling up. I'm very excited to see who we've got.
Does anyone in chat recognize either of these players? Have you played against them at locals? Who are you rooting for? We don't know what decks they're playing quite yet, but they're just setting up and getting ready.
Yeah.
So we'll have our feature match ever so soon.
Yes, it's like when you hear the keys jingling, my mouth starts drooling. I know we're going for a walk here, but this walk is going to be round 3. It looks like we've got the 2 decks we talked about, Azir versus Ezreal.
We didn't plan that. I'm just going to put it out there. This was not a bit. That was pure, beautiful, unbridled chance of opportunity to see these 2 in action.
Yeah, I know almost everything I do is a bit. This is actually one of the times that it's not a bit.
It's not.
But we get to see Azir versus Ezreal. So we're going to be seeing the order deck here in Azir. And we're actually going to be taking a look at the deck here. Very standard looking version right now. A lot of equipment, a lot of kill spells, and of course those 3 Arise.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want to be seeing. Lots of Arise, Desert's Call, Guardian Angel, Charm, Defy. Lots of ways to not only create a lot of your own units, but then push and pull others around from the opposing side. It's almost like a control deck, but it's got enough aggression to pull through early game and overwhelm with units.
Yeah, it's like the Victor control decks that we've seen where you're playing a lot of destroy spells, you're playing a lot of different manipulation of might with discipline and pump spells there, but you're able to, unlike Victor who gets to make a 1 might recruit, you're making a 2 might Sand Soldier that, by the way, is also getting equipped with an equipment, so very threatening unit. And like we saw in the Aurelia deck from the round 1, we're seeing more and more Charms main deck. The meta is shifting even in the main deck to accommodate the new metagame that we're playing in.
And we were just talking about it, how important it is to respect those larger units. Speaking of larger units, decks that are absolutely thrive on using them late game. Here we are with Ezreal. Of course, we've got the Mind Splitters and Thousand Tail Watchers for late game, but early game we're using those cheap and efficient Raven Blue students and Plundering Poro to be able to build our board, and we're using so many cards to draw more cards and effects to draw more cards so that we are creating a beautiful, unbreakable late game board state.
Absolutely, and that does look, I mean, at the start there, looks a lot more like the control deck, akin to what Alan was running in Bologna, but obviously a lot of differences there. We're actually playing some 2-drops, we're playing the card sharps there, so we're playing more of those units. Of course, we don't have access to our entire deck via Called Shot and Ezreal there, but still a very controlling deck. So we're going to be seeing almost 2 control decks, and we'll see how they can adapt to each other here as we jump on in game number 1, round 3, RQ Lille.
Jumping straight in. Let's see how many sand soldiers we can count. I feel like we need a sand soldier counter. Just like a grain of sand at the bottom of the screen for each sand soldier.
All right, let's get that made. Grain of sand counter incoming here for specifically the Azir matchup and nothing else.
Yeah. We need to think of other little counters and fun things that we can have for each one otherwise. But here we are, the first stack deck. We will love to see it from Ezreal, bringing forward more options, being able to build that hand. Whoa, that's a tricky one because we have the Mind Splitter, which we want. We don't want it at the bottom of the deck, but equally, it's not useful right now. It's far too big.
Yep. It is definitely one of the it's the hard choice there. Are you playing for the late game? Are you playing for now? We are.
We're playing the long game, and I respect it. It's a horrible card to have to go to the bottom because it is one of those driving forces to just score those last few points and stay in the lead. Plundering Poro goes down, and then we're back onto Rocklo's turn to see if we can actually pull through and pop some units in play this turn.
Yeah, and a couple interesting things here. So Rocklo actually was a best of Azir winner from a previous event, so very, very high skilled player here on Azir. One other thing to note though, from the last turn, turn 1, a lot of times what you want to do as Azir, play a 1-cost equipment, make a Sand Soldier on that turn 1. They missed it, of course, there, so they're already a little bit on the back foot.
Yeah, pacing-wise, you need to be just keeping that up. We played a little game of Azir yesterday, didn't we? And it was exactly that. As soon as you get that early game lead, you want those units in play. And unfortunately for Rocklo, Ezreal does that really well as well, especially in this build, in these newer builds where we are running those 2 drops and we are able to cipher through our deck using stack deck quite so efficiently. Again, going for another one right now to this early in the game really does set you apart. Looks like, is it, what, Stupefy and Bellows Breath?
Yep, 2 Bellows Breath and a Stupefy, saying, I will take the Stupefy here, get those break points made, and draw a card for the trouble.
The sad part is those 2 Bellows Breath are at the bottom of the deck, and although Ezreal draws a lot of cards, I don't think it's going to draw that many cards.
No, we're not really. I mean, it can, if the game goes late, get to that second cycle of the deck, but it is not the norm like it was in the previous decks with of course, the called shots there. We are seeing the setup here. We've got a lot of late game in on the side of Ezreal here. There's a Thousand-Tailed Watcher. Of course, we saw the Mind Splitter as well taken, so it's going to be, hey, can we get some points here with this Poro? Can we get a few gold gear tokens? And where are we going to end up? How aggressive is this year going to be able to be?
And that's exactly what it's about here. We're trying to get units on the board. They don't need to be tough initially, but we're going to make them tough, because we're going to give them so much gear, and then we're going to use pump spells and removal to be able to just push ourselves into the aggressive point. But right now, we're just looking low on those soldiers, and that's not going to be particularly helpful going forward. Now, luckily, Renekton wasn't able to get another unit down, so our Poro is the only standing fella.
Yeah, and it looks like Azir's going to be able to go in. They have a 1 might advantage here, of course, with that equipment, but we did see the Stupefy, so it's going to be a matter of what is Ezreal going to be willing to commit here, and then what is the follow-up. We do see a Defy in the hand of Azir. Not sure if they're going to want to do that here. It does effectively stop them from drawing a card. Looks like we're just going to use a Discipline instead.
Makes sense. Again, you try, like, both of these decks have resources that they are trying to use sparingly, and unless it is gaining you the full advantage of using that card, it can be really damning to use it early on. But at this point, drawing cards is the most powerful thing that we can be doing as Ezreal to build that hand to give us the options for later. Stack deck number 3 of the game.
Yep, we get 3 stack decks here, so really going to be able to set up almost exactly what they want in their hand, which is a scary part. It's a scary place to be in as the opponent, because you know, you're trying to get a read on what could possibly be in their hand. You're trying to get an idea of what the range of cards they could have is. And, well, when there's 3 stack decks that have been played, it's quite a wide range of cards that it could be.
Massively, and that's the thing. We've now built this almost cherry-picked hand, and you've got to be almost a worrisome Azir at this point when you're facing up against a deck which is, at this point, very well known for being able to have those control style elements, and there are plenty of them in hand. So although we only have lone Poro in this combat, who is going to go down, we've got a lot more where that came from.
Yeah, yes. Ezreal has been able to sculpt their hand for the late game. But of course, Azir is going to be trying to, in this matchup, say, hey, we need to expedite this game. We need to make this game go as quick as possible, because the later the game goes, once those Mind Splitters start to come down, once those Thousand-Tailed Watchers start to come down, it really starts to get a lot harder for Azir.
We've got Sacred Shears now in play. We've got a Death Knell draw one, which we know that's a powerful effect. And of course, then it's just going to keep going because it gets to put that on the unit and we can keep equipping. And it also gets the +1 might.
Yeah, it's one of those cards that seems like it's not that strong, but you're able to keep your hand filled. But, well, one way to not keep your hand filled, that is a Mind Splitter coming down.
That feels like an early Mind Splitter, but we have just been ramping those runes and getting to that point quite quickly, thankfully, and those stack decks certainly did help. We're really only in what I would consider the early game, and we've managed a Mind Splitter. Phenomenal play, and we've assessed how crucial hand knowledge can be here. And in a matchup like this, where both have these spells like, let me think, Defy, that's right there, being able to know that the potential of Defy is there, especially with its cheap cost, you've just got to be aware that they're around.
Yeah, it creates that interesting scenario where, you know that I know that you know that I know that there's a Defy there. So when I play something that can be defied, are you supposed to defy it or not? That's the interesting question that comes into play.
Want me to do that?
It's too obvious. But that is the beauty of cards like that. Of course, the Arise taken from that Mind Splitter. One of the, I mean, in our match, the Arise was what was really a turning point in that game, and it can certainly be a turning point. One of the, I mean, literally the signature spell of Azir and a signature game changer for sure.
Yeah, it's not too difficult to remove Sand Soldiers. It is much more difficult to remove lots of gear that you can plonk Sand Soldiers into, so it can make a huge turning point. Back over to Renektoy's turn. We've got a single Mind Splitter, much energy, plenty. We've got lots of great cards, but I'm looking, we've got some Singularity being considered. We've also got fantastic cards like Fizz, which can bring lots back whenever we need it. And having played those early cards like Stupefy, although we didn't use it to its natural full effect, we can just jump back and grab them when needed, which just feels great. Such a fantastic card that, we still have access to.
Yeah, and this is, we talked about this Ezreal control deck being a complex deck. There's a lot of decisions. I mean, if you look at Ezreal's hand right now, there's probably about 50 different iterations of how this turn could go.
100%.
And there's probably about 3 of them that are correct. So it's not just, oh, well, just play this card, play your cards, pass the turn. There's so much that goes into it. Are you going to play the Singularity? Yes, it seems. We're going to wipe the board. That's a pretty decent way to go. If all else fails, clear the board, I think you're going to be in a pretty good spot.
Whoa, but we're saying absolutely not today. Not today. And of course, Ezreal's going to go ahead and draw a card off the effect. Still having targeted those Sand Soldiers, we're still able to draw a card. Brilliant use of Singularity because we still get an effect. And although, hey, there we go, we're going to Stupefy and we're going to keep drawing cards, see if we can get ourselves out of this situation, adding to the stack, adding to the effects. And the Sand Soldiers go down.
Yeah, as we saw it there, Singularity doing 6 to a 5 might unit. The Discipline brings it up to a 7 might unit. The Stupefy brings it back down to 6. So even as the dust settles, all of those Sand Soldiers are gone. And I mean, it seems like it's quite a nice win for Ezreal there. but also those weren't real units. Those were free value units made just from playing equipment. So you almost feel bad clearing the board there.
I don't know. They did manage to get rid of the Arise. So honestly, it feels quite safe.
Oh, still very good. It's just, you know, I spent all these real cards. There's something about that irks me in a way. I never want to do it, even though I have to.
I think they used it on the perfect turn. I think that was a really full value turn when we're talking about use of resources. Renekton did have to use a lot of resources to make it happen, to get rid of, like you say, essentially free units. But those free units can't necessarily come back now. We know that we've taken that Arise away, so Rocklo's gonna have to be a little bit more tricky and do this the manual way by using cards, spending more of their own energy, and using Desert's Call to bring 2 of those back is a great start.
Yeah, Desert's Call as a mini Arise is quite good, and then we're playing another equipment there to get another Sand Soldier, and all of a sudden that whole board clear has been rewound.
It's kind of like Renekton just knocked down the sandcastle, and Rocklo went, "It's okay. I've got a perfect shaped bucket right here," and bish, there we go, we're done.
Here's a second sandcastle ready to go.
Oh dear, so we've got the troops are very much back, all got their equipment, so they're a lot bigger than they seem, and now Renekton's back on this kind of same pinnacle they were on before. We've got the Mind Splitter, we got the whole point, but if you look at how things are looking board state-wise, Rocklo is seeming very calm. That's because they've got this really strong board state, which is going to last. Renekton now has the really difficult position of having to continue to build up a board to be able to close out this game. 3 points aside, we're not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, both players at 3, and again, we've talked about in the previous rounds, it's not about getting to a certain point, it's about getting to those even point thresholds. So
yeah,
they're both tied in points right now, but it looks like Rocklo is likely going to be the first player to get to that 4th point, which means they're ahead on point tempo, which means it's going to be on Ezreal. The ball's going to be in Ezreal's court to somehow disrupt that, or else the game is going to end.
Exactly that. It's all about that tempo. This is strategically, Riftbound is much more about the mathematics of when you score those points than a lot of people first assume. And you're right, we need to get to those even numbers, and getting to those high even numbers like 4 and 6 are the really big swing points of the game. If you can't get to 6 before you've swung the game in your favor, it is not looking good, my friend.
Absolutely, and this is a scenario that is markedly different from the pre-ban scenario for Azir specifically. In a scenario like this, you can have all of these equipment. You can equip one unit with a bunch of equipment and take out something like a Mind Splitter. In the previous meta with Fight or Flight, that really was almost a hard counter to that, because it would be stranding those equipment on an exhausted unit. Now, there's not really great ways to deal with a unit with a bunch of equipment on it and strand the equipment. You can use Rebuke to get rid of it. You can destroy the unit, but all of those equipment are then going to be freed up to go on another and cascade those equipment with another unit. So Azir, in this specific scenario, is actually in a better spot than they would have been in a pre-ban world.
Absolutely, much, much better. And we see why Azir has had that uptick. But as we were talking, Rocklo goes ahead and scores that 4th point, putting them much in the lead to head towards a victory. If they can keep this board state up and just consistently gain those points here on out, they're taking this win easy peasy.
Yeah, this is now the point of the game. We're ahead on tempo. Yes, your opponent, if all things go as Riftbound would say they are, you can score 2 points this turn. That is a fair and balanced Riftbound, right? We're not playing Lucian. We don't have a lot of these point skippers. We're not scoring 2 points or 3 points a turn. We're not scoring 3 points a turn, 2 points a conquer rather. So the way that you need to break that tempo is by holding. So at some point there is going to be a hold by Ezreal or stopping the Azir from scoring those even point thresholds, but it doesn't need to be right now. Azir can pass the turn. They don't even necessarily need to score this 5th point. It's going to end up being roughly the same as being at 4 if you're able to conquer those 2 on the next turn.
So very true. And I got to say, I'm going to point it out, Rocklo got best of Azir in a previous event.
Yes.
that was pre-ban.
That was, in fact, pre-ban, so...
This deck is now in a more advantageous spot than it has ever been. And having those reps, having that experience, clocking us up to 5 points in this game, still climbing with those Sand Soldiers, is pushing Rocklo into a phenomenal position for, in my opinion, this entire tournament. We're on round 3 here for our regional qualifier in Lille. And I gotta say, I think that Azir is looking like one of my kind of favorites for the turning point of that ban list.
Absolutely. Definitely seems like Azir has been put into a very advantageous spot here. Looks like we are going to go for both of these battlefields here. We've got, of course, 4 Might on one, 5 on another, thanks to our amazing Might graphics at the bottom of the screen. I was about to do math. I don't need to. It is shown on the screen for me. But we get to see that here. I mean, we do have... Here's the thing. We've got what would be considered good attacks into these battlefields, but there's so much energy. There's so many readied runes on the side of Rocklo. Like, how can you make these attacks? I don't know. You have to be very meticulous is one thing for sure.
You've absolutely got to. We've got to remember the effects of the battlefields themselves as well. Void Gate will be giving spells and abilities bonus damage, while War Camp is actually giving extra might to these units. So on both sides, these can be utilized for very dynamic showdowns.
Yep, absolutely. War Camp, of course, very good for Azir because the more units you have, the more effective might you get from that battlefield. And of course, Ezreal playing a lot of direct damage spells wants to get that extra damage from the Void Gate here. And now, again, there's a lot of cards in Ezreal's hand. You may think, oh, that's a good thing for Ezreal, and it is. But it does not make the decision of how to play this turn any easier.
No, not at all, especially with that Azir in the back line kind of staring us down, being able to move those Sand Soldiers into a battlefield with it again, making that War Camp even stronger. So can get pretty tricky. So Renekton's got a lot to think about because there's a lot of energy standing on the other side of the board, ready to rumble.
Yeah, and this is another scenario.
Ooh, Bellows Breath.
It looks like Bellows Breath repeated, so it's going to do damage there, of course, on the Void Gate, and then damage in the back line here. Of course, going to be an extra damage on that Void Gate. So we are...
Now it's how we follow this up to finish off some of these units. See if we can clear the board a little bit more to allow our units to kind of run a bit free, considering if we want to stop that in its tracks, which I could kind of tell might have been coming by the fact they didn't want removed from the board straight away.
Yeah, Defy comes out. Yeah, there's some sort of shenanigans going on with Bellows Breath for sure, so you want to avoid that if possible. Let's just Defy the Bellows Breath.
That is a no thanks, sir, and cheap and cheerful to boot. So still got plenty of energy for any particular shenanigans that may still occur. Now, Renekton definitely has the advantage when it comes to pure might on units, but Rocklo has a lot of guys and they have equipment to boot, and that's really what's pushing up the numbers. That's making it a lot more difficult for Renekton to be able to confidently move some units into a battlefield.
Absolutely, and again, we're trying to figure out what is the best way to sequence these cards. I think we were trying to go for a Bellows Breath Watcher play before. Of course, that got thwarted, but maybe not, because now we've got a Fizz that can bring back the Bellows Breath if you would like to. Looks like they may be doing just that.
Looks like it. Fizz has shown why it's a fundamental card in Ezreal. We're Bellows Breathing again. Seeing if we're going to let that go through or whether Rocklo's got another trick up their sleeve to prevent some of that. So there we go, just popping that to the bottom, allowing that damage to float on those soldiers and Azir for now. And let's see how we combo this up Again, we've got to try and deal with some of these units. Equipment on its own, not so scary. It can't do anything. It can't score us some points. But the moment you got a Sand Soldier holding it, nah, that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, once you start getting those bodies with all that equipment, again, it really stacks up. You can cascade equipment into a large battlefield if you need to. There's not really the threat of it getting stranded anymore. So it gets really, really strong. And of course, you know, all of this has been happening. There's still that hidden card over on the Treferian War Camp, which is really, again, throwing a wrench into all these plans because there's just so many things to have to consider here. There's no shot I would be able to play an Ezreal control deck in an event like this. My brain is already fried casting this event in round 3, let alone having to play it.
And it's such a tricky matchup as well. Oh, okie dokie, here we go. Targeting down that Azir. Noting that that is kind of a bigger threat. So Smokescreen jumps into play, reducing that down once again.
Yep. The smoke screen will reduce Azir by 4 to a minimum of 1, but which is fine. You can stay at 1 because it's already got that 1 damage on it from the Bellow's Breath. There is another Defy. Love the patience from Rocklow. Had the Defy for the Bellow's Breath before, countered the first one, said, okay, the second one goes off.
Okay.
Feigning the fact that they didn't have another Defy.
So good.
Such a high-level play.
So good. Really goes to show why they could achieve best of Azir in the first place. And now we might be seeing just why that is and the things that you have to be careful of. That was such a fantastic kind of double bluff there, making sure that your opponent kind of makes those suboptimal plays. And the thing is with Ezreal is that you need to be using your resources well. You need them to have full effect. And at the moment, Rocklow keeps just saying, nah, I'm not going to let that happen. We got to Stupefy, bringing that Sand Soldier down a little bit. And Rocklow's floating. Yes. Oh.
There we go. We're going to be able to transfer that might over to the other Sand Soldier here and draw a card. That is a really great exchange there, of course, keeping the cards flowing on the side of Rocklow, potentially even taking down this Raven Bloom student who's going to be really great. And even if all things went downhill for the Sand Soldier, if it dies this turn, you're still drawing a card because of the shears.
Absolutely spectacular. Being able to know the correct timing for the pacing of this game to when to let a unit perish. Knowing that you still got units on board, you've got this equipment, you can re-equip it, or you can just put new Sand Soldiers straight into those kind of husks. Absolutely spectacular play, using that energy so calmly, so collectively. You really can't tell kind of what he's thinking. Brilliant body language, not giving anything away to your opponent at all, not giving them an inch.
Yeah, and after all of that happens, all of those spells played, all of that sequencing, an Azir holds up to 6 points. We're just going to, at the end of all that, hey, you did your work. By the way, here's a Hidden Blade. I'm going to target my own unit just to draw 3 cards here. Let's refill the board and then threaten to win next turn.
I think that's exactly a fantastic play. Don't be afraid of playing your cards on yourself. Hidden Blade allowing us to grab those extra cards could be the difference between winning next turn and not winning next turn. So we go ahead, we're going to score that 7th point now because we can. Gonna go ahead in there. Either the Herald comes down, going ahead and bringing another Sand Soldier straight into play, gets that nice equip from Weapons Master.
Oh, the Arise. That's why you draw a bunch of cards. Get that Arise again. Yeah, Mind Splitter took that Arise what felt like 300 turns ago.
It did, but it wasn't enough. We've jumped into another Arise, bringing Sand Soldiers galore into play, filling the husks of those equipment with Sand Soldiers, and now we've overwhelmed the board.
Oh, and I really like this too. You get to play 2 of the Sand Soldiers ready, and you can play them anywhere. They don't have to be in base. If you control a battlefield, you can play them there. We saw one of the readied Sand Soldiers get played to the battlefield, equip the Eye of the Herald, then moved it back, because guess what? When you move with Eye of the Herald, you get another recruit, so even more tokens.
Why not?
Right.
Why not have more? That's only going to better our chances of winning next turn. We only need one more point. We just need to take these battlefields, and we have a lot of recruits to do so. We're scooping it up, and Rocklo takes game 1 of this round 3 of the regional qualifier, Lille.
Yeah, that was a game of resource management, I think. I mean, we saw Ezreal have so many cards in hand, so much card draw. They got some really quite favorable exchanges, and then just cool, calm, and collected on the side of Azir, saying, I have a limited amount of resources, but I know exactly when I need to play them. And we saw that, I mean, that defy turn. If you are looking at how to spend your cards, how to feign weakness and take advantage of it, rewatch that turn, because that was amazing.
Honestly, Chef's Kiss, could not have done it better myself, because I literally
would not have done it better myself.
I know that it can be commonplace to be like, well, I don't want you to do that again. No, I'm going to use my cards. But actually knowing that it's more efficient in that moment to hold back, that is resource management at its finest. Knowing that Bellows Breath alone isn't doing enough to be worthwhile. There's got to be a follow-up, and the follow-up is the thing that's more important for me to counter.
Right, you spend all this time asking if you can, but you need to be asking, should I be countering that spell here? As we take a look at the sideboards, we see a fan favorite here, Vex. Not Unleashed Vex, which we, of course, did get to play a little bit of as well, but we do see the OG from Spirit Forge here. Vex cheerless. There's no cheer in that Yordle, but it is a very, very strong card, especially in a matchup like this where so many of those exchanges were done in combat and over a specific combat on a specific turn. Vex can really turn that around.
Yeah, indeed. And some of these larger units as well. Although Rocklo might have numbers, sometimes you can overwhelm just with some really chunky guys like Dr. Mundo, who can really swing the trade. If you stack up a battlefield and say, I don't think you've got the numbers to deal with this.
Yeah.
Or if you do, you're going to be spending a lot of resources to do so, and that's what this is all about. This matchup in particular is so resource dependent, resource heavy, and knowing when to expend those is crucial. That's the difference between winning and losing. This matchup can go either way, but it's the players that make that difference.
Absolutely, and you bring up Dr. Mundo in the sideboard is a very nice card against these equipment-focused decks, because a lot of times what you want to do is an equipment-focused deck. You want to have a lot of units. You've got a few equipment. You can, what we call, cascade the equipment. So you're getting double value out of the equipment. You send in a unit with a bunch of equipment. You trade off with some of their giant battlefield units, and then you put all those equipment on another one and then take the battlefield. Does not quite work against a massive might Dr. Mundo, because you don't get the double value against Mundo. Mundo goes where he pleases, which is stay right here on this battlefield.
Exactly. So maybe that will have been a consideration as well as a way to combat the overwhelming nature of Azir. Now going first, Renekton jumps in with a stack deck. We're going early again. I don't know how they do it. These Ezreal players, when I play Ezreal, I never see that stack deck, ever. It's at the bottom for me. I don't know what goes on, but no matter what I do, no matter how well I shuffle, they're at the bottom.
I also love that I can tell from the foiling that is the Nexus Knight promo. Those are the ones that I like to use as well. Stack deck from the Nexus Knight promos here, but again, we're seeing Ezreal being able to set up for the mid-game here. We've got Ravenbloom Student, of course, a very, very strong 2-drop that we see here, and really is deceptively powerful, because if a Ravenbloom Student attacks into you, you really don't know how big it's going to possibly be.
No, and that's the fearful part, and it's such a cheap unit to start the game with. Actually, this is a much better start almost than last game for Renekton, so we're able to take advantage. And that's what we really need to do with this Ezreal build now. We saw that Azir just got going after a few turns, but there were slower turns in the beginning. So, but if you allow Rocklo to start the momentum, then it just kind of flows into disaster so quickly. If you can find a way to push the lead early with Ezreal, that's really what we need to do, and we need to keep pace. But at this stage, we've already got 2 Sand Soldiers in place, so this student's going to have to work hard.
Absolutely, and we saw it was actually a weirdly interesting decision that does not happen in a lot of games, but with these 2 battlefields specifically, we've got Vilemaw's Lair, which means if you move in there, you're not moving back to a base. The other is Sigil of the Storm, which means if you conquer there, you have to channel a rune, or you have to not channel a rune, you need to recycle a rune, which is not great. So actually a very interesting decision here from Rocklo to go into the Vilemaw's Lair saying, hey, this Sand Soldier, you're going to stay here, buddy. But more importantly, it is going to dictate where this Raven Bloom student is going to end up.
And honestly, both of these battlefields are trying to make it difficult for your opponent while it's not so bad for yourself.
Yep.
And so it's going to be an interesting kind of battle to see exactly who goes where and when. We're going ahead and challenging this first Sand Soldier. I think it's the right move. You've got to try and keep pace. You've got to try and score the points to keep up. If you don't keep up, we've seen what happens.
We see yet another stack deck here, really just to give the Raven Bloom student +1 might to get over the Sand Soldier, which got the discipline. I think Rocklo was more than happy to accept that trade if it were to happen. Of course, did not in this case. The Raven Bloom student is able to take over that first point, but like we said, Raven Bloom student is now stranded in Vilemaw's Lair.
Yeah, she's going to have to do her studies from there because you're not moving anywhere anytime soon. But with a unit that can gain extra power, might, like we are looking at kind of it being okay that they're there. A Sand Soldier's going to need some equipment to even start to deal with it. And speaking of, here's a BF Sword.
BF Sword's going to come down. We now have a 5 might Sand Soldier, and it looks like we are going for the attack here, saying, hey, we need to get that Raven Bloom student out of here, and if we do, we're in a really good spot.
Yeah, again, taking that lead, pushing forward. Student can't stick around for too long. If, you know, Renekton doesn't have any other units in play currently. Ooh, looks like we're going to consider a Wages of Pain.
Yeah, Wages of Pain would offer a trade here, which again, I think Rocklo is more than happy to accept.
Yeah. I think you've got to. I think you've got to try for it, right? You've got to try and make sure that you're pushing the sand down as quickly as you can. You've got to manage units while also staying equal minimum on the points race. And so both players are going to be attempting to keep these units in play or accept a trade. So then you're on equal footing still.
Yep, but we see another discipline here, so we're going to go from 5 up to 7, 3 damage on it, 3 from the Raven Bloom is going to be 6 damage, not enough to take it down, and that is a big swing here for Rocklo.
Huge. Managing to keep that momentum, keep pace, and take the lead. Being able to have 2 Sand Soldiers in play to Renekton's 0 current units. Huge, but it looks like a big play is on the way. We've spent the gold token. We're going in. And here it is, Singularity.
Yeah, Singularity will clear the board, but again, it just doesn't feel as good as if you killed real units. Those are 2 Sand Soldiers we took out, and there's still a BF Sword.
Just a bit of sand, and the BF Sword's just there ready for another one to take host of it. So it doesn't feel great, but you've got to, because you don't have a choice. You have to keep pace. We're going for another stack deck, and it's all about that resource management. We've got Fizz, we've got cards in our deck that can recycle these amazing spells from our trash. So actually having them there isn't too much of a bad thing. And we had the gold to kind of eat up one of the recycle costs there, so it didn't feel as expensive.
Yep, and we see the shears come down. That's another equipment that's going to be a Sand Soldier for Azir. We did see 2 acceptable losses get played in the early game, so that's why we're seeing a relatively low gear count, but that is an Arise, and even if it's just 2 Sand Soldiers, that's still fine.
That's great. We have more Arise. We can do it again later. The important thing right now is keeping the momentum, and we know that we've got 2 units. They're on battlefields. We've got 4 points. Our opponent has 0 units, and they don't have any units in battlefields especially. So it currently doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is just Rocklo really seeing how the game is progressing right now. You know, a 2-unit Arise in a vacuum, it's not ideal. It's even kind of less than that because you're missed out on an activation of Azir. But Rocklo's saying, no, I need to score the points here. That's going to get me to 4. That's that even break point. My opponent has nothing in play right now, so they're not threatening anything. I might even just go to 6 here just for existing. Let's make my opponent actually do something.
You're forcing your opponent to have to play these larger units. You're forcing them to have to play something like Thousand Tail Watcher because they're stuck on that really uncomfortable 1 point. And so you're forcing them into a situation where they're going to have to start pushing forward. Now, Rocklo doesn't have any energy left, so they're not going to be able to respond with anything. They don't care. They're happy to take those units, to allow those units down at this point. Going in with Fizz, grabbing our
acceptable losses there,
back and removing that BF sword. Huge.
Yeah, and it's crazy. So acceptable losses allows the player themselves to pick which equipment they destroy, and they chose the BF sword. The adds 2 additional might to the shears, but says, I need the cards from the shears way more than I need the might from the BF sword. Just really, and that was an instantaneous pick. There was not
no hesitation.
Yeah, there was no hesitation whatsoever. That is, I absolutely know what the correct decision is, and that's how Rocklo's been playing this entire match.
And honestly, that really goes to show what a high-level player they are. That goes to show exactly why they've chosen this deck. You know, I don't think it's a best of at this point. I think they're choosing to attempt to go all the way.
Well, that's like what you said before, though, Amy. If you win the whole tournament, you still get the best.
Yeah,
you don't need to pass that down. It's
No.
you know, why not just have it all?
You're gonna have another one. Why not?
Right.
But you know, Renekton is doing everything in their power to stop the overwhelming nature of these Sand Soldiers, as they're not having quite as a fun time right now keeping those on the board. Definitely putting up much more of a tussle this time, managing resources really well with these extra gold tokens this game, unlike game 1, really trying to push themselves, but unfortunately still on that 1 point to 5 at the moment. Rocklo likely to go up to 6 this turn, and that is really where you want to be sitting to be able to launch yourself into a win at any moment.
Well, Rocklo is really trying to figure out how do I thread the needle here to actually set myself up to win. They had multiple ways to actually get that 6 point, like you said, but saying, maybe I don't need to do that right now. Maybe I actually just need to develop here. They've got Azir that they can accelerate from the Chosen Champ zone. They've also got another Arise in hand that can also effectively accelerate as well, but saying, hey, you know what?
Just gonna take my time. I don't need to.
Do it now.
Yeah, you're right. They could have accelerated a unit, taken that 6th point, but when your opponent's on 1 and their board state is, you know, it's reasonable, but you want to have the standing energy to imply that you can, you know, you can respond to whatever they've got to throw at you. The confidence is mesmerizing.
Yeah, you need to be able to figure out what do you actually lose to here, and a big one would potentially be Watcher Bellows Breath clearing, getting way more value than it needs to. So Rocklo putting out effectively the minimum number of units to, or the minimum amount of power out to actually still threaten the board, and we see there's a Bellows Breath. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that, being like, oh, actually, I'm gonna make you not be able to get kind of the full effect. I don't want you to have too much when I pass my turn, so I'm only going to leave these 2 out, and if you deal with those, okay, that's fine. And that's the scary part, is that when your opponent's cool with it, you know there's some scary stuff coming next turn.
Yep, and we see the Frigid Touch there to finish the units there. Of course, the damage does not go away if a combat showdown does not happen. So the Frigid Touch takes them down, and there is that 1 damage from the Bellows Breath, killing both of the units. And now, first, maybe little bit of breathing room for Ezreal here. Cleared the board, has a board of themselves, actually able to develop a little bit more and get to that 2nd point as the slow grind starts here for Ezreal.
Back on a Rocklo's turn. We've got plenty of energy to work with. But how will Azir get closer to closing this game out? I imagine it will be via many a Sand Soldier.
Yep. there we go. Start with the Desert's Call. Again, even though those Sand Soldiers are not created from Azir, they still have Weapon Master. That's just a passive ability on Azir. So we're going to get to automatically equip those. Looks like they have passed the turn. Just set up that board, pass the turn. Don't spend any power there. So we're going to be generating all of our runes, get some might into play, and then have some of these accelerate threats for the next turn.
Renekton Knight does have that breathing room you mentioned. We've got units on the board finally. We've got energy in play. We're now able to see if we can take and hold these battlefields, because I think that's going to be the key. Now, do you side with just going on one, or do you try for both? Is it too risky? First of all, Fizz.
Yeah, the beauty is that Rocklow's not threatening to win next turn, so you get to play a little bit safer than you might have otherwise. If Rocklow is at 6, then you're gonna have to commit probably to one battlefield here. Now you can maybe send in the Plundering Poro, get your 4th point, and then play defense on a future turn. Let future you deal with that. You don't need to worry about losing right now, because you're probably not going to.
Yeah, you could even bring the Fizz that's currently ready. You know, you've got that in File Wars, so you're not too worried about that. Going in for a Watcher, not accelerated, just going for the regular play, reducing those Sand Soldiers down, so furthering the impact of the Bellows Breath.
Yep, that would threaten to kill the Sand Soldiers. Looks like Rocklow has...
We're not having it.
Yeah.
Not today. We're going to boost them back up again.
Yep, we're going to boost one of them back up. We're going to sacrifice one to boost the other. That, of course, is going to be the Shears one. So that's going to be a card drawn from the Death Knell from Shears. It's going to be a card drawn from the spell as well. And we're now going to be going into next turn as Rocklow with a lot of cards in hand.
Well assessed, Plundering Poro. Jumping on in there. Citadel of the Storm. Grabbing finally that extra point and gaining a gold token, which hopefully will help with our resource management for this late game scenario. Finally at our even number that we like to be at so much.
Yeah, there we go. And now we see, you know, Rektoy was very far behind, have scraped into 1 turn of point tempo behind. Not really a board on the side of Rocklow. So this is, of course, going to be a pivotal turn cycle. What is Renekton going to be able to do? Is Rocklow going to be able to easily get a point here to get that 6th point and then set up for the win next turn?
I see an Arise in hand. We've got lots of equipment. 2 of them on 1 Sand Soldier currently. Going in and having a little hello with Fizz? No, maybe not.
Got to decide. So the Sand Soldier is at 3, and then, of course, we'll have an Eye of the Herald recruit token. So could go in, destroy the Fizz, have a recruit token left over to get that 6th point. You'll also draw a card off of the Shears, which is great. And then it's a matter of how much might can I put in the back line? How much of a threat can I put forth to try to win on the next turn?
Here we go. Fizz is being challenged. We have the extra recruit token. And will it be enough? Will we get... Yep. We're going to take down the Fizz. No response by the looks of it. No, don't have enough energy to do anything in response. So, of course, we get the card draw still, which is great. And the recruit remains in Valmor's Lair.
Yeah, the recruit remains, and I'm wondering if there's a consideration there to actually destroy the recruit instead of the Sand Soldier, because you'd strand those equipment. Of course, Weapon Master can take them off, so that's not really a consideration, but you would have prevented a card draw potentially there from the side of Rocklow. I mean, it's probably not a big deal. You would maybe rather have less might in play as your Renekton, but it is a consideration. Like, a card in the hand of Rocklow is certainly not something to sneeze at.
No, that's not. I personally wouldn't want them to have more if I was playing against them. So realistically, I think that this was a pretty good play. And again, knowing which of the units to take down, even with targeting your own, as we saw in the last game, it can be very advantageous to know which ones to leave hanging around and which ones actually, no, I don't really need that, but what I would like is more cards.
Yeah, Rocklow has to decide here How much are they going to commit? What do they want to commit? Because you don't want to overcommit and then lose to another Bellows Breath Watcher or something like that. You don't want to lose too much to that, but you also don't necessarily want to leave all of these runes stranded, because it's effectively like you just didn't do anything on that turn, and you want to be progressing your board and try to win on the next turn.
Getting the conquer point there was really all we needed. It's better, I think, in this instance to have all of our resources for that kind of finisher turn. And of course, yes, we have the Hidden Blade there, so we can take out our own recruit so that we can draw cards, which we saw last game work to great effect, and it's exactly what Rocklo wanted.
Yes.
Rocklo wants as many cards in hand as possible to be able to piece together that perfect winning turn next turn. So has Fizz done them the favor they needed?
Yep, they've now got a lot here, and I think we've seen a handful, 2 win walls in the hand of Rocklo to be able to have a counter for any sort of spell shenanigans that may be happening here. If there's some big spell coming through, Rocklo's going to be able to counter it, but do see a Mind Splitter as well on the side of Renekton, and it looks like that may be what's coming out. Where are we going to bolster our defenses here? Looks like on the Vile Mausoleer.
Going for that Mind Splitter, it costs a lot, but it could be worth it. Let's have a cheeky look at the opponent's hand. Of course, we do have that Arise that's been lurking there for a while, but we've also got Defy, we've got lots of equipment. I think the Arise feels like the obvious choice.
It does, and you have to, the Arise, I feel like, is the obvious choice, but you have to also, you need to be able to beat the rest of the stuff in hand as well. And
that's the thing.
It's not going to be easy with the Azir, because we can take one battlefield and then Azir can effectively double up those tokens there. If you can make additional tokens, you can bring them all in. Does not matter if they are ready or not. Here they come.
Okay, really bolstering on Valmor's lair there. We talked about this earlier. Here it is in fruition. Both players on 6 points apiece. What are you going to do about it when you're Ezreal? You've got to make the biggest threat possible in one battlefield. You can't let Rocklo take them.
Right.
You've got one Plundering Poro in base because you need it if you want to advance your own game state next turn. However, right now, the most important thing is, Rocklo, I'm not going to let you take these. I'm going to do my best, and I've got to stick here. I'm staying in Valmor's lair, and you can try and challenge me for it, but this is the stand that I am putting up, and it's a fantastic one at 20 total might in Valmor's lair right now.
Yeah, 20 is nothing to sneeze at. That is absolutely for sure. We're going to start with an equipment coming out. I would imagine we're going to move the Eye of the Herald unit over so that we can generate that extra 1 recruit, because every point of might is going to matter here very much. When you're trying to take down 20, you need every bit of help you can get.
We certainly do. But here we go. We're starting.
Okay.
We're beginning. And we don't have, like, what we can do here, we can chip away at things. We can take down a unit, we can draw a card from the shears, we can re-equip that, we can then send it back in, so we can do multiple instances of combat here. That's no problem, and it might be the way that we go about this is chipping away and going in and out until eventually we've got through all the units. First of all, a Stupefy is going to come and reduce the amount of damage. We are choosing to defy that.
Yep. Makes sense. Yeah, this is exactly what we talked about before. Cascading the equipment. We're going to take out a few units here. Still 14 on the other side. Nothing to sneeze at.
Respectable, absolutely. But we've dealt with at least some of the threats available. And now, like you say, it's about cascading that equipment down. We're going to reuse it. Reduce, reuse, and recycle, my friends, because we're going to be not quite reducing, but increasing the damage output each time we do this.
And we make the recruit there. We equip, we channel. Or sorry, we recycle a rune.
Yeah, back up to 7. We're close. Bringing Azir in, and of course, accelerated. We're going to move into Valmor's lair. We're going to take everyone with us.
Yep, just making sure that all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted here. Doing the math, Rocklo Seeing, can I attack with Azir, bring over everything, also get another recruit over as well, because yes, that Eye of the Herald unit is going to be moving again.
Yep, you can drag him along as well as this says, hey mate, I'm over here.
Yeah.
And oh yeah, you as well, buddy.
Oh,
come
hit
on over.
blade.
Oh my goodness, taking out the Thousand-Tailed Watcher straight away. The ball is thoroughly in Rocklow's court here. Now we've got only 7 might on Rennick Toys' side, and that's the handshake as Rocklow takes this 2-0.
Yeah, that was a 2-0 well earned. It felt like that. I felt like there was like 4 or 5 games worth of games in those 2 games that we saw, and I will keep saying games over and over
That
again.
was only 2 games?
It was only 2 games.
What?
That was 2-0, weirdly enough. That was a 2-0, and it was, I mean, it was really a masterclass in Azir resource management. Every single card was put to its maximum effect. Every card was played at the exact moment it needed to be. And even in moments where, like that, I'm going to be thinking about that double Defy turn in game 1 forever.
I just learned something. We've learned something today, kids.
Yes. we learned you don't have to play the Defy just because there is a target for it. Even if you've already defied that exact same spell that turn, you can just let the second one resolve and then defy a different spell later. Insane.
Mind blown, honestly. I could watch that game again and again and again.
Yeah.
That was phenomenal from both sides. Even being able to put up such a fight with Ezreal was phenomenal. They did everything they could, and it just wasn't enough. And honestly, I think they both played spectacularly, though.
Yeah.
Being able to put up that much of a fight against an Azir opponent quite so privileged and so decorated there as Rocklow is just amazing. And they really did both play to every out.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can play Ezreal at your locals, your skirmish. You can win a skirmish with Ezreal, do really well with Ezreal. I played Azir a bunch of times. There's a bunch of guys at locals that play Azir. I win all the time. But were they the best of Azir at a recent RQ? I'm going to go ahead and say probably not, because there's not very many of those people. One of them, of course, was in that match we just saw and took that down in spectacular fashion. But like you said, it was back and forth. I mean, we saw multiple times where Azir's board was completely cleared. There was nothing on the side of Azir. Able to bring it back, though. And, you know, Ezreal, again, put up a great fight. Mind Splitter, Thousand-Tailed Watcher, great late game from these Ezreal.
Perfect. That's exactly what you're expecting from Ezreal is, okay, I've got my little guys, I'm going to deal with your board, I'm going to go, yep, goodbye, Sand Soldiers, I'll see you later. Okay, they're back, right, okay, bye-bye again.
Yeah.
Okay, very good, go on. Okay, now I've got enough momentum, I can go for my big fellas, I can remove things from your hand, but wait, what? How are there more than before, and why do they have so much equipment? And that's unfortunately what Azir was bringing, is on this occasion, our Ezreal just wasn't strong enough to keep pushing the sand back. We didn't have that. We were using Bellows Breath. We were, you know, pushing it back as much as we could, literally blowing the sand away.
Right.
But it wasn't enough.
Right. And this was really, for me, this was a solidification of Azir in the meta.
Absolutely.
I had heard people talking about Azir maybe being a real deck. It obviously got better post-bans. Seeing a very high-level player play Azir in a matchup that I did not, I'll be honest, I did not think that was necessarily going to be a great matchup for Azir, because Ezreal has so many resources, but when you can take what you have and use it to its fullest extent, the deck looks completely different. Every time I play Azir, I play Arise on like turn 2, I've got no runes in play, all my Sand Soldiers are gone, and I wonder how I even got into this spot. So
How am I losing? I don't get it, but absolutely, we've seen some spectacular play just there, and we've got just the person to talk to about how they go about learning all of those tips and tricks.
Hey, James here with Rocklow. Rocklow, Lucian, hello, welcome to Lille. A successful round 3 for you. Coming off that game against Ezreal, you just took down the winning deck from the last RQ. How are you feeling?
Thank you for asking. I'm feeling pretty good. I think the matchup is quite unwinnable for Ezreal, especially after the ban list, because they are not playing the things that, let's say, was collateral damage for the Azir. For example, since no one can change it now, Pickpocket is good. Downwell was really good. because Ezreal always has more runes than Azir, and if you down well in a turn where you had like some gold gear tokens, you will always win the game. So it's really, really important for Ezreal to know that Azir is a wall that they cannot beat right now.
You're just letting them know.
Yeah.
Now the deck lists are locked, as you said.
Yeah,
you
they're
can't make
locked.
the changes, so we're all good.
And everyone's playing LNZQ's deck list, and I know the deck list. And I think he changed some cards that are like even worse against Azir. I saw what's it called, Sprite Call.
Okay.
The thing is, like, Sprite Call beats 2 drops. My 2 drops have 3 might.
And then you give him a BF sword, and then you give him all these other things.
I feel like in general, matchups that want to, what's it called, have a lot of removal, are really, really bad against Azir right now. Because they can only decide on killing the gear or killing the units. Most decks, or like no deck, has the capability to kill everything and then have enough runes to do anything.
Okay. Okay, so how have the deck lists kind of changed? I saw your tweet the other day looking for Eye of the Heralds and Doran Shields like a day before the tournament. Was that a last-minute thing for you?
No, it was just me picking up high rares.
Okay.
The thing, because of work, I have no time to play Nexus Knights. And in the new Nexus Knight promo packs, there were Eye of the Herald and Doran's Shield with the promo foiling.
Nice.
And the foiling looks great. And I had no time to get them myself, so I just asked on Twitter, and one guy, also called Felix, like my first name, he just gifted them to me, so shout out to him, he's the GOAT. Thank you so much, it won me all the games.
Something lucky there about Felix and that. So, as you said, Nexus Knights, you get your promos. Thanks for the plug. Great plug there from Rocklow. That's the journey you can begin for, making best of Azir. Although that would mean you're looking for your 3rd best of Azir. You've already locked down Bologna and Las Vegas. Are you confident for today? Surely.
The thing is, I'm always confident, but I'm not delusional. The thing is, Azir is not a consistent deck, so it can just happen that one guy is also like performing great and has like, let's say, 1 or 2 less bricky games than me. So we can just, and the thing with Azir is the deck is so difficult to play. Anyone who will beat me deserved it. Like, it's not luck. If you can play Azir, like, that has nothing to do with luck. It's so difficult to play. If you saw the game with Ezreal, like, I permanently equipped every turn, everything. I did the math on every turn. So there was not a single useless conquer where I went in and he played, like, even if he had like 4, 5, 7 runes, I wouldn't care. If I conquer, I win the conquer. That's like the purpose of Azir, and that's what everyone has to keep in mind if you play Azir. So yeah, just keep your runes, man.
Keep your runes. That's some great confidence as well. To be the best Azir, you've got to beat the best of Azir. I'm not going to keep you for any longer. I'm going to let you go off for your next round as we head over to Barcode and get ready for the next round of Riftbound.
And yeah, we are back on the floor with one of the best players in the room because yeah, I am with Randy. Randy, how are you doing today?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
I mean, I'm pretty fine as well. We just had an Ezreal game on stream and it was absolutely amazing. But you on your own, you're not playing Ezreal. What do you play today?
I'm playing Irelia.
Irelia, very interesting choice. We've seen that. I mean, you posted some pictures of some of your cards and everything. Players were like, is he really gonna play Irelia? And finally, you are playing it. Why did you choose Irelia, to be honest?
I figured after baiting everyone for like 2 months straight, I might as well just play it one time and see how people react. No, seriously, I just think the deck is pretty good. I didn't want to take Draven. It would have felt really bad taking a deck that was just hit by the ban is just straight up worse than what it used to be, so I tried to go for Irelia, which got hit by the ban list pretty hard, but not the same, not as bad as Draven, I think.
And for now, it's going pretty well for you because you are at a 3-0 record, so everything is fine for you. You are aiming at the victory, right?
Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal for this weekend, trying to win this event.
Finally, because I mean, during the last events, you were always short a little bit with the top cuts and everything. This time, we wish you that it's going to be better, and let's hope that you took the greatest picks. But isn't it hard against Victor with Irelia?
It's pretty hard. Yesterday night at like 11:30, I decided to just say fuck to Victor and not play anything for Victor and just take the L if I face it. Just like, hopefully it goes well. If I face no Victor, maybe I have a way better chance in the rest of the field.
So last minute changes, and sometimes it's for the best, sometimes it's for the worst. For now, it's going pretty well for you. Let's hope that you don't face too many victors. I mean, for now, it's going pretty well. Are you confident that you can win it all?
I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty confident.
Are you gonna win it?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's doable. I think I have a good shot.
Doable? Or will you do it?
I think I'm gonna do it. Let's put it.
Okay, that's some very, very confident says. But guys, back to you. We're done with Randy now.
Hey, welcome back to the caster desk here for RQ Lille. We're closing in on the next round of games. You got a few minutes, just bear with us as everybody's pairings are getting put together.
Correct.
Of course, we are running a big event, nearly 2,000 players in the room here. So we have a few moments. You and I haven't talked too much about Azir yet. We just saw some Azir, some Ezreal. So I just heard from Rocklaw his confidence in that matchup, saying it's basically unwinnable for Ezreal in the current way that decks are built. Key thing he was saying, now that deck lists are locked, he doesn't mind saying that cards like Downwell that aren't getting played are the ones that would beat Azir. So I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, that's very interesting because it seems like acceptable losses can put like a very, big problem in front of Azir when he doesn't have enough equipment to just constantly have a way of juggling it to get the might and go and conquer, right? In this particular match that we just watched, I felt like there was one moment when the Ezreal could have grasped the control a little bit by replaying again the Fizz with the acceptable losses instead of going for the singularity there, because I feel like it does feel like unlosable for Azir, I agree, when the opposing player is just trying to find the answers without putting the pressure at the same time on the Azir.
Sure,
right?
yeah.
And then Azir has a way of rebuilding the board, finding the time, finding the answers, and the biggest problem for Azir, at least from my perspective, is that we don't have a lot of card draw. There are the shears, which will give you the card draw if you have the units that are dying, of course, right? But other than that, like maybe there are some builds potentially with the Green Azir and then Silicon Herder, but in the normal version that Rock is playing actually for the, third time during the regional, right? It's very similar to the deck list to the previous ones. He doesn't really focus on that, right? So we have the Discipline, like replacing itself, cantripping, and the shears. So if you are running out of your equipment that is trying to get you the value consistently on the board, which is kind of like a card draw to some degree, well, then you're going to have problems. But it's interesting to say that he's thinking that it's almost unlosable.
Yeah, very interesting. And of course, that is one of the aspects of having a tournament where you have to lock your deck list, obviously, coming into the day. So you can't make any adjustments. You can't watch Rocklaw's game in day one and say, hang on a second, let me make some swaps. No, it's locked. You have to maintain your deck through the entire tournament, which is, for newer players, maybe something that you don't always factor in on your Nexus nights, but that's something that when you come up to a competitive level, playing at competitive rules and regulations level, that deck list has to be clean and final and all submitted.
And also, you have to make sure that you're not sideboarding cards before you start.
Yeah.
Like, that can happen often, by the way. But I wanted to go back a little bit to the Azir still, because I'm thinking now a little bit more about the concept of how Ezreal is being played, and what we have seen here from Renekton Abuser over here was a little bit more late game version, right? We didn't see the Windsingers, for example. We didn't see, I think, a lot of copies of Gust in it as well. So, and those are cards that essentially are saying like, oh, I'm just removing a token, like permanently.
Right.
You said about Downwell.
Yes.
Right? Downwell is mass Gust, essentially. So the versions of the Ezreal that I had more experience with and against and play myself were the ones where you are a little bit down on the board and you're trying to be like going underneath people with the sneaky deckhands, with this Windsingers, right? And you have the access to almost infinite amount of bounces. Right? And I feel like that copy, that kind of Ezreal, I don't think it would be unfavored against Azir, right? But this is where the Riftbound beauty comes in. I can have this perspective on this matchup. Without much experience, I cannot really back it up with facts. Then a player who is like very efficient at his own legend is going to tell you that he's favored into everything. Right? And then there's the reality, which is probably in between the two. right? But Riftbound really has, like, what I really loved about this game is the fact that even though some matchups can be unfavored, if you are truly like a master of your deck, you can get some points towards yourself and win those unfavored matches more frequently, you know?
Yes. Yeah, I'm hearing that we have a few more minutes before we get to the round.
Perfect, we can yap.
So, luckily, we prepared a lot of things to talk about the meta coming into this event. And I know you were focused on a bunch of decks, and we're actually going to take a look at some footage we did yesterday with yourself and Blevins looking at a deck tech.
So we're not yapping.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here again for another deck profile. We're going to be talking about Victor. I am Blevins, joined with Lothar. We're going to play a little show match here and talk through my deck that I've got here, Victor, going up against Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I'll try not to win this favorable matchup for me.
Well, at the very least, I'm going to be talking about my plays.
Yep.
What I'm wanting to be doing is controlling the board as much as possible. I don't want you to have units out. I'm able to make units every single turn.
Yep.
I'm going to try to kill as much as I possibly can of yours and make units on my side. And with that, let's just dive right in. We randomly determined that I chose to go first, and let's do this. Mulligans are ready. Let's do this. Good luck and have fun.
Have fun.
Okay, I'm going to start off and do the very Victor thing of making a token on turn 1. And
I did not predict that happening. Okay, 3 energy for me.
One thing that I'm thinking about with Victor is at almost all points in time, I am going to want to, if I possibly can, I'm going to want to make a recruit token every turn, unless there's a specific reason not to. So that's what I'm going to be thinking as I am playing this game here. And
it's interesting because Victor is one of the decks that benefits from going second a lot.
Yeah. It does actually benefit from going second, which is nice because not every deck allows you to actually get that value from going second. I will
you go.
Conquer.
I don't have a Hextech Ray.
You know, you got to ask. You know, every once in a while someone has our good friend Hextech Ray. That is not a recruit. Let's make another recruit and just make it nice and easy and pass the turn.
Okay. So, 3 open. That smells like a removal spell to me.
Ah, what's that? What's that mean?
All right. I'm gonna, in this case, attack with the Honest Broker to zone Warrens. I don't want to give you a card over here. No.
So, Honest Broker, I am thinking here, and I am thinking that I'm actually going to want to play an action. So I've got a nice little action here, and that is the card Blood Money.
Blood Money, okay.
Kills a unit at a battlefield with 2 might or less, and if it was an enemy unit, I get a gold gear token. If it was my own unit, I get 2 gold gear.
So I'm going to answer with a longsword, and I'm going to give it plus 2 might.
Yep. That is going to effectively counter the Blood Money, which is fine if it has to happen.
I paid tempo with this, right?
That's true. You did end up paying a power there. That's going to give you a point and the Zon Warren trigger.
1 point for me. Now, I'm going to do the Zon Warren's trigger first.
Yep.
And then I'm going to also put the Voidbearer on top. So Voidbearer resolve first.
Yep.
I played a card already.
Yeah.
I'm going to play the Noxus Hopeful.
That's a good one.
Base. This one goes to the bottom. And now I do the Zon's Warrens. I'm going to discard the Cull the Weak because it's not the best card against Victor.
I've got plenty of weak to cull. That's fine with me.
And it's your turn.
All right. I am going to get a hold point, which is awesome. That's going to get me up to 2. We're going to channel 2 runes, and we are going to draw a card. I'll have to decide how much I care about that.
This looks like a great Singularity turn.
It does, in fact, look like that. Thanks for reminding me that I don't have a Singularity in my hand.
But if you would have, wow.
If I did, that would be fantastic. So I think we're going to play not quite a Singularity. We're going to actually play this a little interestingly. Cost the same as Singularity, but is not quite Singularity. It is our good friend Riptide Rex.
Okay.
When he enters, he does 6 damage to a unit at a battlefield, I'm going to go ahead and kill your Honest Broker. You can get your gold gear token exhausted. That's fine.
Thank you.
We're going to use this opportunity to get our good friend Mr. Recruit out of here. And unfortunately, I can't make a recruit with Victor, but that will be the turn for me.
You're not moving towards Zone Warrens?
That is a great thing to point out. And yes, I definitely did want to do that for sure.
Okay, third point.
Third point of the game. And we're going to discard this Wages of Pain to draw a card. And from there, I will pass the turn.
That's what I thought. Okay, I'm tapping everything. You got my new beauty over here.
Ooh,
Yeah,
a little
very
unleashed,
nice. Very nice.
unleashed rune.
All right, now I did get the gold, so
You
I
did.
can pay for the longsword. And let's see if you were baiting me to remove my only unit, so you have a better chance at using your colder weeks. I'm not sure if that's the case, but I want to attack into your Riptide Rex. You're gonna first do the Raven.
Yep, let's see if we can hit. I do hit a Wages of Pain.
Okay.
But I have no further response than that, so
All right, so we're trading over
we're
here.
gonna trade.
Longsword goes back to base. And now I'm gonna play Seal of Rage.
Yep.
Pay 1 power.
Yep.
And for the 6, I'm gonna give you Headaches. I'm gonna give you this guy.
Ooh.
There is Warana. One of those cards that Victor really doesn't like.
No,
and I
do
pass it
not.
to him.
I am going to get a hold point here up to 4, which is my saving grace here. You know, I got the privilege of revealing that card, and it's just haunted me ever since. Okay.
Well, we're gonna be casting a lot of this card in during this weekend.
Right? I think you might just be right there. Okay. 2, 4, 6 energy.
Yep.
I think we're just gonna. Do I have a reason to do that? Not really.
Card draw is always a reason. Potential card draw.
Yeah. Yeah, actually. You bring up a compelling point here. But perhaps not compelling enough.
I don't even know which version do you play. It's probably the more mid-range version because you have Riptide
That's
Rex,
the beauty,
right?
is that I think we're both a little bit in the blind on this particular version, but we got some fun spice here in the Glass Mixologist, which does allow me to recur a bit of value here.
Okay.
In the late game potentially. Yeah, we actually are going to move our recruit in here. Go up to 5.
Point.
Yep. We're going to make yet another recruit in the base. And I think what we're going to do... So we're going to hide a card
Well,
here.
you did show me Wages of Pain from...
That is true. I did. And I'll pass turn.
Okay. So I'm at 7 runes. And I'm gonna play this way. I'm gonna play another Seal of Rage.
Yep.
Now I'm gonna move my Ferrous Verana to Zone Warrens. No responses from you.
No
I'm gonna get the second point.
Yep.
I'm putting first Zone Warrens on the stack, and then I'm playing the Void Burrows. Void Burrows goes first.
Yep.
There's the Sun Disc, and there's... Okay, so I'm gonna play the Sun Disc. Sun Disc enters. I pay 2 for that. And I tap red. Now I discard a card. I'm gonna discard my Phoenix. And I'm gonna draw...
Oh, that's not fair.
Phoenix.
That's not fair.
And now I'm gonna play... Look at this. Oh, this is gonna be so neat. I'm gonna tap my Sun Disc. I'm gonna play 2. Tap 2, sorry. And actually maybe 3 even. I'll play even 3, pay 1 red, and my Phoenix is gonna enter ready and attack you for 5.
Interesting. Now I think what I want to do here is first trigger the Ravenbloom Conservatory.
That's the card
It is
draw.
going to give me a Stupefy. Now I've got to make a decision. That decision, I think... is going to be this one.
Is it a hidden blade?
It is a hidden blade.
Ooh.
You have 2 cards in hand?
I do.
Yeah, I think I like the fact that you have 2 cards in hand. I'm going to target my own recruit.
Yep, for sure.
To draw 2 cards here.
So I'm getting my 3rd point.
Yep.
And I'm going to play the Soaring Scout into my base.
Yep.
And I'm going to pass the turn.
Okay.
This is my Cold Week.
Cold Week protection.
Yes. Insurance over here.
I like it. I mean, I don't like it, in fact. I don't like it, in fact. Okay. I'm at 5 points here.
I'm fully tapped out, cannot do anything.
Yeah, I've got to kind of not just set up for this turn. I need to set up for the following turn as well. That's the real key here. So I can go to...
Are you playing Miracle? You have like 9 cards there.
Yeah, I'm playing Miracle, all right. Okay, so I think I've got an idea. I don't know if it's a good one, but I've got an idea. We're gonna start by playing a Wages of Pain on the Mortal
that
Phoenix,
kills my bird.
because it will kill it, and also...
Funnily enough, this is not a bird. It's a spirit.
It's a spirit.
So it doesn't get +1 from Ivan's brush.
They're sad. Sad days. I'm then going to move my recruit into the...
That's the 6 points.
Observatory, which is that all-important 6th point. I'm then going to make a recruit here, and then I've got to count 2, 4, 6. So next time I'll have 8, or I can have 7. I think that's okay. Actually, this is a weirdly relevant decision to make. Maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, the problem here is I want to do something, but all of my cards cost power, and I just really don't want to spend power to do a thing. So I think what I'm going to do is just pass the turn.
Okay. The thing is with Victor is that it does have efficient removal, but it comes at a price.
It does.
It either costs you your own units as well, or it costs you tempo.
Right.
Because you're going to be paying a lot of power. Right? And it's tricky to play that deck, that's for sure.
It definitely is.
And also, what I really like when you play against yellow color, specifically Victor, your opponents have to adjust to your own gameplay. Like the colder weeks, you have to keep units in base. Maybe sometimes you will not even conquer on turn 2 because you don't want to potentially lose a unit very fast.
Exactly.
All right, so in this case, I'm gonna go... No, I actually have to hold because I cannot give you a point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I am...
Threatening to win next turn.
Try to attack. Yes, I will try to attack with the Soaring Scout first to you over here.
Okay. Ravenbloom Conservatory first. Oh no, the key miss. I think I'm gonna just... No, I don't really need to do that. Yeah, this trade is fine.
Okay, my unit dies. So I was just speaking about having an insurance against Cold Week, and now I don't have one.
True.
See? That's what you get for talking too much. Now I'm gonna accelerate my Rek'Sai.
Yep.
Gonna pay 1 red. You have 2 mana open, 2 energy open, so
energy,
I should not be hit by anything over here. So I'm just gonna accelerate.
Yep.
And I don't need to tap the Sundance for anything. Any responses?
No responses.
5th point, I'm gonna tap Void Burrower. And in this case, I'm gonna play the Noxus Hopeful into my base. Oro goes on the bottom. And I'm gonna also equip my longsword to my Rek'Sai.
Yep.
And I am gonna pass the turn.
Okay, well, this is a key turn here. We're at 6, which means we're potentially threatening to win here. We've got a lot of might on the other side of the board.
Well,
however,
I just gave you a win if you have Singularity.
True.
But
I don't have Singularity. However, I do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I do have Imperial Decree.
Oh no!
Which says when any unit takes damage this turn, kill it. Which, you know, I could just trade in my 2 recruit tokens to kill those 2 units, that would be great.
Yeah.
But what's even better is Bellows Breath.
Oh my.
Which I can repeat to pay 2 and 2 energy to do damage here, get those off the board.
That's going to be enough to clear the board and then overtake the 2 battlefield.
Yep. That will...
Wait. I will play my 2 mech tokens.
Okay. you gotta make sure you maintain the board state.
Exactly.
That's gonna be it. GG Lothar. That was a little bit of a demonstration of Victor, what he's trying to do here. Make units, kill your units, keep that point tempo, end the game with a big turn like that. Hopefully that was a good example. Hopefully you check out Victor as well. But this has been our deck profile here. Hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you on the next one.
Welcome back to RQ Lille. It's gonna bug me every time I see that video.
That's me.
And not only you don't bug me. Blevins pulling another like rare card out of the content creator like pre.
You want to hear a story from that?
I do.
So, Blevins was sitting across me, and we were making jokes that he's gonna get another signature because he's always getting an overnumbered and maybe a signature.
He told
so
me
I said, look, I'm just gonna take your set and I'm gonna give you mine, and I'm gonna swap. And I didn't do it.
I was gonna say, but did you? Because he told
offered.
me.
He offered, and I was like, nah, I'm just gonna keep my own, you know. And it's like, and then he opened the overnumber pour, and I'm like,
that could have been your overnumber.
Could have been my pour.
As mentioned, and as I'm sure you can guess from being at home, the last round is still just finishing up and getting everything ready. The pairings, of course, need to come out for the next round. So we will be chatting with you for just a few more minutes before we get
Hope you like yapping.
Our next round. I know. Here comes the podcast is what's coming next. So we're almost at the halfway point of the day. After this round, we'll be halfway through day 1 of Swiss.
Correct.
I think that's kind of the point that fatigue really starts to creep in. This is where like loss streaks start happening. Like you kind of get a couple bad results, or you're 4-0 after this next round and you feel pretty good. Like, how would you as a player or someone who has worked with pro players try and keep that mentality in check as you go through a long day like today?
I feel like it is still a little bit too early to even think about that. You know, I feel like from a perspective of a player, the fatigue is probably coming down like at round 6. For the last 2 rounds is gonna be the moment when you have to fully focus. And every single player has their own kind of ritual or maybe like habit of bringing themselves up to speed when it comes to attention and so on.
Right.
I know some players like to disassociate, for example. They like to just get some earbuds, some headphones that will have noise cancelling, really good noise cancelling. It's really loud, by the way.
It is.
There's like 2,000 people also talking outside. So when they are speaking, it's actually getting really loud. So many players are just like taking the earbuds, noise cancelling, go out, listen to music, and just try not to think maybe about the game and just like focus on something else to keep them like, you know, refreshed. Or like do something that they enjoy overall, like hanging, talking with friends.
Right.
Like, you know, it's always something different for every single player. Some of other players would like to maybe drink a coffee, you know, or
that would be
get energy drink or whatever, right?
That would be me. And you mentioned there's so much going on out there, not only just for our main event, there's so many people hanging out, socializing at the event. I want to find out a little bit more about what's going on behind these walls of the broadcast. Let's check in with Barcode.
Thank you guys. Yeah, back on the floor with a very special player in front of the graffiti wall. Sorry. Flash, welcome in this event. I mean, you're doing pretty well right now, especially considering the fact that you're playing a legend that not a lot of players are actually with today.
Well, I'm playing Timo right now, and while I lost 1 game, I won 2. So I'm trying my best now, and I'll see how it will go.
And yeah, playing Timo, I mean, this is a fan favorite, to be honest. A lot of players like Timo. Why exactly did you pick Timo, and what do you like about this legend?
Well, first I picked Timo because like in my first packs, when I opened them, I opened like 3 Titaners and like the Timo signature spell. So I was like, I have to look into it. And then I started playing it, and it was very, very fun. I just love all the shenanigans you can do, like with the hidden part, and like just act like you're hiding something important. And in the end, you just draw 2, and then you see the face of the opponent being, oh, I should have gone. And then the next turn, you hide something important, and they come, and then. So yeah, it's all that mind game that's very fun, to be fair.
Yeah, it is really fun, but when you're on the opponent's part, I mean, it is very, very scary, to be honest. And I was watching some of your games just a little bit earlier, and I saw your opponent was a little bit lost, to be honest, because I think that they're not used to play against your legend. So that must be absolutely insane to be like that. I see that you came to have a lot of fun, but do you think that you can just go into day 2 with your legend? How do you think that you are positioned in the meta game right now?
Well, day 2 sounds very, very far, to be fair. I played in Bologna, I was like 2 points away from day 2. But in Bologna, I was way more confident, like because we had the Fight or Flight and the Dreaming Tree and stuff. Now my list changed a lot since the bans, so I'm not that confident, but I'll try my best and see how it goes.
You'll try your best, and that's the most important thing to do at an international event, basically. So your round is starting really soon. Yeah. We're gonna let you go. Hope for the best for you. Back to you.
Thank you, Barcode. Thank you. With I think you said Flash, one of the Teemo players in the venue.
A few of them over here.
I was going to say there's a few Teemo players. We know, of course, the best of Teemo from Bologna is in the house already. One of our featured players that we're keeping an eye on. Again, I think you may just have heard the announcement of the next round coming through. I think it came through the microphone there from the interview with Barcode. So we are getting closer and closer. And obviously, we're keeping our eyes on specific players. I know that we put in some requests for some interesting matchups.
What did you put?
Well, I think one of the requests was for Prismaticism on one of our featured matchups, so we'll see. But our featured matchup, or at least our featured players that we're keeping an eye on throughout the entire event. Let's drop back in. We checked this after round 1. Now we're checking it after round 3. Marshall for Riftbound report, 2-1. So we saw his first win of the day. Alan, I think. No surprises that the machine hasn't dropped a game in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, and then we have Yamato, unfortunately 1 and 2. He still has a chance if he just wins from now on.
Just win everything.
Everything. You know, it's still possible to do a submarine quest over here and go underwater, you know. But Kai'Sa overall, that's one of the topics that when we're going to have like a lot of time to yap, I would like to yap about Kai'Sa and how she will probably know that it's going to be well positioned in this meta game because of the Irelia matchup. Still not really the best. But I also feel like against the Draven, she might still struggle because she might just pivot to the more units-based build, you know? And that is a little bit worse in the mid-range Draven than the control version.
We definitely will have time to talk about some Kai'Sa as we go through the day. Another Kai'Sa there, 3-0. Randy, 3-0 on Irelia. Casanova at 2-1, still alive for day 2.
I wonder what did he lose to?
We'll have to find out from him at some point. And I know T the Bow, one of the best of Garens, of course, or best of Garen, I think it kind of just is safe to say, looking for another best of.
With a 1-2 score, he's on point.
You know, that's kind of the thing about the best of cards, is you just need to keep playing the rounds, and if you pick up wins towards the end of the day when perhaps the day has started not so great for you, all you need to do is kind of just try and jump over the line a little bit. You don't need to...
I would have to check. Did the even best of Garen... I mean, did he get the best of Garen for day 2 in Bologna?
Or was it day 1?
Or was it day 1? I actually don't know.
I have a feeling it was day 2. But one of the names that I put down on the list for this round, I'm going to take credit for it, is Colin from Challenger TCG, who is a very well-respected and well-known player, has played a lot of events over the last few months. Shout out to our team behind the scenes that are picking the featured matches. It's not just me. I will not actually take their credit from that. Going up against Lucien. God, that's easier to say than to actually put forward. And it's Victor. First victor of the day for us. We just saw the deck tech that you did with Blevins yesterday.
Yes, correct. We don't know which version of the Colin... never mind. Now we know what version of the deck Colin is playing. So this is more unit-based Victor. We do see that there's also a Vanguard Armory in 3 copies, but no Jace. So not trying to combo it anywhere. It's just an honest 7 energy card that you want to play. But then if you have access to this card, like every single Imperial Decree is just gonna clean up the battlefields in that turn. So this is a more honest Victor deck. And I feel like it's pretty okay positioned into the metagame. It shouldn't have any like terrible matchups apart from maybe Rek'Sai, you know?
Interesting. I've seen a lot of conversation going through about Victor over the last few days. Obviously, Victor has had such high prominence over many tournaments, even since like kind of like the release, but has struggled to actually put up the results. So on the other side of the table for this match is going to be a Lucian. We've already seen one today.
Yes.
And of course, we know that the Lucian combo with Trinity Force and Skyfall, like scoring points very quickly, has had some favorable changes from the bans, less so in the Victor matchup, but a lot of cards were removed from the pool of battlefields and cards that made it difficult for Lucian to actually play around the game against some of the other decks.
Yeah, in general, there was a very important errata to Relentless Pursuit, which allows you now to play the card without having an equipment on the board, which does make it much easier to like squeeze into the rounds. Also, I like the way that this build is being done, because we have a lot more 2-drops. We have the Pauti Poro, which is great against any based deck based on removal, but we also have the Rare Guards, which is basically just an empty vanilla 2-drop, but does have value when you draw it later stages of the game, because now you can also have an accelerated unit that will equip all the equipment that you will have on your side of your board and get value out of that. Now the thing is, because the metagame is swapping to a lot more yellow overall in the game, now most of the decks, or at least the decks that were trying to build like one hero and just do like some really sick stuff, or like Irelia or like with Lucian, you were trying not to play any other units. But now, since Cold Week is such a common card, you have to rebuild your decks around that. So this is why we see Desert Skull being a card of choice in green. Basically, if you want to make sure that you're not dying to Cold Week, you go Desert Skull. In case of Lucians, we're gonna go into more 2-drops to not get blown out when we are essentially trying to win the game with the combo. Like, we only have one unit, right? So,
but you can see that there are aspects of the deck which are quite tight on numbers. For instance, in this version that Irene is running, notice only 2 Ferris Forerunners. That's a card that when I see 1 in the list, I'm like, put 3 in. Jam 3.
Yeah, definitely more than 1. Yes.
Yeah, 2 in this deck. But I guess my point is like, but again, you can't go too high up in that because you want to include some Ruin Runners, you want to include a few other things. So some interesting different parts of deck building, and that is always the interesting thing at tournaments. Is we'll see where Irene is going on the turn. The most common Victor turn of just play a recruit, I'll pass.
Yeah. Also, very interesting way of putting your legend and champion unit together. It's a little bit tilting.
Hey, I mean, we don't have the zones on the playmat this time, so we just said, do what you want on this one.
That's the Lucian. Just straight up on the board that could be open to Cold Week. Now, I'm not an expert on Victor. Do you even do it in this case? I don't know. Probably. It does derail you in a very weird position.
It does feel kind of like a gimme, though, where you're like, I kind of got to do it, right? Will I get another chance?
Is there even a Cold Week in the hand? I don't think so. There's a Hidden Blade, Imperial Decree, a Vanguard Armory on the left, and I think that the second to the left was like some... I think that was Wages of Pain, but I'm not certain.
I think you may very well be correct. I did see it. We'll try and get another angle on that, as that'll be the move to the battlefield for Candlelit Sanctum.
And by the way, if you remember, Colin was one of the set specialists.
Yes.
Early in the game, and he is just a very efficient player in every deck that he's going to pick up.
I think in hand it was 2 card shops, by the looks of it. The pattern looked correct, but that foiling is...
I love what Irene did here. Not many people are actually taking the gold, you know, because they're like thinking, oh, my opponent is now going to get 2 gold. That is just too much. But the thing is, you don't feel about the gold in a certain way when you know the matchup.
Sure.
In this case, the Lucian is going to be the aggressor. Having access to gold in this case, when your opponent gives it to you to this turn, because it's active immediately, the moment you start your turn, right, you're going to be able to ramp up faster because of that, and you're going to try to keep up pressure because you have access to more energy. So this is really a heads-up play by Irene. I love that. I love to see that it's being proactively understanding like the matchup here, and it's very important actually.
Yeah, I think a lot of people when they saw card sharp were like, well, you're probably never taking the gold, and you're right. This is a time where you're like, yeah, actually I will take that gold, thank you very much, and play out 2 Paddy Paro. There are the 2 drops that you talked about, and in this matchup I've noticed a lot of things like Ruin Runner, Paddy Paro, like there are some spells in this like blue-yellow archetype that require targeting units, so you can force them to deramp. Of course, Cold Week does not, but there are many other cards that remove that do require that target.
Yeah, all of the efficient removal now is highly inefficient.
Yeah.
Essentially, which is very important for keeping up the pressure. You just try not to lose them, those Pauti Powers, to just normal fights, right? But by the way, coming back to card shop, one more thing.
Yeah, sure.
It's a very interesting card when you play it in a blue-purple, because your opponents can take gold from card shop to play around your acceptable losses, for example.
Ah, okay.
So that's one of the things in early deck building that was being caught as maybe a deck building mistake, to implement both acceptable losses and card shops in the same deck.
And I feel like we're just gonna... There is going to be a hoard of treasure in this game. With a treasure hoard plus the card shops coming out, like a lot of gold, a lot of tokens coming for both players, I imagine.
Does card shop look a little bit like Scrooge McDuck?
He's upside down for me, so I'm actually not sure at this point. But let's take another look at the hand.
So Singularity, Zinzao, Decree, Armory, right? That's what I
think so.
That.
Yeah, trying to just getting flashes of Colin's hand to look in.
Okay, we're putting out the Victor leader, which, if you're not accustomed to Victor, will create a token whenever your non-token units are dying. So in this case, it would be card shop.
Yes, and importantly to know, just for newer players again, there is that restriction of it being in base. So you do have to play around that restriction as well. So even if you hold the battlefields, it's not necessarily like you can stack them up. So Colin, up to 3 points already, and this is one of the things that this Victor deck does that's similar to some of the other decks we've seen in the meta. Just it swarms really well. Like this is what Victor does, has since Origins. That is going to be the sabotage coming through. So you immediately start looking to Imperial Decree as one of the options.
I'm not certain if I'm even taking a look at the Imperial Decree. Like current state of the board is we have weenies, you know? We do have a Ferrous Forerunner in the hand, but it's still like the biggest problem here is how much of a value is that Singularity? That's the first question, right? That's the first question you have to ask yourself. Is a Singularity next turn a problem? If it's not, then you can ask yourself, okay, now can we think about the combo of Decree and Bellows Rev against our Ferrous Forerunner? Is that a problem?
Sure.
And then you try to establish a sequence of plays from your opponent, and how will that affect you?
Yeah.
So Singularity was being taken?
Yes, that makes sense with the line that you're following. I want to ask a quick rules question. I'm pretty sure I know the answer to it. Bellows Breath targets both the location and the units, right? So you would have to, on a repeated Bellows Breath,
yes,
if you targeted both deflect units, you would pay a lot of... He's not going to do that. Colin's not likely to actually do it, but just double checking that is indeed how that works.
But the thing is, now Irene knows, I hope that's how you read his name, or their name, has the knowledge of Imperial Decree and Bellows Breath being in the hand of the opponent. So will we ever play the Ferrous Forerunner? Because if that's the case, a Decree comes out, a token goes into the Ferrous Forerunner, kills the Ferrous Forerunner, mechs are being spawned in the base, and now you just do Bellows Breath
on top of it.
And you just destroy everything. That's a pretty clean way of still using 2 cards and a token, but it is the way to deal with a Ferrous Forerunner, right? Yeah. And this Ferrous Forerunner was being played this turn on a battlefield.
And when the mechs spawn, your Bellows will hit Lucian as well.
I am a little bit caught off guard here by this play, because this is like...
it's one of the reasons why whenever I reveal a Victor's hand and there's an Imperial Decree there, I'm like, well, that's going to cause me more problems.
Yeah, so that was what I was
anything.
thinking. Like, if we get this Ferris Forerunner into the base, then it's like semi-safe.
Sure, yeah, you at least force multiple spells, right? I feel like Colin's like, what is going on? Because like my opponent is all runes exhausted, no resources available to play around it. So Colin just has to think it through, right? It's just like, okay, is this something I'm
maybe I'm
missing?
yapping and maybe it was this Bellows Breath being removed or something? No, that's the decree.
It was the Singularity.
Okay, so I'm not missing that. Okay.
So it is Decree, and then the follow-up will come from it.
Yeah, so
exactly as you were saying. That is the sequence.
I am a little bit surprised, I'll be honest with you. I'm trying to understand the reasoning here. Maybe that's a bait.
And now you can just repeat the Bellows Breath. One goes to the base, one goes to the battlefield if you wanted to.
You can just sacrifice the token for the Pora as well.
But at least then you get to conquer it on the back end, right? Oh yeah, as you said, you can sacrifice the token for the Pora. Yep. Yeah, I think that's such a difficult spot to be in now because yeah, here comes the Bellows Breath.
Yeah.
Tap them all,
okay,
1, 2, 3.
Look, I'm not saying anything about this because maybe there's a reason for this play.
Sure.
And we're gonna see the follow-up.
I think the follow-up from Colin here is I'm just going to make another unit. And
No,
I know what you mean from our Lucian player, but I'm just saying
this is like incredibly efficient turn.
We talked about like Ferris Forerunner being a difficult card to play around in the meta in general, and Victor is one of the decks that can do it when the board is set up for it, and that was about as perfectly as a board is going to be set up for a single turn to clear out everything from a Ferris Forerunner and units that were already existing.
Yeah, I mean, just look how difficult this turn would have been if the Ferris Forerunner would have been in base, right? Because then you have to play it, play the Decree, use the Bellows Breath. The 2 mech tokens would have still be there because you cannot target them with the repeat of the Bellows Breath. So there had to be another thing to be played there.
Yeah, that is the difference there of it being in the base unlocked the ability to just say, hey, okay, a recruit will take out a Ferris Forerunner. And now the follow-up, you kind of have to feel like Colin is likely to feel quite confident from this position, deciding where to put the recruit token. Lucian can come out of nowhere with a lot of strength.
This is a very heads-up play by Colin as well. Putting up here the Hidden Blade, if I would be in Colin's shoes as well, I'll be like, wait, he just did a sabotage. He knew exactly what I had, and he still played into my hand. There has to be a reason for it, and I feel like Colin is trying to find it. So maybe he's playing around, like, for example, a Darius Trifarian that would be able to kill the Victor leader, right? And try to overcome his opponent now on one of the battlefields. So the Hidden Blade there being put on the battlefield as a heads-up play against a potential push because he was expecting something to come after that, but he didn't.
Yeah, and now here is the Triforce Skyfall played from hand, just representing that, you know, if we get to the next turn, I will potentially put the combo together, and you know that's where we start looking at, is it a Ruin Runner in hand, which again on its own, okay, maybe a Relentless Pursuit on top of it is going to help.
Well, you have to get it ready as well, right? So
sure.
There are a few options here, either Relentless Pursuit or a First Mate.
Yeah.
Right, those are the things. You can maybe try using Relentless Pursuit during your opponent's turn as well, to then like not leave, how do I say this? To leave a lot of questions unanswered.
And you know, Lothar, maybe it is starting to make a little bit of sense because Imperial Decree is one of the only things in this deck, alongside Call the Weak, that can get around a Ruin Runner. Right? Because in that scenario, then a Ruin Runner does die to a recruit. So if the setup is Irene saying, okay, I'm going to play out a big board, force you to deal with it, force you to use as many of your big spells as possible, and then on the back end, it'll look like I'm losing, but I'll turn the corner very quickly with this Lucian deck. It might be there to set up, but I think time is starting to run out. Colin's at 6 points. It has to be right now, or this game is done.
Yeah, as like you, okay.
Yeah, there we go.
I was thinking maybe there's like a triple Relentless Pursuit, and you're gonna get like
everything.
4 points in your turn, and then 4 points in your opponent's turn, or like double points or whatever.
My favorite thing about this is Hidden Blade is almost never really hidden, because you hide a card and you're like, well, I know it's Hidden Blade. There's basically nothing else.
That is true. I mean, actually,
your opponent
could have been Wages of Pain.
Oh, yeah, it could be Wages of Pain. You're right. Yeah, sure. That's fair.
I got some people in previous metagame. Oh, sorry. Gonna sit up straight.
Gotta-
In previous metagame, I got some people by hiding a bushwhack, and everyone was
Nice.
like, "Oh, I know it's a fight or flight. I'm not even gonna try to attack into it." And then next turn starts, and I'm just bushwhacking. And it's like,
I've heard people doing that. I heard a story on Friday in the pre-regional. Somebody was like, "Why are people hiding bushwhack right now? Like, I'm playing against decks that are randomly doing it." Let's take a look at sideboards from this. Ooh, that is an interesting sideboard card. I know people love trying to get Shen in things. Salvage is one that it's coming in, right? There's no... You're playing against yellow.
Yeah.
They have salvage in the sideboard. Salvage is coming in against the equipment
one of the
deck.
best cards in the game when it comes to removing equipment. Cantripping that is also very important. Okay, so another first for honor definitely comes in. We are most likely siding in the Ruin Runner just to have a little bit more units. And the Falling Star, I'm not certain how important it is. Did we actually see? We did see the Captain. And we've seen Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and if your opponent ends up playing Victor, it kind of helps. But yeah, it's one of those cards where you're like, well, I'm not going to kill tokens with it.
Yeah,
Recruits are bad to
unless
kill.
it's to finish the game.
Sure,
right?
yeah, that's a very, very fair point. But, you know, you wouldn't see 2 recruits and be like, yeah, I'm just going to de-ramp myself the whole turn just to deal with that, most of the time at least. So we are in round 4. Colin leads the series 1-0. I'm interested to see now where game 2 comes from Irene, because we saw the pieces of the combo assembled throughout the game, just not at the same time.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I think Lucian's an incredibly cool deck. It has this kind of very weird dynamic, because you think about Relentless Pursuit, and it's kind of like Ride the Wind, but not exactly.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, in comparison to Ride the Wind, you can play a Relentless Pursuit on your opponent's turn and still be kind of safe. Because after the showdown closes, when you moved with Relentless Pursuit, you can move back to the base during your opponent's turn. So not only you can become and you can get another point during your opponent's turn, which is accelerating the state of the game, but you're not open to action-based speed, essentially removal at that point when you're doing it, right? So, I mean, okay, you might be in the next showdown. But anyway, my point is that it's in our game, aggro decks are the ones that can cut a corner when it comes to the amount of points that you need to get, right? In other card games, you have to just get a lot of damage, for example, to kill someone's character, destroy a base or something like that.
Yeah.
In our game, we have to get to 8 points, and you can get only 2 points per turn. But if you're able to get points during your opponent's turn, that is accelerating the state of the game, and that is a true aggro.
Yeah,
so Lucian can do it in both sides, right? You can do it with the combo of Skyfall and Trinity Force, or you can do it with Relentless Pursuit. And also, one more thing that kinda doesn't come up often, and maybe it might be confusing to the viewers as well if you're not accustomed to Lucian. When Lucian is doing the Relentless Pursuit, when your opponent, for example, moves into a battlefield, and you do a Relentless Pursuit to go into the same battlefield as your opponent just is trying to attack, you are becoming the surprise defender.
Yes.
So that doesn't trigger your assault from your equipment that you would have on Lucian. You need to really understand when do you want to use the Relentless Pursuit as a defender or as an attacker, and understand how does this actually affect the board state.
Yeah, and I think Lucian's assault for each equipment is one of those effects that people also just forget sometimes.
Oh, yeah, they do.
You do the math and then they're like, oh, you're the attacker.
You would be surprised how many people forget about Master's Yi pass.
Yeah, oh, I do. I'm an Ahri player and I forget that I have to -1 when people... it's my legend. I'm like, oh, yep, forgot about that. Oh, well. Yeah.
Is that a good... Wait, do we have even a 2-drop over here? Ooh, Ruin Runner, Ferris Forerunner, Trinity Force, and what is the 4th card?
I couldn't quite see it as it flicked through. As we will get into game 2.
We need
we'll
a 2-drop over
top
here
as well.
Oh,
pass. That is
rough.
Difficult, because Victor always has a turn 1 play.
Yeah.
That is one of the things that is solid about the deck, is there is never a point at which you have turn 1. Oh, I'll do a thing. And then it's follow it up, play another unit. Now we're off to the races with Victor having 2 units in base already.
Oh, this is going to be rough if there's a cold week right now.
Yeah, that would be a very painful...
And Seed of Power, look at this. Wait, Seed of Power is coming from Colin, right? No, wait, it's coming. Voidgate should be coming from Colin. So Seed of Power, which is, yes, of course, it's
From
stated on
Irene,
the right. I am just blind. So
Me too,
the
don't
Seed
worry.
of Power actually now gives a incredible effect for Colin. it's a free card draw because he's going second. That's one of those things that you have to think about when it comes to choosing the battlefields, and maybe sometimes you will just use a different battlefield going into the second game because you know you have to win it, and your opponent has a very high chance of having 2 units on their turn 1. And here, this is I know it's just one card, but that one card can change outcome of games. This is a very big deal.
No, it is, and honestly, I'm going to be totally open with you. I think a lot of people were not looking at Seed of Power because it wasn't how the game was being played for a while. Everyone was like, yeah, it's a 2v2 and a, you know, that kind of battlefield. But with the change to these wide board states, suddenly you do start to control a little bit more easily, at least through the game.
I can tell you who was playing Seed of Power in the previous meta game.
Was it you?
Yeah. It was because I was playing Sundisk in Rek'Sai.
I see,
that could have triggered from itself. So on turn 2, you can trigger with a 2-drop and attack both battlefields.
Okay, all right. We'll give you the credit for that one then, Lothar. I know now. I've known you long enough that when you say, "Do you know who was doing that?" It's normally you. Lucian's going to go in for the showdown. I think on the Void Gate is the sequence of events, so that will tidy that one up. Dangerous to be at Void Gate, although Wages of Pain would take out a Lucian anyway. But of course, Lucian's ability is going to conquer, ready him, move him back to the base. No problem. Nothing that Colin could do about that. And that is now a Lucian and a Ferris Forerunner in the backline for now, which backline, that is actually now a term being used in the next set. So I'm going to have to stop saying that for base.
Have to say
I'm going to have to say something different.
So the thing is, this Ferris Forerunner is making up for a little bit of that, let's say, lack of tempo in turn 1. Right? Because we didn't have a 2-drop. And now if there would be, let's imagine this is a Darius instead of a Ferris Forerunner, any other unit. If there would be a singularity, it would be looking really rough for Lucian. But because Ferris Forerunner is so hard to remove in this position without leaving a trace back in the base with the 2 mechs, you still have a way of making a comeback even with this. Like, you know, efficient removal coming in from Colin. All right, so no energy from Lucian, no way of interacting over here. Colin is trying to set up this turn in a way where he has to find an answer to the Ferris Forerunner, or rather let it live for enough time to just win over it. Like he has advantage in points, 4-1, right? So he can just maybe like try to hold one battlefield and just try to negate the value out of a potential push.
Yeah.
But it's hard to do if you don't have hidden blades.
And you could see Colin kind of shake his head from side to side. Which way do I want to go? Do I want to develop this turn with the Machine Evangel and say, okay, well, I'm going to play a big unit that on its downside, you know, when it has a death knell trigger, will end up benefiting my my units more, and that is the play that is going to happen.
He's not super happy with this play. I can definitely understand, because he is now in the driver's seat when he is actually being really aggressive. But playing Evangel over here is not aggressive. It's just putting 4 might for, and typically it's being used to have a backup when you're being pushed away from the side, right, from the battlefield, and now you have a way of using your recruits from the base at the start of your next turn. In this case, we might actually see the other way around, where Evangel is going to push into a battlefield, try to destroy something, and play the recruits into your base, but then you have to wait another turn, essentially, to get any value out of that.
Which is tricky. You saw Irene also reread Machine Evangel. Always worth doing when you see a card that is slightly less often played, or at least the one that you're less familiar with. You want to get that wording exact. Of course, Machine Evangel says Death Knell.
Wait. Did the Lucian didn't get untapped? Oh no!
So it's had the Conquer, but now have we moved past it?
Yeah, we moved past it because of the Ferris Forerunner went into the Seat of Power. So that is a huge issue for Lucian right now. That is losing the Lucian most likely for no reason, unless we're going to be using a Relentless Pursuit.
That is another way of doing it. Ruin Hunter comes out here. Is it like...
but I don't think it's worth it.
Is this also to protect for... If Lucian goes to the back line, I mean, Imperial Decree doesn't hit Ruin Runner anyway, so I'm just like thinking about like, what are you playing around if you are leaving the Lucian there on purpose? You're right, you have the Relentless Pursuit to get out, so there is an exit strategy potentially. But that is scary, the situation we're in.
If you're just leaving it there, it just dies to the Evangel, right? So you have to like try maybe bluffing anything, like what? Punch first, maybe, from the hand. So you get +5, so it goes to 8. And now the Evangel just bounced back and leaves an 8 might Lucian on board.
Yeah, there are quite a few like things represented.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's a Sabotage in Irene's hand and it wasn't used.
Yeah.
You could still bluff
the punch first with the Sabotage.
If he leaves 2 out, that for me is an information that we're either using one of the Relentless Pursuit to save one of our units and go back to base without scoring a point, unless Colin will make a different decision when it comes to sequencing, and he's gonna take over the other battlefield, and then Irene is gonna go use the Relentless Pursuit to go to the battlefield that was just conquered.
Okay, so to do the old switcheroo.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential outcomes here, and they all depend on how Colin will read the hand from Irene.
Which that is the innate skill at a competitive level on card games, is you can only account for a certain amount of scenarios. So reading what you've seen in the game so far, reading how that interacts with the current board state, and saying what is my best option and what is the worst thing that I have to play around.
This is a really interesting board state. So if we're gonna start by going into Void Gate, by attacking it, and we're checking if there is gonna be a punch first, and then are we actually going into Seat of Power? Huh? Not exactly. Colin is also thinking like, okay, so he's attacking for 7 into the Ferris Forerunner. I like that because it's forcing Irene to either play that punch first to save the Ferris Forerunner, right?
Yeah.
Or just say, I value the Lucian more. But the thing is, neither of those things are true.
Is that also where you're saying, okay, if I put 3 mechs in the back line, do I then want to clear them down? It's a longsword is the other
It's a longsword.
option.
So he goes for the value trade over here, unless there's a Stupefy in the hand.
There's a whole clutch of cards in Colin's hand to pick from to see exactly which option. Surely one of them has to be something.
Well, he can play Decree. You can play the Decree mid-combat over here because it is an action spell. By the way, it is weird that it is an action spell.
I do forget that. So often it is just played early in the beginning.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
it is
here,
maybe that.
The Imperial Decree counters essentially the longsword. Ferris Forerunner dies. We have 2 mechs now in base, and a repeated Bellows Breath is gonna kill everything apart from the Ruin Runner.
Yeah, that is the strength of Ruin Runner. Will not be able to be targeted, of course, in this situation. So, as expected, here comes Bellows Breath. Is going to clear out Lucian.
It's still not terrible. I just want to reiterate, Lucian can still cheat out the game in a positive way with the Relentless Pursuits. Now, it's not going to be easy, but there is a way of like trying to catch up on points with the Relentless Pursuits. But the problem is that your opponent is at 6 right now.
Yeah.
And that is a set 1 playstyle where you put yourself at 6 and now your opponent is facing a permanent win condition essentially almost every single turn, and you have to find solutions. This is the pressure point where Lucian will have to find not only a way of winning, but also find a way of not losing before you're able to win. I know it sounds stupid when I say it.
No, it makes sense. But you have to play at a pace that allows your deck to win at the same time as preventing your opponent. Like, it makes total sense. That's exactly how that plays. So now it's just, we know that there are two Trinity Forces in hand, so that really doesn't get the job done so much. Maybe just stacking a lot of might, but then you have to be able to threaten both. So play clean. Get the sabotage down first.
Ooh. Okay, so salvage or or singularity. Singularity, of course, doesn't do anything against the camel.
Yep. So that you can kind of ignore for now, as Irene will note down the rest of the hand. So it's Machine Evangel, Xin Zhao, Captain. I'm pretty sure that is, as we get ready for the final turns, you have to feel like, of this game. Colin being on 6 means that you're threatening every single turn. If I just hold with 1 recruit, you have to be able to clear me out. Once I tick up to 7, just got to hold with 1 recruit at all times, whereas Lucian, we know, can quickly jump, can quickly leapfrog with the multiple Trinity Force.
Okay, we have Trinity Force, but that how many runes does that leave open? 4.
Yeah, so to play both out if you wanted to would be everything. So you kind of have to represent the Relentless Pursuit, right? Like you...
Yes. You have to use the Relentless Pursuit in a way that will stop your opponent also from conquering this for the winning point. So here, it's gonna be the... Oh, he allows Colin to go to 7. Because I was thinking maybe we play the Relentless Pursuit right now.
You know, it's ripping off the top now. If it's an Imperial Decree, Colin wins the game just off trading a recruit.
Yeah,
so it's all down to what the top deck is. We've just had the Sabotage come through. It's a card shop. So you can take the beat here because you know if it's an Imperial Decree, Colin slams that and just wins the game.
And obviously I was wrong, because now when I think about it for more than 5 seconds before speaking my mind, obviously playing Relentless Pursuit when there are 4 recruits in the base makes no sense.
Opens up the game, right? Yeah.
Because then you have to use the second Relentless Pursuit, tap out, and just get to 1 battlefield, and then you're on mess on your opponent. Here, you have a little bit more options potentially, and your opponent has to play around more stuff because you have 4 open. So let's see what Colin will do in this position.
And it is kind of tricky though for Irene from here, where you have to clear out both battlefields on your turn every single time now for the rest of the game. Like you cannot let just a recruit sit there. So there's work to be done still for Irene to be able to come back into this one. You feel like Colin just has to weave their way past. The Ruin Runner is a little bit bigger than you would like. It's not manageable without Imperial Decree, especially with that Singularity not being in effect. Those of you perhaps that are not familiar with Ruin Runner, I know that we do have, I believe it's a Chinese version of Ruin Runner on the screen. Ruin Runner cannot be the target of spells or abilities your opponents control, so Singularity is not available to take that out. It essentially is protected from the majority of what Colin wants to do, but we are only 1 Cull the week, or 1 Imperial Decree away from Colin feeling a little bit more secure. Irene's going to show the hand, say, I don't really have enough to get over this on the next turn.
He won. There was a Skyfall and Relentless Pursuit.
So he shows him the combo. Okay, so we'll be able to hold both.
Oh, no, wait, no, never mind. I missed it. I was very confused. I thought he can do it.
I thought he was showing him the hand as if to say, nah, I got nothing. I got nothing.
Okay, never mind then. I'm confused. Yeah, sorry for that.
That's all right. It was one of those ones where, to be fair to you, Lucian is one of those decks where you're like, yeah, I'll go from 4 or 5 to...
He would go to 5 by holding, then you can play the combo. Oh, hey, I wasn't wrong.
Let's... Like rewind the tape. Rewind the tape. We're going back. So I'm going to cut under the confusion and say we are going to game 3. That was indeed Colin.
I am redeemed.
As I said, Lucian, one of those decks where you can jump from 4 to 8 really quickly with the right setup. So we all just kind of swerved ourselves a little bit there. I did think when Colin put his Victor back into his spot, I was like, wow, Colin likes to reset the board state before he puts his deck away.
Yeah, I was like thinking, yeah, you can win from this board set with the Lucian. I know it sounds weird, but you can. You definitely can.
Yeah, especially when you see Colin stacking a board of just a massive amount of recruits. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. Anyway, we're in the middle of the day. We talked earlier about how do you keep your head straight when you're playing the game. How do we keep our heads on while we're commentating the game?
Maybe we should explain to someone who's actually not accustomed to Lucian. So what happened here is, on the hold turn, because of Trinity Force, the Lucian player went from 4 to 6. And then we're able to attach the Skyfall, change the text from holding only to also concur, right? So that's the combo, that's the Skyfall and Trinity Force. Relentless Pursuit goes to the other battlefield, wins the combat, gets 2 points for concurring, finishes up the game. So that's literally what happened over here. We just jumped like very quickly because the player just flashed the cards and said, yeah, I'm winning over here. But yeah, if you're not accustomed to Lucian, it can be a little bit confusing that something like this can happen.
Yeah, certainly can be, as you know, this deck has a lot of configurations that can generate multiple points, as you said, from your conquering, becoming holding, and the way that works with multiple things.
One thing I don't know is, I don't think he had the Skyfall in his hand.
He showed it, yeah. I think it came off.
The turn before?
Okay,
I can't remember it being in hand, so I was like, Did he top deck it in that turn? Because that would be crazy.
It would be. It would be. If only you and I were looking at the screen.
No, I mean, yeah, sometimes I do.
Sometimes that's the secret to casting. We look at each other for even half a second and something happens and you blink and you're like, wait, the whole game state changed. What happened? What did I miss?
There's no sound. We don't know what they're saying. No.
I do love hearing table banter when we can. That is always always fun. As somebody who used to play at the high level, I'm sure you had many a fun conversation over a tense board state as we go to a tense game 3. Still plenty of time left on the clock for this round. We're not worried about timing yet.
Not, okay, so
still
it's
has a
mulligan.
mulligan. So but didn't quite get a look.
We have turn 1 play who's going to be what?
So
Sabotage?
you could sabotage, but it does deramp you.
So we're just going to go with Dilution. Ooh, okay.
Which is always an option on when you're playing second. I always want to say on the draw, but that's not the right terminology for this. It's when you're playing second, you do, as Lucian, always have that option from the chosen champion zone.
Yeah, and this time it's Colin on the arena's greatest. He's the aggressor to some degree.
We will see how the tempo goes from that. Sunken Temple, the battlefield choice from Irene. There is the Lucian that we talked about, just played out and passes over to Colin. So now is that moment of, ooh, is there a color weak? Is there a way of dealing with the Lucian? But we haven't seen it so far.
We didn't see a single cold weak?
I haven't really seen them from Colin so far.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like
we did see as this coming into it, and I didn't take note that it was missing, but I will double check the deck list after this. You know what? Actually, I think I have the technology.
We have.
I think I have the technology to take a little look.
All right. So Lucian goes in, conquers, goes back to the base. Very standard behavior over here. And now we have accelerated Kai'Sa. No, not accelerated Kai'Sa. Just to base. And this is a turn when a singularity says, "Oh my, that's a lot of value." Is there a singularity? It would have been windmill slammed on the board, I think, if there was one. Right? But
yeah,
it could have been Unyielding Spirited as well. There is a singularity.
There's two in hand.
Well, you can only play one.
But you know what I mean? Is like, I mean, he was so sure he has multiple options.
Colin was just thinking, like, what is happening if there will be Unyielding Spirit? Do I come back if there is an Unyielding Spirit that will counter the damage from the singularity? If the answer is no, it's like I don't come back. Maybe there could be a consideration of not playing it. But if the answer is I will probably even come back from that, then yeah, that singularity is probably coming down all the time. But it's just too juicy not to play, I feel.
Yeah, it's so good at this point. And again, we talked about how Ruin Runner isn't susceptible to singularity, so you get your two good targets from this deck. I mean, Forerunner as well, as you said, but you get two very valuable, juicy targets with that singularity. As now these recruits, I mean, we said it was Colin's arena's greatest, so now, you know, starting at 1 point, goes to 2 early, jumps to 4, and now is difficult because this Lucian deck can deal with one battlefield quite quickly with something that's, you know, a little bit explosive. But dealing with both at the same time isn't exactly the strength from this board state where you have no units. You really need a presence to be able to fight back on both.
You would have to essentially like accelerate a unit and then do Relentless Pursuit, for example.
Yeah.
And that would be actually very doable.
Which is
with
doable
one
in this
more
situation.
energy, like 5 energy Kai'Sa into Relentless Pursuit. You're drawing 2 cards and you of course paid 2 power, but you are able to 3 and conquer both battlefields. What are we doing here? We have 2 energy left. We're passing it to Victor, and Victor is at 5 points.
Yeah, Colin goes to 5, so we'll now need to try and keep that point tempo on the even footing. Singularity on one unit is never a good feeling, but there's always that option. I think you got to wait a little bit. Do you just give your opponents cards in hand and say, okay, I've got a Hidden Blade, I'll deal with that?
Well,
just say, you're going to draw a lot.
He could force his opponent to react. Like, for example, one of the options could be trying to stupefy, attacking Xin Zhao, forcing opponent to do something about this. And then if he does something about this, you Hidden Blade, if it's like punch first, for example.
Sure. Okay.
Right? So that could have been one of the things. Here, instead of the Stupefy, we're just putting another unit.
Gonna go in just pure might on top of it.
So that's plus 4 might. And this will probably be met with a hidden blade over here, right? Although it does deramp Colin pretty significantly because he already played the Xin Zhao with the 1 yellow. And in this case, he needs to find some form of a solution. So he has 6 might, the opponent has 8. And he can play Stupefy to get him to 7, so that doesn't solve the problem. So that's the hidden blade. I like the sequence of plays, like from both players over here. This makes a lot of sense.
And you just say there's more value in going to 6 and having the battlefield than your 2 cards in hand.
Correct. Like at this point, the game is gonna finish before his opponent is gonna be able to use most of the cards.
Exactly.
So it doesn't really matter if you give those 2 cards right now. I mean, most likely, it doesn't matter. It gives more options, but not probably like long term. And in this case, like there's a win condition already on the board.
Yeah, it's representing lethal at this point to close this one out. As I mean, it really comes down to that singularity, though. Putting the 2 units like unprotected, it's a risk that sometimes you have to take early on in the game because you're like, if this pays off, I'm in control. I'm in full control of the game, but singularity makes it very difficult for Irene to actually maintain a board state, and now there's so much going to be spent at playing any units that then making them strong enough to compete. And I'm seeing a handful of all equipment.
Is there there's a rear guard? The rear guard is last to the right side.
Yeah, there's so 2 units at the back of the hand.
So you can use there's 6 might, sorry, on Arena's Greatest, and what you can do is play Rearguard for 2, play an equipment, then do Relentless Assault, and Relentless Pursuit. Equip the equipment for 3, move your unit, and essentially have, in this case, 5 Assault, which is still not enough. The problem is that you kind of have to, also have to guard one of the battlefields, because your opponent has 2 tokens in the base that can conquer anything. This comes back to one of the points that I made earlier, like 3 hours ago, where I was talking about the fact that it doesn't matter how much might you have. It's about the units that they can just walk in and take control of a battlefield and get you a point. It can be a Scuttle Crab in the next expansion with 0 might.
Oh, it will be. I guarantee
you. And you can win with that, you know? So here, Lucian is under a huge amount of pressure.
Yeah.
Because those tokens are infinite strength at some point, you know?
You can see Irene going through just, if you do this, I do that, and there's only so many options in hand. Singularity is an option to deal with most things. Bellows Breath is going to be another one to remove both of the removal spells, or at least the damage abilities. He has to. So now it's, okay, what can I play this turn in order to represent presence on the board?
Oh, we're actually accelerating it.
Okay. Does have the rear guard accelerated, gets onto the battlefield, and just is going to stack one first mate.
Okay, so I was thinking that maybe we're going to utilize one of the equipment pieces.
So I guess this is saying...
It's playing around Cool the Week, I guess.
I guess this is saying, can I, on my next turn, make enough... Okay,
that's going to be it. Now Bellows Breath.
Bellows Breath on top, finds it. That is going to be the game, as Colin is going to take the series at 2-1. Victor, first time we're seeing it win.
Quick games, by the way.
Yeah, we still got 20 minutes left on the round.
Yeah, maybe we'll get another match. I don't know. We'll see. But this is a pretty convincing win, I would say. The game 2 was, I felt like almost fully under control from Colin, and then the combo just finished off the game, you know?
Yeah.
But it is pretty significant. Like, I would say this is the moment for Victor to strike as well. I feel like Victor and Rek'Sai have the best possibility of actually being for the first time in like a really big tournament and making some splash on the results. Because there's a lot of Victor haters out there. I'll tell you that. You know, there's a lot of people who are saying this is not a good deck. It's not good in the meta game. Stop talking about this deck and so on. You know, but I feel like in the hands of a good player, I feel like this deck can really do well.
Well, Colin is a good player, and he proves that in round 4 of taking the victory there. Yeah, I think that was, you know, that singularity in game 3 is make or break, right? Sometimes you do just have those board states where you're like, I have the one answer that shuts you down for long enough.
In this case, you had 2 singularities.
Exactly, he had like two at that point, which seems thematically not quite in line with singularity.
It's like that is true, but I was hoping that maybe Colin's gonna do the Danny DeVito impressions. I started blasting, you know.
Now I want to hear the Danny DeVito impression. That's something
can apply to Bellows Breath.
Okay, yeah, no, true, exactly, because we saw the strength of some of these direct damage spells coming through where, you know, in the past we've had Kai'Sa with direct damage spells, and it's not something that a lot of decks play around in Riftbound because I think some of the way of healing after combat kind of prevents direct damage. I've always felt that, like, cards like Smokescreen, which reduce might for the turn, have a wider impact than direct damage, because damage heals up. But it's interesting to see, like, the Imperial Decree damage combination on top of each other. It's difficult to play around.
What you're saying is it would be so different if reducing might would be able to kill a unit.
Yes, exactly.
Because then it would be much, much stronger than any damage. But in this case, and that's why I really like about this kind of interaction, there are limits to how a card can be utilized, but there are combinations where the cards are becoming much more efficient. Just like you said, like you can do the reducing the might, dealing the damage at the same time. You can reduce something to 0 might, it still lives, but the moment it gets slapped with a leaf or something, and it just get knocked off the board, you know? So I feel like this kind of systems that we have in place for Riftbound make the choices that we do very interesting. And it's something that we spoke about as well behind camera, is that I feel like Riftbound is more like a hybrid between card game and a board game at the same time. And I feel like those kind of interactions, like the damage and the might being different and affecting the board state different, are falling exactly in the way that a board game would work, you know. And that is very interesting, like with the movement and affecting the might of the units for their turn, healing at the end of the turn so the damage not permanent. Those are very conscious decisions in game design that make this game work.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting space still to design into. We've got Unleashed coming up soon, but what we have coming up for you right now is an interview with Barcode. Sorry, I thought we had an interview. I'm being told differently. I was down the rabbit hole because I heard that we might be dropping in on an interview. Anyway, let's go back. Sure. We were talking about round 4. It's okay. We're live. It's
a live show. You better be glued to the screen. I might do something really stupid at some point.
You can't miss a moment of when we're gonna have a faux pas like that. Yeah. So yes, we were talking about design space. I mentioned Unleash. We were talking about damage, and I was even thinking about it in the lead up. I was like, if we have time, I want to mention the card that everybody thinks is going to be broken, and I agree. But Elder Dragon is going to be one of those ones where, again, points of damage like aren't just one thing it's going to kill. Like the Elder Dragon is when an enemy unit takes any amount of damage, it will die.
Also from combat damage from any unit.
Yeah.
So one of the combos that you can play in Unleashed is going to be Poppy, for example, Aurora, that plays Vanguard Armory. And then the Elder Dragon just sits in the base and is chilling, you know? And the small tokens are just taking care of everything on the board.
This sounds great. One of the players in my local game store is a Poppy main. I'm pretty sure they're like Masters rank. They're going to be, that's the deck they're going to play. So I might have to lend them my Auroras to do that. Or I play Poppy, and I will be the one with the Elder Dragon. I just have to crack enough packs to go find an Elder Dragon. So maybe I'll just let you handle the rest of the show. Clearly, I'm not cut out for it. So
we have to wait for Unleashed to be released on what 10th of May, I think.
Yeah, it's right? soon. It's soon. Check the Riftbound website to find out exactly when. I've been told the interview is ready, and it is with Blevins.
Hey everyone, it's me, Blevins. I didn't win, but we have a winner's interview here with Colin, who took down my dearly beloved Lucian with Victor. How do you feel after that match?
Excellent. The deck's been doing well for me so far. So undefeated so far, and hopefully that trend stays.
Yeah, obviously congrats on being undefeated. How do you feel about the Lucian matchup in general?
I think it's very good for Victor, fortunately enough.
The word unlosable comes to mind when I think about that matchup.
I think there are things that Lucian could do to make it a little bit better, but historically Lucians have not boarded a lot of the cards that you need for the Victor matchup, just because it's very hard going into a tournament as big as this one. Even though I believe Victor's like the 4th most played deck or 5th most played deck, it's only about 6% of the field. So dedicating sideboard slots specifically to Victor is difficult. So we see Ruin Runner as their most common card, but Unyielding Spirit would be the best card in this specific matchup, but it's really only good into Victor, which is why I know that they typically don't play it.
Right, yeah. It's Ferris Forerunner and Ruin Runner, and we saw you deal with both of those cards quite well. I mean, were you prepared? Obviously, you were prepared, but were you thinking about those cards coming into this tournament?
A little bit. Ruin Runner is not something that's quite as common, but Ferris Forerunner is kind of the card of the event.
card, yeah.
Right? Every deck is coming in with a game plan to either play Ferris Forerunner or beat Ferris Forerunner, I believe, just because it's the most powerful card coming into this current meta. So it's a little bit strange playing Victor into that card, but I find that so long as I have my Decree plus Bellows, they're holding with the Forerunner, then you just do what you saw there in both of those games, where I just come in, I run over the play the Imperial Decree to kill it. It spawns the tokens in the back, and then I Bellows afterwards.
Yeah, nice, clean, and easy, which makes my heart break as the Lucian player. But obviously, in your seat, that's a pretty good feeling to be able to take it out.
For sure.
Now, you, if I remember correctly, you were not on Victor before this meta, right? You were on the Detonate Draven deck.
I was on Normal Miracle Draven.
Normal Miracle Draven, right?
And
so obviously the bans came, changed things up a lot. What put you on Victor for this event?
Honestly, I was looking for a deck that I think had kind of game into everything. I very much so like playing the style of deck that is a little bit underrepresented, but also has some sort of good plan into pretty much all of the top meta decks. And I believe Victor is at that point. I definitely don't think it's the best deck by any means, but it has potential game into all the top decks, which is what I love to see. So I wanted to try something new. I try to be as wide of a player as possible and not commit myself to any strategy, which is funny because I was a set guy in set one. Everyone still comes up to me today. I can't tell you the number of people that just came up and were like, "Oh, you're the set guy from set one." I'm like, "Yeah."
Ooh, sorry.
I'm hoping to maybe I can become the Victor guy or the Draven guy, whatever it may be.
Yeah, whatever gets you the top prize. It doesn't really matter what that is.
Exactly. I just want to be the guy. I want to be the Riftbound guy.
Yeah, the Riftbound guy is one to strive to be for sure. Now, obviously, this is the biggest event that we've had for a regional qualifier yet. It's here in Lille. Did you do any specific prep or anything different for this event compared to the other events?
Honestly, it was very interesting coming into this because of the new ban list. It's shaped up for basically an entirely new format. Me and my team, we're calling it set 2.5, right? Where it's just a completely different format that we had to test for. Obviously, we still see a lot of the mainstays. Draven is still playable, Aurelia is still playable, but how every matchup plays changes drastically now with the removal of cards like Fight or Flight.
Absolutely.
So, we definitely did a bunch of testing. As soon as the ban list dropped, we were like, oh, well, I guess we have to completely try this new format. And I just kind of gravitated towards Victor pretty early on. For whatever reason, it just did well for me.
Well, there you go. Had to throw all of the testing out, but guess what? It's working so far for Colin, of course. Our winner here, congrats on the 4-0. Good luck in the rest of the event. But that is going to be it for this one. We'll send it back to the desk.
Thank you so much.
And then
I started blasting.
And then you started blasting. Thank you so much, Blevins and Colin. We'll see if Colin can become the Riftbound guy. There's a lot of Riftbound people in this room
There's like
that want to be
2K of them.
the Riftbound person. So it's a tough field to get past. We're still in round 4. We are getting through towards our second feature match. Let's jump right into the middle of the action. Let's see where we are, see who we've got. Looks like we are jumping into game 3.
Nice. With
and
Annie.
it is Prismat playing Annie. Going up against Panda. Oh, I'm going to have to read that.
Panda Anaconda. No, wait.
Panda Anaconda. Panda Anaconda.
It's
Panda
essentially a mutated Anaconda into a
Well,
Panda.
we'll see if Panda Anaconda do or Panda Anaconda don't from this match, because it is the last game of a best of 3.
Pay attention to the battlefields. One says, game's shorter. The other one says, game's longer.
So essentially, we're playing to 8.
Yeah, it is equilibrium. We're going to have Sean Bean come into the scene as well.
Your movie references are on point. I need to watch more movies. I'm not quite on the level. You'd do well with Blevins. Blevins and you would go down a rabbit hole of references. Yeah, he's already made a Matilda reference this weekend, and I was not expecting it, as Annie will begin things out with a Traveling Merchant, and it's a Guardian Angel played on the side of Panda Anaconda. Now that I've learned how to say it, I will say it about as much as I can.
Did our opponent miss the trigger from Arena's Greatest?
Oh, that's painful.
If he did miss it, that is a little bit problematic, because now he's actually gonna be playing the longer game.
Yeah, of course. For those of you.
Never mind. All
okay, it has been added. I was going to say, for those of you at home, the rules were changed on Aspirant's Climb. If you remember on Arena's Greatest, if you remember within your first turn, doesn't have to be at the beginning phase, then you are able to add that point at competitive rel.
Correct.
Obviously, if you're at your Nexus night and you're still learning, maybe be nice. Maybe give the point over.
Look, I'll give you an advice. When you're playing at Nexus night, don't be an ass. Just be nice and play with the people that are there. Everyone wants to have fun. It's a hobby first and foremost. Building your local community is incredibly important. In my local store, we rewind very often.
That's fair.
You know, it's like if no informations were done or something, like yeah, sure, rewind. That we are not playing for like gold and metal foil here.
Well,
you know?
half of your stores seem to be at Bologna. I feel like
that is true.
I feel like a lot of people from the Polish community were traveling down. I think it was like 200, right? But this game, I think we need to zoom in a little bit on. Prismat has played a stack deck. That is what we are having resolved. The Aurelia now on board with the Guardian Angel attached is one of, in my mind, like the scariest combinations, because she is very difficult to take down. And then a GA on top of it. This is one of the only moments where Panda Anaconda's shields are going to be down, like tapped out with no runes out for a Defy or a Defiant Dance. Like, there's a lot of combat tricks and spells that Aurelia can bring to this game.
And the problem is, for Panda... I am not able to
Panda
say
Anaconda. Just say Panda,
Rewind.
it's all good.
For Panda, I'm just going to ignore the snake part.
Exactly.
He's being open, because now, as you said, he has no energy, and now any kind of buffs like Blood Rush, Cleaves will be able to go over the Aurelia. But we see Prismatism is playing way slower game. He's not trying to destroy this Aurelia because of the GA. Even if he goes over with like a Blood Rush or Cleave, the Aurelia is still going to be in base, and then he is now utilizing energy that is not going to be advancing his board state. In case of Ferrous Forerunner, this is something that we spoke about so much in already previous matches. The Ferrous Forerunner, if it's not met with a Rebuke, it is putting a big problem, a big stop sign for Aurelia players, because you have to utilize your buffs in your turn to go over it, right? Because you have to at least play one card to essentially have more power, more might than the Ferrous Forerunner. And even if you do that, then two mechs going back to base are not going to be able to do a counter-strike, and now you have to find more answers for the oncoming damage.
And this is where Annie makes it even more difficult, because Annie can just tap out, like use all the runes on her turn and say, oh yeah, I'll just keep 2 up. I'll keep up enough for many, many options. Okay, some of the cards have been banned, like Fight or Flight's gone, that's not a problem, but Rebuke is still there for those that play. There are
Flash
also
other
cards. Flash is still there. Rebuke, actually, we were looking at the stats earlier, the most played card of the tournament on deck list. It does make sense. If you're running purple, you at least are going to have a copy of it in your deck.
It's specifically needed just against Ferrous Forerunners. So if you're playing a purple deck, there's no way that you don't have like 2 copies of Rebuke in your deck, or at least in sideboard. But here, the entire game is slowing down. And this board state is going to be a little bit more open, I would say. So I'm going to talk a little bit something different. I wanted to talk about the fact that Prismatism... do they, on purpose, just choose 2 of the names, the hardest names on the planet to read out for a Polish person?
Panda and Prismat. We can keep it at that.
Yeah, let's do that. Panda and Prismat. So Prismat is choosing a deck that I feel like is very underrepresented and was under the radar as well in the entire meta game. And if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be... because of the Arena's Greatest, because of the purple color, I feel like this is going to be a aggro deck with sneaky deckhands and Ride the Winds. It's probably going to be that kind of deck, right? Because, for sure. for sure. I didn't see the deck list, but I think it's gonna be this kind of build. And this kind of build can go underneath the tempo of so many other decks that are playing a slower game after the bans, right?
Yeah.
So you're gonna be able to catch people off guard. It's kind of similar with Darius and Rek'Sai. They can also go underneath the opponents and try to be super aggressive. But in case of purple, you're gonna be able to get the points during your opponent's turn with Right to Win. Essentially, if you were listening to my cast before, I was explaining how this is the way of actually aggroing the game in Riftbound, because you're shortening the game by getting points in your opponent's turn, which you're typically not able to do, right? So that's most likely going to be the way that a Prismat will try to finish off the game as soon as possible, and Irelia will have to find a way of controlling the board state till she will be able to get a double conquer with the gank. That is going to be the game plan, I feel like, at least. That is something that Panda will have to find a way of not losing to Right the Wins, essentially.
Right.
So like Defies in hand are going to have to be kept for that specific reason, if possible, because that's not always a thing that you're going to be able to do.
Yeah, that is a very fair point, and something we'll keep an eye on. There are 2 in hand right now for Panda Anaconda, as 2 Kaisers in base from Prismat. We're into a showdown on Aspirant's Climb. It is going to be Irelia taking that down. Prismat not utilizing anything at this point in time.
Yeah, his small units are essentially saying, I'm getting 1 point and I'm dying.
Yeah,
that's essentially
the big units will do the other point for me.
Yes. So they're like sacrificial lambs for the Annie players. This is, by the way, if you never played Irelia, it's a really complex deck.
Yeah,
I was thinking like, it's not that hard to play. It's just one unit. You just play. You just you get card draw. You use spells, and you just easily just overcome every battle. But specifically after the bans, when I tried it, I was like, wow, this deck is actually pretty tight when it comes to the amount of resources and the cards you have, unless you get the best opener, which is probably like Guardian Angel into Stelacon Herd.
Ooh, and this is a piece of tech that we saw, a couple months back, people starting to build Rengar in. Doesn't actually end up
but the thing is,
doing more other than putting a body.
Yes, you can use the Rengar on your opponent's turn by putting it as a surprise defender as well.
Yes.
On the battlefield that you control. That's the main thing as well. But playing a unit on your opponent's turn into your base essentially makes it ready.
Yeah,
it's, like
it's accelerate, but yeah, pseudo-acceleration.
And this is the synergy that we have here, because Annie can leave now 1 open on her turn, untap 2, and suddenly there's a free unit.
Suddenly it turns into Rengar, yeah, exactly.
Yes, suddenly a cat. It's
something we're going to have to get used to as well through Unleashed, with the ambush mechanic coming through in kind of a similar way. There's some differences in that one, but
okay, this is the first time I'm seeing this.
2 Kaisers conquer, 2 Kaisers draw. Thank you very much.
Since set 1, I have not seen a double Kaiser conquer.
It's because nobody normally lets 2 Kaisers sit on the board.
Yeah, probably.
Normally you're like, 1 Kaiser, I got to get rid of that. But yeah, that is a very fair point. Rarely do you see 2 Kaisers.
Remember, we're playing to 9 points, by the way.
Yes, true. I made the joke about going to 8, but it's 8 points need to be scored, but the total will be 9 from Arena's Greatest and Aspirant's Climb, since both get that first point of the game to them.
4 energy open. This is like really looking grim for Irelia for now, at least, because there's potentially how much might coming in? 11. From those
because of the assault as well. Oh, that's Prismat just has like the best cards of Origins and remaining from Spirit Forge on the board. It's like, hey, so Kaiser's great, Ferris Forerunner is great, and then I got a handful of cards as well, and I'm going to untap some runes at the end. So why don't I just put them all on the board and see what happens?
I'm really liking this Annie. It just looks like a very aggressive deck and utilizes the powerful cards in the environment currently, right? We have the Ferris Forerunners, we have the Kaisers, we probably also have Dariuses, although might not be the case, because we have to find space for other cards like Right Winds, and Rengar.
That's exactly it. You've got to find some space somewhere, and what are you cutting? Meanwhile, on the other side of the table, this is where Pandanicon is going to have to really go in the tank and figure out, okay, how do I sequence my turn to get the most out of it? Because I'm in trouble. I'm up against it, but it is not over. Like, how many cards can I draw? How many actions can I take to ready Irelia? How many pump spells can I play? Which of these things is going to allow me to conquer over that battlefield? Because that is a big battlefield. 17, if our counting is correct.
Let's point out to the new feature.
That's
on our
I used it.
broadcast.
I was like, I'm going to double check it. But yeah, down at the bottom you can see our live might tracker for the board game. For the board state, I should say. 2 Kaisers, Ferris Forerunner, and a mech. We will keep track of that as any spells and abilities are used. Prismat doing the due diligence just to say, okay, how do I make sure I really hold this?
Calculating an attack into this area is like very tough. It's like 4 open. What do you count?
Yeah, 17 feels safe, at least for holding on the next turn, but it's not. Not against Irelia. We've seen him go higher than that.
But the thing is, this Irelia, if she bursts out like this to conquer the other battlefield, she will be very low on cards.
Yes,
Not only that, she's also going to be all tapped out. And that is making an opening possible for Prisma. Of course, let's remember, there's a GA on that Irelia, there are the Boots of Swiftness there, and what was the third thing?
That is a great question. It's slightly covered over.
Doran's Ring?
Yeah, I didn't actually see it when it got played.
Maybe a second pair of boots? It would make sense to wear, a pair,
to wear 2 boots, yeah. The other thing is, like, it's not in the hand right now, but then you're looking at, like, can I charm something over? Do I have a way of interacting with my opponent's board state, break it up a little bit, make their following turn a little bit trickier to play out? But this is where you've got to really get in that tank, really think through. The downside is when you're going to have combat spells in hand, you're kind of hoping you've got Discipline and Defiant Dance, because at least you're either then getting a minus, or for Discipline a card draw to get another option. But right now, it's kind of just stuck to what's in hand.
Yeah, it was even more important. Oh, there are like 3 counter spells.
Exactly.
Oh my.
Yeah.
And Annie is like not even using spells right now. But the thing is, even if you use like the Defiant Dance and like Guards, for example, there are cards out of your hand. Discipline's fantastic because it gives you +3 might, the Irelia Fervent
as well.
But it can fuel you still. And also what's even more important, Defiant Dance would deramp you. And I feel like this is still a spot where 6 energy is not really that comfortable.
Yeah,
you know?
That's fair.
But the biggest problem is, if we don't find a solution to the resources in our hand as Irelia, we're gonna just let the Annie just hold infinitely. Or like if we're going in and try to conquer the battlefield, then we're gonna get pushed away back, and then we don't have any pump spells and we can't really do anything anymore. So there is this like very delicate state where Panda has to plan ahead for the next 2 turns, but also the timer is running out because Prismat is looking at 7 points next turn.
And the other half of that is, Annie as a deck runs Flash, so Prismat can also say, like, okay, how much do you...
only for 2 units, remember.
But I guess my point is, Prismat can say, how much do you have to spend to threaten on this battlefield before I can just flash out? And say, yeah, sure, use all your stuff this turn. Next turn, I'll just bring the Forerunner back in a Kaiser, and I'm representing more damage than you have spells available. Like, there's a lot of complexity here, and this is where, accounting for the worst case scenario out of hand when you don't have information comes in.
Yeah, and now we see the commitment from Panda.
Yeah.
There is the attack, 10 to 17 right now. You can look at there's even a small text saying showdown. How cute.
Yeah, so we are into the showdown on Aspirant's Climb.
10, 17, and in this case, Prismat can just like chill. He's just gonna wait for, he pass. Okay, so pass. We are killing the Ferris Forerunner and 1 Kai'Sa. Okay, we're trading that for a GA.
Guardian Angel, yeah. Okay, so everything
now,
else will stay there. That's a really important difference.
Yeah, now we can try untapping.
See, this is why I don't play Irelia. I'm just going to be honest, because like there's a line there that an actual Irelia player can see, where it's like, yeah, I have a GA, it's fine, I'll just trade. I'll trade against your big thing and go back in.
And now we have another attack. There's the flash. Saves.
Oh,
there's the Defy. Okay.
Okay.
No more energy. 2 units are being killed. But look at the board state.
That's huge.
There's like 3 max, a Poro, and a Rengar waiting in the bushes.
But we are going to 9, remember? So you actually can just bring Irelia back. You could
maybe
potentially
just leave it there.
But wouldn't it be better?
There are 2 counter spells. So
yeah,
how
maybe.
much power? How much might do we have? We have 10. You would have to find Desert Dance, so it will bring down. Essentially, it's a +5, right?
Yeah.
So we will go to 15 with the Irelia to opponents 3, 6, 9, 11, 16. Okay, never mind. That is not enough. So you kind of have to go back.
And just say, yeah, I'll let you go to 8, and that's okay.
If you want to go back now, you have to pay for the Conquer, which is 1 energy, and then you have to use the Defiant Dance.
Which is what I think Panda is perhaps thinking about here, because you can see he's still in the tank. I'm assuming that means the Conquer has completed, and we basically have the decision on the chain of whether you want. No, there's the pass, so we'll stay at the base. That's a really important thing, is where you're holding the priority, or where you're holding the option to play there, of whether you want to untap on that. As Panda will pass it away. Now Prismat has much better economy in this situation, has all the runes in the world that you could want as an Annie, especially knowing that you're untapping 2. So Prismat can put himself up to win the game next turn, but as far as I'm aware from this situation, because we're on Aspirant's Climb, because we have to go to 9, cannot win the game until the next turn.
Well, there are 2 ways of playing this out. Either calling the bluff of the amount of buffs that the opponent has, and I think there was a tell already, because in the previous turn, Irelia just said pass on the initial attack, which would kind of signal that there were not that many buffs in the hand already. So in this case, I would not be surprised if Prismat just calls the bluff and attacks. And here we go, we attack with how much?
It's a mech.
Mech, Poro, and Rengar. So that's going to be 10. That's going to be 10. 10 to 8. And that's going to be forcing the Irelia now to respond.
Yeah.
Now, we don't know the hand from Prismat. There can be... I would imagine there's either going to be another Rengar in hand, or a Cleave, or a Blood Rush.
Defiant Dance on the Rengar. Once the Assault has... I mean, it can go under thanks to Defiant Dance anyway, but the Assault is already on, so it will drop down 2. So it is fine regardless of what happens there. So that will tip the balance in Pandanaconda's favor for this showdown. Again, you can track the might to the bottom. A card I haven't seen in a long time of Cleave has fallen out of favor in the meta, but it will get defied. Prismat feels perhaps like he's winding up. There is the Rengar. You cannot defy that cat. You cannot deny the Rengar in this situation. That is likely
11-13
to be enough. Because we know it's a not so fast and a Lonely Paro in hand, and only 2 runes. Not so fast and not quite enough, likely.
I love the sequencing, by the way. Just wanted to point that out. Prismat starts with the with the Cleave to bait out potential counter, which will deramp his opponent. He knows that he's most likely winning this fight anyway, because Rengar cannot be affected by any counter spell. So he's drawing out the energy and the runes from the opponent, so he cannot then, even if he wins and Irelia kills most of the units, there will be no way of like playing a 2-drop and like going into a battlefield with too much power. Because you will have to spend the equip, and you would have to also spend the power for the untap of the Irelia.
And now Pandanaconda has to clear both battlefields on 4 runes. We know that there is a unit in hand, and there are 2 equips for boots.
And also...
But that's going to be
What are we getting?
No, okay, Stack Deck comes out from the Annie. Just to turn the knife a little bit more.
Yeah, and this is nice also. We don't use the Stack Deck immediately. We're going to be using it during the showdown to change what we use.
It's a defy.
Yeah, the Stack Deck is going to be used mid-showdown to just essentially find the perfect answer. Yeah,
that's it. The fist bump comes out as Pandanaconda will concede the game to Prismat. Prismaticism will take down our backup feature match a second feature match, if you will, and advance from round 4 with another win. Running Annie, a deck that we still see around the fringes, still there, still has the potency that Annie always has, but not one that's right up in the top of the conversation right now for a lot of players.
For sure, under the radar, and wanted to make a joke about Downwell or somewhere there, but anyway, the point is, it's a good aggro deck, and I feel like it might actually decently perform, specifically also when such a caliber of player like Prismat is playing it.
Yeah.
So would we be expecting, you know, some Annie Day 2 already?
Yeah, I already would at this point. And, you know, if you did make that joke, it wouldn't go down well.
Oh.
But Prismat is going forward well from that series. You know, the Aurelia we've seen a lot. I think you and I both talked about how difficult it is. It's funny, you said about like Aurelia more complicated as a deck perhaps than you would give it credit for. I would say it's a really easy deck to play badly, which is not what we're seeing here at the
I'm
RQ,
a good example
thankfully.
of that.
I'm the best example of that. I'm just like, I'll try and score 1 point per turn. It is very complex to like balance that economy, the number of cards in hand, like the number of game actions, because you can easily miss a point of might or two, or if you sequence things wrong, you don't get the untap. That game 3 that we saw came down to somewhat economy and card draw. Sometimes with Aurelia, you do get a hand of Defies, Not So Fast, and On Guards, which means, well, you're not refilling, you're not getting extra cards. Dreaming Tree is where that punishes, because On Guard used to basically have brackets of like, if you do this at a Dreaming Tree, draw a card anyway. Discipline used to be brackets, draw 2, basically.
Exactly. Like in the previous metagame, you never had the problem of like thinking, oh, I'm going to be running out of resources, essentially, because you had a refill almost every single time. But now, if you could, you would just be playing 6 like Stellathon herders, because otherwise you're going to have an issue of not having enough cards, right?
Yeah.
But if the deck hits the Stellathon herder and is able to just ramp up the movement and just have like an obscene hand of 8 or 9 cards, then the deck is becoming just absurd in the potential of what it can do. But you need to draw the Stellathon herder, and now the question is, if you don't draw the Stellathon herder, how do you play the game efficiently if you're good enough to actually get enough of value from the game, from the deck itself, to win those games?
That's a really good question. Stellathon Herder, one of the absolutely most impactful cards from Spirit Forged, and we're kind of getting to the end of the window of Spirit Forged. We're about to unleash some more cards on the Riftbound card pool. So let's find out a little bit more of them about the cards that are coming in Unleashed with Blevins and Amy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about the new Riftbound set, Unleashed. We've got a lot to talk about. I'm Blevins, joined with Amy, and Amy, we have got a ton of new mechanics and new, just awesome things to talk about here with Unleashed. Starting off with the XP mechanic. This is a brand new one. We're having an additional resource here to generate and actually be able to spend and even build up to increase your level here. Amy, what are you thinking about XP?
I think XP is not only a fantastic mechanic moving forward, but also something that allows you to circumvent the style of gameplay that you're forcing your opponent through. You're forcing them through rings that they haven't had to jump through before. You're forcing them to play the game not to lose, because the advantage you gain from gaining XP and the generation of that XP can be so vital and can be crushing if your opponent leaves it unchecked.
Yeah, and if there's one thing I like, it is a mini game, and XP can be its own mini game. Whether you are getting XP to spend with cards like Kha'Zix and legends like Kha'Zix, or if you're trying to get up to a higher level with Master Yi and other cards like that, that is really awesome. Another mechanic in the XP vein, and it's actually one of the premier ways to get XP in Unleashed, is Hunt. So when you're conquering or holding with a Hunt unit, you're going to be getting XP equal to its Hunt value. So